Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Speaking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to round the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Speaking of.
What do you mean by insecurity?
When I say insecurity, you have, what's the word? You know, I got third grade education.
Well, let me ask you a question.
When you have a fear of something.
Okay, now if so, you're saying a man is secure if he allows other men around his woman. He's secure.
He's secure within himself.
What makes him secure that he allows men around his woman that he know
That nigga a fool.
What makes
if she choose to go that way with that man, then she's never been for me. That's up to her, and I move in the way that I need to move.
What makes him secure though? Because he knows that he can't control her, and so if she cheats, it is what it is. That makes him secure.
Period.
So
damn, for real.
You know I love you've been rocking with me when they had 10 people watching this motherfucker.
Go ahead, ask your question. What's your question?
Well, just in terms of even an old friend, just considering what was being said, I think Illa has a point. I think you guys have a point in terms of he been a friend for a long time. In my head, I'm like, the fuck that mean to me? Like that's just how my head, like when I be thinking this shit, I'm a husband now, right? Oh, I don't, what you did generally, I don't, it is what it is, right? But what can he do for her? Can she go to him for the support? Can she go to him for money?
None of that shit.
I'm gonna let you finish answering.
Can she go to him for money?
No, she can't. That's my job.
Can she go to him for spiritual guidance?
No,
that's your job. Shit.
Exactly.
Can she go to him for protection?
No.
Like man, dingo fighting, things of that nature. The strong boys would be taken and separated from their family, stuff like that.
Yeah, and they were they're used to yes. That happened.
So when we're criticizing black men, if you think it takes a couple generations to change, right? And we just went through some of the things you acknowledged happened to black men and were targeted specifically just 2 generations ago with your your generation. And then we come at black men like we did it all to ourselves. You don't think there's an apology of some sort in order?
Let me be clear. Let me be clear about something.
Shit.
I did not ask him for his pension because that had children outside of our marriage.
You left him for free.
Y'all always get on here.
Listening.
So shut the up.
You not
Y'all
listening.
always get on here.
You not
Try to
listening.
dismiss women. Stop
You
trying to
not
be in
listening.
abusive relationships, whether it is
You are not listening.
or not.
Bro, if you had 2 people sitting there, right? They had a one night stand. He put the rubber on, and you got to tell one of them they was wilding, and one of them they was wilding. You would say the woman was wilding.
Mm-hmm.
She should have made that nigga put a condom on.
Yeah, especially because niggas' dicks be dirty.
What level of responsibility? Well, not what the stats say. What level of responsibility would it be on? So he didn't put a condom on. She got pregnant. It's a one night stand. Who would you put the onus on for that happening more?
If I had to choose the woman because she gives the access.
Damn. So she should have made sure he put a condom on his dick.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
Like that. Wow.
Look like Mr. Fantastic is right.
Brother.
Okay. Damn. So putting a baby
That need to be a mom is huge for women. So depending on who the woman is, a woman with a kid is less desperate to have a baby with any goddamn body.
Okay. All right. But you're saying she's 28. The clock starts getting louder and louder.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the danger comes in.
She have a baby by a homeless person. She don't give a shit. she ready to pull up under a bridge with no panties on.
That guy from he just came home, right? He just got out of jail. What's his name? Meeks. Jeremy Meeks. I think he was a prisoner.
Yes.
He got
good hair. Yeah.
He got green eyes and all that.
They ready to get pregnant by that dude. Ain't got no job, no nothing. That's a perfect example. Yep.
Damn, man.
The dude with the green eyes, she wants a baby with. So that's what I'm saying. She find a whatever type of dude that would make a pretty baby. She online saying, I'm on birth control. You ain't got to wear no condom. Nigga ain't got no job, no nothing, but he got green eyes. She ready to bust it
What
up.
I would recommend is you you get a job, right? You work it, maybe in an industry that you could thrive in. Learn it, right? Without the risk, build a foundation. That way when you jump into it, you're ready, Are we having a conversation? Are you here? Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Are you responding to me, you think, or?
Who else am I responding to? I'm telling you what I hear. You asked me what I hear as far as that question.
I know, but as I'm breaking it down for you, is it?
Move on.
You're right.
Let it go.
aren't really chivalrous to like you and yours, is that truly chivalry? Is it just you protecting your investment or your asset, which is your life? And I want to go back to maybe that isn't as chivalrous because you're protecting your investment, which is your wife. If somebody smacks her investment, but the woman on the bus, the old lady on the bus that's standing up with a cane, and you gonna sit there and sit your happy hips, your wide hips down that bus, and watch her stand up on that with that cane the whole entire time. That's not chivalry.
Are you saying that me protecting my wife is less chivalrous than me giving my seat up for some old hag?
Hang on a second. Are you
No.
Are you really chivalrous if you are only protecting your investment?
It's mine, right?
Right, you're protecting what's yours, but are you truly chivalrous if you don't give up the seat on the bus?
I've been only pursuing so much for the attention of women. This is all, it sounds so new to me when I'm hearing it, but maybe I didn't have this perspective before. Calvin was good. B-Love, what's up? But it's just like why we do things. Where does our moral code actually come from? How far are we willing to go to stand on it? Does your moral code have contingencies? You know, I have the clips queued up, but I'm just thinking through it. You know, the double standards. How long can we? I thought they just were a thing, but I guess they have like there's a reason for it.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
This Might Be Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hampton Stampede. This might be risky. We here.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
OG, what's popping?
Hey, you know what's popping. You know what? Put him in the bathroom, goddammit. But anyway, you know everything is popping over here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm clean as a board of health and I'm ready to go.
Indeed, OG.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
I like it. I like it. You dress like an Undertaker, man.
Don't worry about it. It's just for you. I hope I ain't burying you.
Wow. Well, you know, it's way up here, so you may have to bury somebody.
Hey, you know you gonna call me that old man first. That's what started off.
You know, would you feel some type of way if he didn't say it?
The old man.
Yeah.
You know what? I've been dealing with Sway so long. When you say that, old head, I don't get even made. You know what I mean? I don't got used to it now. My body don't got immune to it now.
Oh, gee. Be nice. What's popping?
What up? How we doing? I'm going to try to
everything.
add more energy today, guys. So, it's going to be hopefully a great stream. And hopefully my voice isn't as annoying as last time. Let's go.
It's not annoying. It's just like Ben Stein, but he had a show.
Hey, I'll give my show then. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll take it as a compliment.
Leave, man. Salute. Sway was popping.
I'm here for it, man. We talked about this like 3 weeks ago. So got something in the works, man. So
Indeed, man.
Having me.
Salute to Sway, man. He helped curate this idea. He looked at something that we did a few months back. And he's like, hey, we should continue that trend on and keep it going. And then he helped bring this thing together. So he's the reason why it says part 1, because there's so many topics. However, if we want to mine it out appropriately, we have to silo them and do them one at a time. Otherwise, the generations probably never come together. Feel me? Yeah, man. So he always smart sometimes. Rilla was popping.
This Joker said he always smart sometimes, man. Jesus Christ.
You gotta keep him humble. You know what I mean?
And let me get my blackly black on real quick. Habari Ghani, you know what I'm saying? Happy Juneteenth. You know what I'm saying? Kuji Chagalia, self-determination, which means we get to determine ourselves for ourselves. Peace to the panel. Thanks, Ham, for having me on. Sway. On point with this one, G. Salute.
Body gun to you, my brother.
Indeed, man. Salute the Rilla in the building, man. Y'all know what's popping.
I can never get this. Oh, my mic has been on the whole time. I didn't even know that. Hey, peace and love, everybody. I didn't even know that.
Like, I done been watching, huh? Peace and love. Now everybody's saying peace and love like checkmate. It's crazy.
Chill. I was on y'all key before anybody else. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Peace and love.
Yana don't watch YouTube at all unless I ask her to come. You know what I mean?
Maybe it's a coincidence.
Yeah, I think it's coincidental. Yana, everything good? What's popping, man? What's new, man? Tell us something good.
I got a job, y'all.
Uh-oh.
Shit like that.
You ain't working the cash register, is you?
Not at all. Not at all.
Are you developing a skill from this job?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a mechanic. Much appreciated.
Yeah, yes. Yana got a skill for real, man. Oh, man. That's what's up, man. We proud of you.
Women can do anything.
Amen.
Yana, what you do? You just went to another shop or something? Last time I talked to you, you was you know what I'm saying, you had a tow truck on the flatbed or something.
So you know what? Life was good. Life was really good. Then life got bad. I got fired because I was a little combative. But like, if you accuse me of something, like I'm gonna stand on it. I didn't do nothing wrong. Went to another shop. A young man spit in my face. A young black man spit in my face.
Gotta put the black.
Because he was black. Oh yeah, it's the hell with y'all right now. I'm not gonna lie.
How young was he? Just for you to call him young.
Huh? He's 21.
Where you
21, 2 kids. Listen.
Who won the fight?
Good on y'all right now.
Single mama household.
I don't know. Quite frankly, I don't really care.
He got that energy though.
He had that energy. You know what's crazy? We got hired at the same time. It was both of our 4th date. We came in together and we left together.
So I don't want to derail, but let me just make this quick. Why did he spit in your face?
Okay, long story short,
You blurry.
I'm doing something a certain way. I like to be loud. I like to be quick. So I'm using an air hammer to get this thing out. He was like, he's standing under the car with me. He just keeps telling me he could do it a better way. After 15 minutes of telling me that you could do it a better way, I said, okay, do it a better way. He walks away. He's like, and when I get it out, I don't want to hear nothing about it. I'm like, me nor you get paid any more or less to get this out. So if you get it out, thank you for helping the team. He was like, B-word, who you talking to? I said, you're the only one who asked. And then that's how that started. But when he spit on me between 3 people. So I didn't know whether to be disgusted or like applaud that man. Because between 3 people, you knew what you was doing. You looked at it, you aimed it, you scoped it out, all that. Like the trajectory, the wind, all of it had to be right.
So now, I can't. I just have to believe the whole story that's been depicted, correct?
Yeah, that's how it played out. That's how it played out.
It don't sound like something she would embed because it ain't like she did nothing after. She said she got spit on in between 3 people.
I know she did.
I got spit on, didn't do nothing about it, and still got fired.
She didn't give me the cues to think she full of shit. Like all I said was such and such. That's
the
like
in between was just like of him telling me, calling me out of my name, and then him telling me like I get money. I will say I did insult him when he kept saying he get money. I said you get money, but half of your head is retwisted, and it's been like that since we got hired. So like, how much money are you really getting? He was like, B, I got 2 kids, I take care of them. You have 2 kids, you take care of them, but half of your head's retwisted. You're not making that much money, son. And then I got spit on. So I provoked him. Sure. Blame the black woman. I provoked
No, there's no blame. I just would like to know, like, okay, that's all right. I understand. He should have spit on me.
But the reason I got fired, my job said I had a hammer in my hand, so I provoked him to spit on me because he felt threatened.
What?
That makes
Mind you, I'm 5'2", 140.
That made sense. The spit on. How does the spit combat a hammer? I don't know.
I ain't gonna lie, I would have rather just, got slapped. Because if you slap me, it's like, all right, I should have shut up. But like, you spit on me, it's like, you, what? You B-word? Like, it's just, So, yeah.
Let me finish. So salute to Yana. You shouldn't have got spit on. That's the lowest shit you can ever do.
No, somebody want to help me out with that. I live in Boo, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no.
Right. T, what's poppin'?
Hey you guys. Hey Hampy. Hey everybody on the panel.
Come on.
Hampy in the building.
You dead ass?
I'm dead ass.
I'm so sick of sis, man. Me and sis, I don't even got her phone number saved in my phone no more.
Oh my god, you petty like that.
So Illa, my sister, she be on the women's POV show, and she called me Hampy, which what they call me growing up. So now everybody calling me Hampy.
Yes, I love it. It's cute.
Hamp love it too.
Low key.
This your
sister? Y'all related?
No, my sister she's on the other show, the Tuesday show.
Oh.
She said it on the show, and now everybody like
they call you Hampy.
Everybody, you heard her just talk about what's up, Hamp. That shit sounds crazy. Yo.
He lying. He like it if the women do it. Niggas started doing it though. You're right.
Y'all gotta grow up, yo. I'm glad I'm more mature than y'all, man. Illa, what's popping?
Good, what's up? Piece of the panel, man. What's the deal?
Man, we trying our best, man. What's popping, man? What's going on, man? When your next show?
Tomorrow evening, you know what I'm saying? I pushed it back, you know what I'm saying? I say, I'm gonna chop it up with my man here, you know what I'm saying?
Shit like that.
I ain't been up here in a minute, so I like the topic, you know what I'm saying? It should be a peaceful discussion. I feel like based on the nature of the topic, it should be some fair points made. I don't think it should get crazy. It's a real respectable topic, and it seems like we got some sound-minded individuals up here, so I look forward to having a great discussion,
Indeed. That is the hope for sure.
Ham, I have a gut feeling
All right,
that the old
wait.
niggas are gonna argue more than us.
Finish the
No.
introductions?
Go ahead.
No.
Man. Uncle Jeff, what's good?
Yo. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. What's popping?
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm a little tired, little fatigued. I just got through doing making a little movie with Hurricane Paro's mama. It's called Throat Full of Jeff, and I'm going to I'm not going to be playing nice with the chat. So I'm gonna say some very, very off-color things about their parents from now on. Yeah, it'll be so. I might type it if it's too offensive. And hey, sisters that are here, I don't want to be offensive to you, but we're swearing, right? This grown-up show.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck you, people in the chat. Yeah, but hey guys, Rilla, what's cracking? They finna get 60th and Damon tonight.
I was about to say it, Joe.
Get 60th and Damon tonight. Yeah.
Inglewood.
So this now, Sway, what were you trying to say?
One, I think Jeff is just having a bad day with the chat. Don't take out other chats that did you dirty on this chat. Let this chat, let's see where it plays out. Leave them alone. One, and then two, I also feel like the old heads are probably going to argue more than us, but that's just because I see certain characters on the panel, and I think they're ready to argue. So,
now let's be clear. When you say old head, what makes someone an old head? What age is that?
I've said this multiple times, Hamp, because you're new to this space. I've depicted and broke this down into a science. It's not an age. It's like a disease, right? And it's slow. It's a slow onset. You might even see it, earlier in some people, later in some people. It's a little later, but it can start as early as like 34, right? It's like these little tendencies that they have, like long-windedness, level of always try to to lecture you. Like it's weird. It's certain little tendencies you start to see, and it gets more profuse and more like this abrasive as the older they get, and so that's why we start to just hate them as the older they get, because they just live in it.
But Sway, I think you getting it confused. You getting us confused with your lady saying you need to be a little long-winded, and I think you should just relax on that one. We don't need to know about your bedroom activities.
Listen. Sway, what type of discussion are you trying to have? I want to have
You asked me to.
I want to let me say this. I want to have an actual discussion, which is why I put this panel together very specifically on a Wednesday. Wednesdays are often my days that are a little bit slower and more relaxed. So what are we trying to do here? All right.
I didn't do anything but answer your question.
Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Valerie, what's up? Yeah, Hamp with the 20 bucks says, Hamp, one Friday, would you play the whole song Hood when I'm traveling? So Miss Valerie, I put Philly on the poll, but Philly almost won last week. But I put Harlem up there, so Harlem edged out Philly. Once Philly wins, you'll hear this whole song, certainly. But it just hasn't been able to win in like a month, But I think it's getting close. I'm scared to put Memphis up there, because if I put Memphis up there, I'm sure it's going to win. And then if I put the DMV up there, I'm sure it's going to win. So it's going to be tough.
Who is the song by?
Beanie and Freeway. Beanie Siegel and Freeway. It's called Rock the Mic. If you heard the original beat, Uncle Jeff, you will recognize it for sure.
Right.
When I actually DJ'd on that Friday when Philly wins, you'll know it for sure. Maybe I'll play it real quick. Man, oh man. Oh, let me play this for the first 20 ball of the evening. Salute to Miss Smith. But yeah, I'll play it for you for sure. I just hope Philly wins sooner or later. Sun Kiss, Shalom, what's popping? Shiesty with the $5 says OGJ Speed dosed up that looking like civil rights. Happy Juneteenth.
I had a dream.
Jack was popping with the $2 says pretend I'm invisible. Just cyber stalking Sway. Marcus Evans with the $5 says what up, brother Hamp? You got my OGs Uncle Jeff and Rilla in the building, and you got my bull Illa and my homegirl T in the building. Let's go. It's a fact though, man. They honored me with their presence. You heard? CJ with the $2 says I can't stand long-winded old niggas. Marcus Evans with the $2 says Sway has a hatred for old heads for some reason. Shaking my head. Jack with the $2 says shout out to these born in 1900 old ass niggas. Shit, everybody's born in the 1900s, right? Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me see you in the chat real quick when we get it popping. Love Dubia was good. Lionel in the building. Victim Olympics was popping. T, I got the email. Jarice was good. I got Lionel already. Impressed, putting in work. I appreciate you. Zagu was popping. Chris in the building. Miss Valerie, of course. Wody was good. CC was popping. Fred, what up, though? Devin, Mel, you already know, bro. What's good? Shiesty was good. Royce, what up? Bread and butter, I see you. Rainbow Kid was popping. Let me see. Keeps it 100. Thank you for all the comments after the videos posted. That helps the algorithm as well. Anton, we see you. Fear No Mortals was good. We got Sun Kissed already. I got Devin, I think. Okay. We got 251 people in the building, and we have, let me look at the likes real quick. We have 492 likes. Why do y'all do this? CJ, you in that voice along with the Marshall's headphones, bro. That shit is a bad combination, my G. You upgrade that shit, I'll definitely give you an invite because you actually do a good job. Venus, what's up? Keisha was popping. Quincy, I see you. Decatur ATLian was popping. Black Seinfeld in the building. Salute. Fifi, Chuck was good. Okay, we in here. Perfect. Get the likes up. Hurricane was popping. Roy, I see you. Dario, what's up, man? Perfect. You in training the sun. I ain't seen you and all that, but keep grinding, man. I'm proud of you. Stacks was good. Okay. Knight was popping. Martin Luther King with the $10 says OG looked like a budget lawyer. Either man was popping. God damn, what? Oh, Valerie said with the 20 ball, she said, F you too, Uncle Jeff. God.
Spell my name right. I don't know who that is.
Damn,
my name is right up here and you spelled it wrong. How fucking stupid are you?
Sends his regards.
Yeah. You know how I love money.
How do you flunk an open book test?
Nah, I think she was just jabbing. Who that? Mr. Payne, right? Mr. Payne was good with the $5. Says, why am I missing from this panel? I am the ultimate old head, long-winded and all. I had to save that last spot, Mr. Payne. I'm waiting for love. She went to see a play or something like that. And she'll be here soon. So, so the premise of this, which will be a series, right, is bridging the generational gap, man. We have so many discussions that are often convoluted with other discussions. Things get conflated, and we try to talk about everything at once. It is unfruitful, although it be entertaining, right? So my hope is that we can curate people in the chat and on the panel that don't need all the rigmarole to enjoy the conversation. You feel me? So if we need to slow it down, so be it, so that we can all grasp and retain the information. You know, one thing that we talk about so often, it gets argued, to be frank, is traditionalism when it comes to relationships. You know, I need to understand, is it something that we can actually achieve this day and age, right? Traditional roles, traditional values when in a relationship between men and women. Is it realistic for this day and age? Let's do this. Let's go yes, no, and then we'll start with Illa to give his 2 cents. I don't want to turn on the timer necessarily, but if we can condense our responses to 1 minute at max, I think we can really let the shit flow. Do you guys want me to run the timer just so it's like up there in the back of your head? Okay.
What do you want to do, bro?
Y'all don't force me to. Please be nice. My bad. That slip. I should have said.
Think I'm gonna talk over someone, man? You think I'm gonna talk over someone?
You never talk over. You good. So first, let's go. Is it achievable, the traditionalism regarding relationships? OG, what say you? Yes or no? This day and age.
No.
Be nice.
No.
Sway.
Nah.
Rilla.
Yes.
Uncle Jeff.
No.
Yana.
No.
T.
Overall, no.
Illa.
No.
Why not?
Because technology and social media and just a lot of new age type of thinking has took away a lot of incentive. So, a lot of old relationships, the incentive was, the woman would cook and she'd be able to be domesticated. But now men are more domesticated. The incentive for women was provision, but women can provide for themselves. So it requires you to actually ask for more value from the other person. But based on the times we're in, they don't. So it's hard for us to really click because the natural roles have kind of been like, the incentive has just been taken away. So you can really build a bond with a woman, but you got to be more than just what she can do for you and what he can do for you, because we kind of been obsolete in that role. Like we have a lot more freedom. We have a lot more, women have the ability to make money these days. You know what I'm saying? Some men, not all, not a whole lot, but there's some men that played a house husband. So it's the dependency factor is a little different now. So people have to really want to be with you because they want to be with you, not really because of the dependence factor these days. So I think traditionally in that sense, it's different, but I feel like at this point, we need to be traditional as far as just natural interaction, as far as just getting back to just respect. Because like, no offense to like you young brother Sway, like I never met you before. I never spoke to you before, but you had made a great point. When Jeff was like, chat, he was like, you don't know the chat. Give him a chance. And we went turn right back around after that and just gave a blanket statement. Everybody in the panel that may have been older, you know what I'm saying? So that was just an instant, you know what I'm saying? Like we got to set the table for disrespect because we don't know who is who, no matter what it looks like. And I think that with social media and the way things are, we keep making assumptions and we keep making assumptions off of the portrayal of our culture and the portrayal of how we behave and the portrayal of an older person or the portrayal of a younger person may not always be that accurate. You know what I'm saying? There's some Gen Z that may not act like a Gen Z. There's some older people that may not, but we just assume based on conversation and the portrayal of how somebody may or may not come off. So I think that's a factor that we have to deal with. And we just assume the worst about each other as male and female and as brother to brother and sister to sister. And I think that tradition of just respect is the thing we need to get back to. You know what I mean? Because the gender roles are going to be different from now on, you know what I'm saying? But we can get back to the basics, just how to deal with each other as just people. I think we got away from that.
So one thing, obsolete was used, right? In terms of the provision, right? Because women have opportunity and they can provide for themselves. The house husband thing, just because I don't use some, you think that's a minority of men that are willing to be house husbands, all right? That's what I kind of heard, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't think it's a whole lot, but I think that even if you don't want to be, just based on the way the economics are, sometimes the roles have to change. Sometimes we have to be providers, sometimes we have to be at home and vice versa. It's not as fixed as it was. So I feel like the dependency, both sides wear both hats at times.
Okay, that's what okay.
You know what I'm saying? For the most part, anybody have these days, everybody has to be prepared to carry the weight sometimes. Now, if you're blessed enough to take care of the whole home, and so be it, you know what I'm saying? But everybody's not in that position. So it's just like you have to be more fluid in how to deal with each other now. Because I think a lot of times when we deal with relationships, when we listen to these conversations, it's like we just ignore the fact that our people have changed. We have been altered. We have been changed. Whether you want to blame, whatever you want to blame, we're different people. We have a different outlook. There's a slight undertone of antagonism with how we deal with each other. And I'm not gonna say it's okay, but we gotta act. It is what it is. So it's just different, and we gotta deal with each other. We're hurt people trying to figure it out. It's like if you're wounded, if you got a hurt shoulder, it's gonna be hard to lift weights. because you're wounded. So we don't want to admit that our people wounded. We want to just point the finger. It's like, yo, we all got issues. You know, when you're dealing with a black man and black woman, you got to be prepared to deal with some type of pathology and hopefully find some middle ground. But we got to admit that we're a little altered. We'll never be our grandparents and our parents. It's just not going to go that way. But we have to find a way to get to that level of respect that they had our way.
Well,
but we get to that place of respect.
But if what men generally provided, which I would assume the respect was tied to, that provision that you mentioned was obsolete, and I know you don't mean like done, right? But you know it has been lessened. What other way can we get that respect back if we don't provide like they used to in yesteryear? And now it is strictly because we want to be together, not because we need to be together.
I think we have to wear hats. I think we have to wear more hats that we didn't wear before. For example, a lot of relationships growing up, what I've seen a lot of good families get broken up based on different beliefs. So I would be a good father that's at home with the children. I mean, not at home with the children, but he wouldn't go to church as often. Like in my life, I can't speak for everybody, but in my upbringing, I've seen a lot of families break up because the father ain't want to go to church like that. So I think that because men have been programmed to just be provider, brute. Certain hats we didn't want to wear, we got to wear now, because we would think because I'm providing, then I control my woman, but the minister controls your woman because he's dealing with her mind, he's dealing with her spirit, he's dealing with her on a whole nother level. So men didn't wear their hat. They just say, you know, she's going to church, but really you need to be a minister. You know what I'm saying? You need to be the person that's feeding her for that appetite, because regardless of what we want to say as black people have a spiritual appetite. It could be a martial art discipline, it could be a religion. We have a yearning, an appetite for some type of discipline, whatever it may be. It's just different variations of it. You know what I'm saying? So a woman has a yearning for spiritual nourishment, whatever you want to call it. So nowadays, for a man, in my opinion, my humble opinion, a black man dealing with a black woman needs to be able to wear that hat, to be able to deal with her on that level as well, whatever that means to you. Whatever it could be, it could just be meaning exercising with it. Some type of connection beyond transaction. A man has to be able to tap into that, because before the minister held that he was dealing with her mind. That's why she would come home with all these ideas, because he's dealing with her mind and spirit. You just paying for stuff and just taking care of this, and you just like, no. But now that's out. So we gotta. The money is there. We both be able to do. So now we have to figure out a way to tap into our woman a different way besides providing. And whatever that means to that man is what it means to that man. But I think as time goes on, what more, too much is given, much required. And we just got to dig deeper to find the jewels that we have to give to each other beyond transaction, because it's a wash at this point, in my humble opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I think men should certainly be the spiritual leader of that house. I think that's a good point in terms of that. I just wonder what that baseline would be. Rilla, one thing that Illa said in terms of, you know, us being, this may be a stronger term than what he meant, but a downtrodden people, because we come from trauma, especially if you believe in epigenetics as an example, where you can quite literally pass down those experiences. Do we need to stop what people may consider delusion of like we are kings and queens and all that shit? You on mute, Rilla?
I know. I didn't want to interrupt while you was finishing that question, and I was saying, oh wow, that's a great question. I literally was looking at something today, and it was talking about the war between Black America and niggas. Right. And so when I was considering that, you think about Black Americans, you know, who strive for better, and then you think about niggas who are in constant contention with the objectives of Black Americans.
Okay.
Right? As it relates to this conversation, and what Illa was saying in terms of like you was talking about epigenetics and how we can pass that down, and do we just need to refrain from this thing of kings and queens? I think when we first introduced that term, I was of that generation where, you know, 5%ers, that language permeated through hip hop. So we referred to everybody as God body.
Yeah.
Or if you hear me say, you open overcompensated for our lack of identity, using the whole kings and queens and good grand rising, Mother Earth, and all of these things. We overcompensated, and we didn't do the internal work, right, to restore self identity. That's why when I opened with my greeting, I said Kuji Chaga Habari Gani. What's today? What's the good news? And then Kuji Chaga Leah, which is self determination, our ability to determine ourselves for ourselves. So, and I don't want to be long winded, but just as it relates to the king and queen, I think it is a bit much at this point, right? Because if you're a king, you got to have a kingdom. What are you ruling over? The first kingdom you're responsible for is ruling over self. What's not doing that correctly? So yeah, it's a bit overused and it's cheesy at this point. My opinion, it's cheesy. It's cool, but it's cheesy at this point. Has no meaning, no punch.
What do you suggest, right? Because I was having a conversation with someone who, I think we learn from each other largely, but I'm a little bit older, and they come to me for more guidance necessarily. So I guess I may be the mentor. You know what I'm saying? But we more or less, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but we build. You feel me? That's how I look at it. Like we build when we had these conversations. Titles matter, right? Like he was saying, hey, so my job, he's in education. So they want to give me this title, but doesn't come with an increase. But I said, well, the increase could be $5,000, right? But that title can be very much transferable to somewhere else. So people are often inspired by titles. So is there something that maybe needs to replace it? Do we have to, or should we just throw the whole ideology away?
No, I don't think we need to throw the whole ideology away, but there's an imbalance, and that's what I'm saying. And probably OG can speak to this better than me in terms of you got to repair the total man. Right, you're addressing the total man. If you just refer to me as king all day, right, then we never get to reflect on the areas of opportunity that I may have. Right, if I just go around just saluting queen this and queen that, and I don't accurately call out what's right in front of my eyes. This woman is not presenting or this gentleman is not carrying himself as a king. If I'm not accurately calling that out, I'm doing him a disservice. Right. So how about I just replace it with good brother? Hey, young blood, what's up, cat? I'm trying to limit my usage of the N word, right? I know there's big conversation going around.
Sure.
Saying nigga, but I'm fond of it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to limit my usage on it. So I think we need to get honest and very serious. And this is why I brought up this war against Black Americans and niggas, right? Yeah. We got to get very serious, man. This brother, it's dire straits out here, bro. Like for real. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And we keep playing around with this generation like we have time, and we do not. I'm at the age now where I'm regularly either seeing messages or getting calls about people that changed, transition, checked out, expired.
Sure. Yeah.
So we don't have that type of time, man.
No,
we gotta do the repair on the complete man, and woman.
Real shit. And so when you look at the greatest construct, or the I think the most serious business contract you could ever sign is that marriage contract. I would argue, right? It's often tied to generational wealth and etc. That's why I kind of want to focus on that, and I think we are right on par, right? So T, you hear do away with the titles, right? Focus on building all the way up. Illa says we have trauma that we don't control. Even if you come up in a 2-family household, you come from a people that were broken down by a plethora of things, both inside and out. I would argue, what would get a Black woman to see her man like a king, even though we maybe need to get away from them terms, as opposed to a so-called equal. And that's when you often get just back and forth, right? A lot of partnerships don't work when it's 50-50 because nobody has that decision-making power.
That's a great question. I kind of missed what he was saying.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Sorry. Sorry, I had to walk away for a minute. I'm sorry. But I'll try to answer. You know what? Come back to me, as a matter of fact. Sorry.
Good grief.
Sorry.
I feel like Charlie Brown in this motherfucker. Man.
I'm sorry. Give me like 5 minutes and I got you.
OG. Okay. OG, when Rilla, damn, that was a good ass question. T fuck my whole. Okay. OG, ground up. What does that mean to you when Rilla says?
Well, to me, it means whatever you decide to call yourself, you got to represent it. Because I believe a man can be and a woman can be a queen and king in their own house. It has to start from there anyway. So I think we try to expand it out and having a kingdom. Your house is your kingdom. Your family is your kingdom. So I think these words came into play in the first place to represent something more positive than what we were looked upon to be, and what we even acknowledged that we might have felt in the inside about ourselves. So going from the ground up, I think we got to start focusing on representing whatever we call ourselves. Good brother. I mean, when I first came in the internet, I had a hard time people calling me the N-word. But what I started doing is doing the reversal after talking to some of my elders. And they just say, when they call you the N-word, you call them Malcolm or Martin. And see how they'll play out.
Okay. So OG,
who was that?
When you say you own your, huh?
I just didn't know who he was talking about.
Martin and Malcolm.
Oh, I thought he said Malcolm. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Sorry.
Man.
I thought you said a name. I didn't know he was saying two different. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go
OG.
closer to the light. Go closer to the light, my brother.
When you say
big ass glasses. Sorry, damn.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Better running them a bunny rabbit ass looking teeth you got. But go ahead. Now, you want to go down that line, or you just want to have the conversation?
I'm gonna put y'all in the back. Then y'all can have it in the back in the private chat.
No, I don't want to have that conversation with them. I just want to go through what you're trying to get to.
So in terms of the house is your kingdom, does that have any parameters around it though? Like, can
Yes,
you
it
be
does.
written, or can only her name be on it and you still be the king?
Well, as we know, your home is your home, bro. Even the law says that. I don't care if you're renting. That's your private property.
You know, people
got a
squat.
lease.
Have you seen
and
that?
too, and that too in California.
Yeah.
Once you get a bill coming to it, that's your home too. So they had to get you kicked out. What I'm saying is, we have to start thinking wherever we at. We have to start representing what we want to be. So that's where the imagination coming in versus where we came from or what we thought of ourselves. You know, a lot of these people I know, even some of the youngers or the old people, can't even get their dog to eat dog food at home because they don't have no respect for themselves, or people don't have respect for them. But they come on here and try to act like they're Superman, and it ain't like that when they go outside. And they know it's not like that. That's why they spend a lot of time on this right here. So what I'm saying is, we got a lot of people who talks about a lot of things and talk about things that really they have the slightest about. Because we got a lot of people think they have assimilated into this system and think they made it. And every once in a while they get their O.J. Simpson card. So what we got to do is believe. We got to believe that that's number one. If you throw around words and you don't believe that's who you are, then you faking it.
Oh,
A word
okay.
must represent something.
That makes sense. But I would believe, and Sway, correct me if I'm wrong. If you believe it but have no results, how much does that belief matter? Sway.
Man, it really don't matter at all, especially if you're trying to give somebody advice or set a level of a standard for something.
Yeah.
Hold somebody accountable to something as well. That's the biggest thing. Trying to hold us accountable to something that apparently they not even achieving themselves is wild to me. They got this mission statement, but they not even following their own mission statement. And they now projecting on all the young people to somehow follow it, and if they don't, we're the problem.
Let's look at this. And I found out, I find this, especially in the younger generation, that they're so instant they want things so instant, and they want things like a cheat code. They want to get to the finish. And when they make comments like that, I ask them this question: if it takes a seed 10 years to develop a tree, and do that tree develop when the first time you see it, or it took 10 years to develop that? A lot of us, like the young man said down at the beginning, we're a work in progress. We're not a finished product. You don't just start at a place. I mean, you can talk yourself into some things sometimes. That's what part of that, having confidence and understanding where you're trying to go. You might not even be representing what you're even talking about, but you're trying to get there. We have seen it done in other places all the time. If the Wright brothers would have gave up on the damn flight after 7 tries, you don't know where we would be at as far as when it comes to flight today. So what I'm saying is, when people say stuff like that and they're so quickly to short it out before it gets started. Nobody ever said in the 60s that we was a finished product. We was a working product. It wasn't finished yet.
But OG, just respectfully, so we tend to do this a lot, and lately what I've been thinking about a lot, and this is just Generation X. I've been really expanding on this idea, just how much Generation X failed this generation that's behind us. G, there's a lot of things that we have not passed down to these young bloods. They not equipped. What you're speaking on, they haven't even been given the tools to interpret and filter that, right? Because they don't even have the experiences that we had. Well, for me, I know you way old. Well, not way old, but I know you're older than me. Right?
Way older than you. You're right.
I know you're older than me.
I signed the 10 Commandments. You know.
I'll be 50 in August. But my point is, like, a lot of times when I'm listening to them now, I'm always unlearning and relearning things, right? These young bloods, man, listen, we did a terrible job with equipping them for a world that no longer exists for them, OG. The world that we prepared them for doesn't even exist, because they're almost in Total Recall, Jetsons, that type of world now.
Okay, right? So can I ask you a question?
Well, I want to make sure. Well, I just want to make sure, we kind of, because I like the dialogue. I just want to make sure that we, kind of get back to like the relationship aspect. But go ahead, OG, you can respond.
One thing I would have to say about that is, you live long enough, Gorilla, you'll find out that every generation was like that. Every generation is just like a football team who played in the 70s versus one who played in the 80s versus one who played in the 90s, one since Ham like football, and versus the one who played in 2000. There is going to be standards where you can carry it over, but each one of them 10 years, there's something different happening. And some things you just can't give to people. They have to learn from their own experience. And one of the things I find out even from here, Chicago, you can tell people something and they don't listen sometimes. We see it up and down, even in these spaces, that you tell somebody, hell, they'll drop your ass just because they don't want to hear it. And then they'll come back and say nobody taught them that or nobody told them that. Sometimes it's more than one thing happening at a time. And I just say that we all are responsible for where we at. Even the people who are living it today, they are responsible for where they at. They just can't put it on the generation before them and the generation before them. You wearing the shoes now.
No, I agree, Hamp. I know you want to move it too, but just bringing it back on topic, that's the point that I'm saying. Like, we haven't even given them tools to understand how to deal in relationship. The reason why they expect things microwave fast is because we oversaw that process, right? We were in a rush, right? Well, I'm saying specifically for Generation X, right? I'm speaking strictly based on my experience and what I've observed from Generation X. Peace, Bolo. You understand what I'm saying, OG? Like,
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. And it's not that I'm disagreeing with you. I'm just saying in all this soup that we're talking about, it's a lot of ingredients in there.
So here's one thing about the soup, and I'm gonna read these super chats, but I just want to put this out there, right? So when we talk about the soup and a bunch of different ingredients and things progress, it's still the same sport. But the OG's point, a lot of things have changed. However, when we give advice, such as when we dating and approaching women, we giving advice to younger brothers like how we used to do it, not acknowledging that the game has changed. So as we go back to us connecting with women, our advice is often like let's take me for example. I'm like, nigga, talk to 30 girls, get 3 numbers, that's a good night. Right? So that's how it used to be. Stay in the parking lot pimp and all that. The young brother's like, nigga, what the fuck you talking about? I got Instagram for that. You know what I'm saying? So I just want us to like, because we say it has changed, but when we advise, we often advise based on what we used to do. You know what I'm saying? So I want to dive into that in terms of even approaching women. Can we acknowledge that the game has changed, or is the game still the game? Let me read these super chats real quick. I read this one right. Yeah. CJ with the $2 says, I got new headphones, motherfucker. Black Pat with the 1,000 yen said, I think old heads were involved in 9/11 because they cannot land a plane. UT been a member for 9 months. UT, I text you too. Yo, AP was popping with the 20 ball says, see, this nigga always skip me on the shout out. I be trying to get down to the bottom. Pause, man. It be so many, man. Unless I drop some coins. Here's the collection plate. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate what you're doing, brother Hamp. Salute, brother Rilla, Uncle Jeff, Illa, and the sisters looking good. Indeed. I gotta play my favorite one.
Oh, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Mr. Payne with the $5 says society needs to evolve into new traditions. The problem is we cannot say what that new equilibrium will be. Ezekiel, salute, my brother. Shalom, I appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Whoever got it, man, please maintain it. Trucker, yeah, was popping with the $10. Says, salute to the men on grown man conversation. Also, Deacon, speed that suit. Deacon, speed that suit sharp. Trucker, yeah, with the $5 says, also salute to the ladies. Also, indeed, Trucker was popping. Jack with the $2 says, this we was kings convo. What does dating mean? Get to that. Jack with the $10 says, I've said on Sharon channel how dating can be regulated because legally there isn't a standard or definition for dating. You can date anyone of any age because dating has no meaning. What is dating? I think that's different. I'll dive into that. JVZ was popping on the file. Says showing love. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Do we need to define what dating is? For the sake, I feel like
okay.
Yeah,
I think
so.
I think so.
Yeah,
It's
definitely.
different, I think, now.
That's why we're not going to define it, because it's going to be 7 different answers.
I think it's always been the same thing.
We're gonna have mad answers though. Okay, let's do this. Let me get 2 answers from T and Be Nice. Then I want to ask Uncle Jeff a question. Be Nice, what is dating?
Dating, it seems like from what I've experienced, is playing with sexual attraction and just pretty much sitting in the sexual attraction area of your mind and exploring that as far as possible.
You was right, Ella. T, what is dating?
Dating is just really getting to know somebody. To be honest, trying to figure out if you and that person want to go further or not. That's what dating is about to me. Courting is different though. That's actually trying to get married and be committed.
So if I approach a woman, what am I doing at that point? Is that dating phase or courting phase?
That could be just trying to smash. I mean, there's different variables, like men approach women for different reasons, so it just depends on what you're looking for at that time.
You're right. Don't worry about it. We're going to be on that for an hour and a half. All right.
It was like 3 seconds. Like,
I know, but the point that Illa made is because we added the pins to it. That means it's just gonna go and go and
you're
go.
right. My bad. Let
Yeah.
me.
And
Yeah.
then Be Nice hit it with some Star Trek shit. So I don't want. I'm good. Uncle Jeff.
This shit's simple.
You know what's popping. We had this conversation a few times in terms of the game being the game, right? I don't know if us, and I guess I'm older at this point, especially the way how I see things. Did we give a fair enough acknowledgement of what the young brothers actually deal with when it comes to dating or courting or approaching women, whatever one makes the most sense to you?
No, because the thing that we have to first acknowledge is the problems that they say that they have are factual, and that the issues that they are having with sisters are factual. I like to divide who I give advice to by two groups: cast that's gonna listen to me and cast that ain't. If I'm by default a bad place for information because I'm 59 years old, all right, fuck it then, do it your way. Guess your way's working. Those who will listen, I give them my advice. They take it or they don't.
Uncle Jeff, question. Because I just want to that point right there. When you tell them do it your way, because I guess your way is working, what energy is that said with typically? Do you say it in like a facetious nature, or do you mean it when you say it like that?
I absolutely mean, I mean, fuck you too then. I mean, if you come to me and spit my advice back in my face, what do you expect me to say? But that's not every brother. There are young brothers who listen.
But that no, Uncle Jeff, no, I got you. But that, let's stay there for just a split second.
Sure.
So when they refute your advice, what does it look like? How does that happen? Because I think we need to identify these things, right? So if I'm running a panel, or if Rilla see it, if somebody see it, what does it actually look like?
Fuck you, old nigga. That bullshit is outdated. You know, all that wonderful words that people like to hear when they converse. You don't understand. And I'm like, fine, okay. If that's where you are, then I don't know how long I'm supposed to stand with my arms down. That's fine, okay. But I repeat, that's not every young dude. I have some young dudes who are about to get married. I got to do couples who have come to me that are young, that are about to jump the broom. People who are in successful relationships that I actually counsel because they listen and the shit I say works for them. If it doesn't work for you, no harm, no hard feelings. Keep doing what you're doing. I've given electronic advice that I have yet to hear one dude take. You've heard me give it. The burn the needle in a haystack thing. What I won't listen to is brothers just constantly complain that all the sisters are bad. If they're all bad, then why are we talking?
Question. Where do the majority of the open ears lie? The minority of brothers listen, or the majority of young brothers listen?
Exactly where it's supposed to. The absolute minority.
Okay.
I don't expect to talk to everyone. I don't.
No. I understand that now. We had a conversation yesterday. So if I'm advising the brothers about dating and getting with women, right? And the majority of ears are closed to me. Is it on me or is it on them?
Well, I suppose I suppose perhaps, yeah, it's on you. It's on them from this place. You came to get advice. You may have to dig through some of the things you don't like to get it. It's on you. You came to give advice. They may not take it like you want it. Here's the most basic advice. There are three things no woman can resist: chivalry, confidence, and humor. That's been the truth as long as recorded human history. This is why women tend to keep ugly dudes away from them, because if an ugly dude got them three, she know is in a year she might have some half ugly babies because this dude can get to her.
Okay.
So I again, brother, to close with it, I'm not gonna force feed you my information. If I'm wrong and I'm outdated, I'm willing to accept that. And I don't know what's so bad about that.
Okay, that's fair. So when we look at those three things,
Mhm.
Illa, you not married, right?
I'm divorced.
You been out? You outside or you been chilling?
Come on, bro. What, you the police, man?
Yo, man, I'm just saying, man. You know, I thought I seen you in the club, and I ain't gonna tell nobody else.
Yeah, I'm where I need to be when I need to be there. You heard? You know what I'm saying?
Shit like that. I seen you. You feel me? It's only 330 people. I ain't gonna tell nobody, yo. Be nice. You outside, right?
No.
No.
We inside.
Jesus.
Yeah, I stay
You're
inside.
definitely not outside.
I do what I can. I don't really do all that. I'm good on that.
So, when you listen, right? Because I wanna really understand when we having these conversations what the older generation says, you know, and then what's actually received or perceived from what's being said. When you hear the conversations, right? Illa, I don't know. I feel like we are like in a limbo, like because we like older, but we not the OGs per se, but we come with a level of respect.
We represent the generation that seeing these new modern concepts take flight. Video games, social media, like we seen its incubation stage and we seen it go on. You know what I'm saying? From Black Planet, it's the same shit. It just advanced.
That's a fact. That's a
But
fact.
But we were still close enough to understand the previous generation.
Yeah.
Now the previous generation will have no clue how to deal with these young cats, and these young cats have no clue how to deal with the previous generation. Like after us, it's over because they don't. There's a disconnect. You know what I'm saying? Like I keep saying, these cultural, generational disconnects, foreign and domestic. Like it just disconnects. Like young brothers was saying, it's not the young generation's fault. They not the problem. But they have a problem, and we're not the problem, but we have a problem. You know what I'm saying? It's the difference between having a problem and being the problem. You know what I'm saying? We all have problems. Every generation has problems. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This generation, I don't mean to. I'm gonna just wrap it up here. I think this generation, as compared to like previous generations, we felt like it was a badge of honor to understand the older heads. Like we thought it was cool to understand the older song. Like they'd be like, "Oh, young boy, what you know about that?" So we wanted to let them know this generation they don't feel no need to know about none of that shit. And a lot of times, not all, but a lot of times they get somebody discrediting the older generation when it's like, yo, even though every generation that messed up before you, it left something that you could hang with. Because our generation was messed up, so hip hop gave you a lane to be able to make a whole hip hop is a whole industry now that this generation is using, is benefiting. They are benefiting. We were told we were stupid to play games. This generation is able to play them for money. So it's like everything wasn't bad that came before you. Not saying we made games, but our interests created revenue and industry just based on what we were interested in. The older generation made music something. You know what I mean? Everybody has its flaw, but they leave something that you can grab back to some sort of greatness, some sort of something. And I think each generation forgot that about the other. And we need to just realize we're not perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. One thing I love about this generation is when y'all work together, y'all really do work together. Like when I see young brothers and sisters who like a team in a group, they really do be busting moves. I love that about this young generation. Our generation ain't do that. This generation do, when they find a little click, they have bust moves. So we all got pros, we all got cons. We just got to get out the personal shit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like a daddy talking to his father. You know what I'm saying? Type of energy. We got to
and so that's what I'm kind of trying to understand. And you said something where there is almost like the younger brothers want to get a moment out of the older brothers. Like we got one dude that we grew up with. He older. He probably like 10 years older than us. named Pitt, right? So Pitt called he because he built like a, so he called himself on a diet, right? So we go out to eat with this nigga. He get a salad, right? We like, okay, Pitt doing this thing, feel me? Then he get a cheeseburger and a fish sandwich and French fries. So we like, yo, my man tapped me like, yo, I thought Pitt was on the diet. I said, hey, don't say nothing to that nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like we just applauded him for at least he started with the salad. You feel me? Like, cause he the old head, like, you know. Now we laughed about it, but you know, he ain't catch us laughing. You know what I'm saying? So Sway, on that, as we stick on when we trying to understand the women and the old brothers give us the game, do you think Illa has a point where are we listening? Or are we listening to catch something that we don't like so we can rebut?
I think it's a lot more rebuttal, and then when Jeff was, you know, brought up earlier about, you know, if you're not going to agree, you know, then fuck you. It don't even have to come off of, you know, when we, you know, not agree is disrespectful. We could just literally just disagree, and they take offense. Not just Uncle Jeff as he takes offense, in particularly. I'm just saying, in a lot of interactions in terms of situations, if you just simply disagree with them, it's more like, why the fuck are you disagreeing with me right now? I'm better than you. I know more than you. You should take what I say as gospel and should not be a disagreement. But if we say, hey, I hear your advice and I wish that would work, but if I was to use that on the women I'm dealing with, they're going to say fuck you, or they're going to give me a certain response. That doesn't work with them nowadays. And then they're going to tell me to go find the chicks that works for, or I'm, you know, crying.
Yo, bro, can you give me an example of something like an older brother that has said to you to say, or to a way to approach a sister that get, because you seem like a decent looking brother. I can't see a woman saying fuck you. So give me an example of like how advice from an older brother could get that type of reaction from a woman, in your opinion.
How can an older brother get a reaction of fuck you, leave me alone?
I want to say, what advice have they given you that gets you that negative, that you said will get you that negative response? Like, give me an example.
I don't project my experience. That didn't say anything about me, and that I personally got that response.
No, I didn't say you. Oh, okay, but so you don't get those responses.
No.
Is it speculation? Is it speculation?
I don't project my experiences as this majority experiences as a young man. I'm having a conversation outside of me. I just
understood. So you're saying the other brothers that say women be like fuck you, etc. The average brothers.
There are certain things and certain ways that a older man might pull up or move or think he should, approach women, and those tendencies and tactics typically are going to get dismissed, shamed, or you going to get played. There's a lot of negative.
Can you give me an example?
The idea of leading with a level of chivalry and being, like you guys were a nice guy, and a lot of times it's going to get taken advantage of. Unfortunately, the idea of you being the provider and protector is going to get taken advantage of. A lot of these women have their own money, like stated. They have their own protection, men around them, if not a strap. So if you want to be another dummy that they can throw in the way at any given call and give their life up for, or money to use when they in a jam, a lot of women my age will see you as that tool if you let them. So, like I said, I understand what you're saying. And if you're talking about majority of men, the average man isn't respected for just existing or being a man or working hard or whatever. Like, no, like the average man at this point, the standard for him is not the same for when y'all grew up. They don't get the same level of respect, and they don't get the same level of threshold isn't there. The threshold is exceeded to the point where now they're only dealing with certain level of men, i.e., the top 20% that we like to say, even though I think it's a little bit more than that. But I just think the threshold keeps going up where even the average woman isn't looking at their counterpart properly.
But this shit not just happening with y'all. This shit is old. It's just that with social media, things are accelerated and things are inflated, and it makes it look bigger. But that whole concept of women chasing after a certain kind of guy, I grew up in the late 90s to early 2000s. I seen the same thing. Like, I seen girls from the hood when I was younger, the baddest chicks, they would go after the dude that was trapping, or the dude, like, that been happening. It's just that it's portrayed at a higher rate because before, social phenomena would just be something you would interact with in real life. Now, not only are you dealing with it, is constantly on your feed of you seeing a chick going crazy or you see a dude. So it's like, oh, it's just overdose, but it's nothing new under the sun, bro.
So Illa's right, but now here's where I think that we
So
do a poor job of. I think when we do a poor job of fully understanding it, right? So you're right. It was like that, except for these little niggas get put on the Summer Jam screen now. So Instagram and all that, but it's huge though. So she curve you. Somebody got their camera out. Now you on World Star for the wrong reasons. And I think I could say I don't care about that shit because I'm used to the rejection, just growing up how we grew up. But I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm fair to it in terms of the young boys. Hold on, I want to get Uncle Jeff in. I want to get Uncle Jeff.
Can I say something real quick? And I'm gonna shut up. I'm sorry. I just want to land this real quick. One thing I've noticed, because I do be outside when I'm out. One thing I have noticed about a lot of young cats that I see, in my opinion, a lot of them are socially awkward. Like they don't really have the social skills like a lot of older cats have. That they be so focused on, like what Jeff said on the surface. What Jeff said on the surface, I do agree with you, brother. Just chivalry, just the basic concept of that, no. But knowing when to do what and when to do it, and that nuance of how to deal with women, these young cats don't have that shit.
Damn.
In my opinion.
See, now that's so we need to mine that out. I see Sway's face. But Uncle Jeff wanted to respond a little bit earlier.
I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying.
No. But no, that's fair. Go ahead, Uncle Jeff, because I want to get a response to that too. You on mute?
Number one, and it was so important. That's why I'm trying not to interrupt. But that's not what I said. We started off on the wrong foot, Brother Sway, and we often do this. I did not say fuck you. I said fuck you, comma, 2, period. That 2 is so important. It's very important that what I think is expected, and I understand why. Cats younger than me, and I believe this is why I'm successful with the ones that I am, is that I lead with I'm sorry. Unlike me, you saw your leaders fail you in real time. You saw men go from leading the house to giving head behind the grocery store to fill a pipe in real time. And I'm sorry for that. And my generation did that. But not all of us did. And maybe, just maybe, some of us have something to say that might work. The issue becomes when I can't get a specific problem to fix. You bring up a problem that belongs to someone else. So we can never get to a hypothetical situation where we can take 2 people and work on it. It always becomes this elusive, nebulous thing that we're chasing. And I guess maybe I'm something I think young brothers keep missing is that if you're serious about your life, you're not supposed to be after most women. You're not. There's no great American black woman shortage. There just isn't. You are grossly outnumbered. Before you get to the women of other nationalities clamoring to get with you and pushing and shoving in line, before you get to the horse-faced dudes with no swag, the sweet pickles, the day-days, the lazy dudes, once you cut all of that out, you should look at women differently. And you should only be interested in those who qualify. Sisters that are going to play you, they come with clues. They come with clues. Success and failure both leave clues. When you see those clues, when you look at her social media and it's full of disrespect, it's plenty of pictures of her ass first. Brother, what she's telling you is, hi, me over here. I'm uncoachable. I'm going to give you word for word in a time of crisis. I'm going to spit your chivalry back in your face. Then what you need to do is say thank you. and move her to the left. And again, I get back to it. Unless you're saying that there are no good sisters in the 48 contiguous states, at that point, you're right. Okay, I got nothing to help you with. If you're saying that there are some, then I'm going to try to help you find them. And one of the ways you find them is that they don't play you when you're nice to them. They're not disrespectful when you're chivalrous. My daughter isn't. My friends' daughters aren't. My daughter's 20 years old. I raised her to be respectful. She's rare. I could teach you how to find women like that. I sympathize with you. However, it could be because I'm a Marine, I don't look for problems. There are plenty of those. I look for solutions. And if we just gonna go round and round about how hard it is and how many sisters ain't and what they don't do, then you are absolutely right. My information is useless and I don't want to waste your time. I don't see what's so bad about that. I don't see what's so disrespectful about that.
The problem with that is there's only 24 hours in a day, right? And you can't focus on your purpose and also wading through a pool that is not conducive to getting what you want. So either you choose to be outside and doing the things that you have to do to find someone that's good for you, which is looking through a bunch of options that are bad. So that takes time. Now, that time that it takes, it also takes away from your purpose and the time that you have to do that as well. So it's just a bad idea in general to be looking around aimlessly for people that are not showing interest in you. I'd rather get with someone that's showing interest in me so I don't have to do all that extra work.
Is it okay? Is it okay if I respond and
likes me, if they're trying to play me? It just doesn't make sense.
I want to see what Sway, you want to also respond before Uncle Jeff responds?
Just let him go.
Okay.
All right, brother, I think I have a solution for you.
Okay. I'm open ears.
All right. I've said this before. You know how you find a needle in a haystack? You burn the haystack or an electromagnet. Absolutely. Here's what I suggest you do. There are some sisters online that speak like they got some damn sense. Erica Lachey, Danica Marie, Crimson Cure. Shout out to those sisters and sisters like that. Go to their channels. Look at the sisters who agree with them. Go to those sisters' social media. Find that sister in your area. Find 3 or 4 of them. Go back in their social media 5 years and comb through. This is just what the FBI does, but what do they know? Go back through their social media. Watch it for 5 years. And that girl who's making sense in her social media, who does not have a bunch of pictures with her ass out, who is not disrespectful, maybe, just maybe, that's a good place to start with asking her out for lunch at 2:30 in the afternoon to see what's really on that girl's mind. Because I'm gonna lay odds that if there are any girls that are decent, maybe, just maybe, it's her. I've said this over and over and over again. Do you know I have never had one young man come back to me and go, Uncle Jeff, that was full of shit and it doesn't make any sense. Could someone here tell me why that particular profile method that, again, the military came up with doesn't make sense?
No, it absolutely does make sense. I can agree with that.
Could you try that and get back to me? It looks like it saves you time. Man. I just got through. You said you don't have all the time.
That's the thing. Like, the odds of these people being, 1, in my area, 2, me realizing that they're in my area, that's just already a high probability that it's just not going to happen. And I would
you're failing before you try.
No, so I would literally be doing the same job I do now, knocking on doors, trying to figure out who in the chat is attracted to me.
That's not what I told you to do, brother. That's
So
not you. You're not
what you
doing,
said,
and it
what
could
you
be.
said was
Hold on. It
okay.
could be.
Uncle Jeff, let him finish.
So what I heard was you go to these chats where these people agree with the things that I agree with, which I can agree with that. That might be a good idea.
That's not what I said.
Okay, then can you restate what you said then? Because I didn't hear you.
Here you go. Go to the chat rooms of these sisters.
Yes.
Not the chat rooms you go to.
Those are the chat rooms I go in. I
Okay.
watch those channels. But
now, are you saying that's too much work?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, then you're right. And this is what I'm saying. I don't have
That's
any
way
other
too much.
advice, brother. I don't. I'm sorry. And this is a prime example. You are free to do it your way. I don't know what to tell you. I swear to God, I'm not being funky. I don't know. This is what I would do if I was you.
I mean, I don't have these type of problems, but if I was having problems in the way of finding someone that's perfect for me or something, I'm not really focused on that right now. But if I was, I would do that, 100%. But it also feels like desperate. That's what it's giving me, is desperate. And I know a lot of people don't like to say that, but it just seems desperate. And most people would say, "Oh, you're in the Instagram DMs. Why don't you talk to her in real life?" Now I'm in a YouTube chat talking to some random girl across the country.
I didn't say
Can I,
that.
Is
can I
that
get my sound back?
What?
Jesus Christ. My biggest issue is I think what, I don't know, Be Nice is hitting on it particularly, is why does he have to go through all that to find a chick that's nice to him and appreciates him and the things he does for him? You don't even have to even ask us as grown-er young black men. You hear stories and videos after videos of black women showing or describing that your young black boys don't want to deal with black girls their age in high school, middle school age, because they're mean, disrespectful, and all the things that we say we don't want at that early age. There's already a prejudice against them, and they haven't even done anything to them. How much trauma y'all project onto y'all children, and y'all don't take any accountability for how the biases that are already portrayed in our mind and instilled in our minds from how y'all interact with each other every day. I watch y'all here every day argue, bicker, and moan and bitch, and you still can't figure it out. But then somehow when it comes to your children, y'all sitting here acting like I don't understand what's going on. I'm not acknowledging that maybe I'm the reason why these niggas have a pre-notion of hating each other, because I still hate the other black woman I'm dealing with. Y'all can't even figure it out, but don't think that that's not going to transition with your children. Figure the shit out so y'all stop raising disrespectful ass black women and you raise men to quote unquote be black boys to be men, quote unquote. Because I've said it before. Y'all always boast that, oh, the biggest determining factor if you have a father in the household, correct? So either your ass was there and you did not do your fucking job, or you weren't there and you did not do your fucking job. So pick and choose, black man. And we can also talk about the black woman and her impact, but both of y'all niggas, in my opinion, are fucked up. That's why I say old niggas. It's not pertaining to one gender. Both y'all my niggas are fucked up. And this is why we have this shit going on right now. We're not crazy. And Illa and Hamp know that. They generation, the only difference between us is that they kept their mouth shut. And we said, nah, fuck that, because the shit's still going on because y'all kept y'all mouth shut. Y'all saw the bullshit that they did and the bullshit they still doing, and y'all keeping y'all mouth shut. So now we got to be all boasters and acting like we not seeing what we seeing, feeling gaslit every fucking day. Y'all niggas been the problem and still the fucking problem.
Okay,
hold on. Hold on. Can I say something, please?
Well, I want to clarify. The problem is our fathers, or the problem is us not saying nothing to the dumb shit they was doing?
Both.
Okay.
Okay. Do I do?
Yeah. Let's condense. Let's condense the response. I'm gonna hit the plane at a minute. Go ahead.
Okay.
Uncle
Fine. Wow. Again, I may be the exception, and I apologize for that. I have 5 children. All of my sons are entrepreneurs. None of them have children out of wedlock. I am proud to say that my daughter is a lady because I fought to be in their lives and I raised them that way. And I know other brothers who have done the same, who have respectful sisters. I did not dismiss these horrible gutter snipes you are talking about. I said to you, yes, you are right.
30
They
seconds.
are rare. I keep saying it. And I said, here's maybe a way to find the rare ones. So I have owned up to everything you have said, and you have circled around to the same problem. I am also saying my shit don't work. There is absolutely nothing you want to hear from me, bro. I've said I'm sorry. I've given you a solution. And you don't want nothing from me. That's where we get into fuck you too. Because I'm like, dude, I don't know what. If somebody can tell me what else you. I'm done.
The solution.
I would like. No, he called me an old nigga again.
Illa wanted to respond. Listen. I'm just telling y'all. I will drop people in the back. I'm not gonna argue with y'all that had a conversation. Illa wanted to respond. Illa, you got a minute. Then OG can respond. OG, you get 2 minutes because you've been quiet, and then Sway can have a response, and I'm gonna read these super chats. Go ahead, Illa.
Yeah, that was a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like what do we watch? You know what I'm saying? I just feel like you said yourself, brother. You said I'm not speaking from my personal experience. You're speaking from what you hear, what you heard, what you're seeing, and it's like that's the difference between our generation. With my generation, I'm speaking from my life. I'm speaking from what I'm actually experiencing. I'm not going by the narrative of what somebody else is saying because I don't know their life. All I know is what they're portraying. And it's a difference between making a portrayal off of how somebody live and how they portray they live. But to just make a blanket statement as we watched it, like we watched what?
30 seconds.
I just need more clarity on what we saw. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing I know about this generation, y'all start with disrespect and y'all make blanket statements. I ain't make no blanket statements. I made it clear. I said we both have problems. It's like y'all looking for an antagonist. It's like if you really want to look for an antagonist, they don't look like me or you. If you really want to get funky, like we're dealing with it's bigger than just us. Like this generation don't know nothing about that. But all this antagonistic energy, just all you old niggas, bro, you don't know me. My daughter 14. I don't got no grown woman as a daughter. I have a young child. You don't have to play Damn, man. 2 seconds, baby. Come on, man.
That was 1 minute and 6 seconds.
Damn, you hit me playing early though.
Nah, it was on time. That shit was late a little bit. Go ahead, OG.
It's kind of hard for me to believe that for a person who don't have personal experience to have that kind of energy. One of the things I found out in life, when something is personal towards you and you use it as a defense mechanism and say you are responding for other people. I still play ball with guys your age, Sway. And I ain't seen you yet in 15 years. I haven't seen you yet, bro. And when I'm saying I haven't seen you yet, there are brothers out there who's having problems in relationship. I agree with that with you. But I don't see this chip on the shoulder like you got. You've been having this chip for a long time, and I think if we go have this discussion, then that just be truthful. There's no way you can have that much energy, that negative energy, if it ain't affecting you in some kind of way. Can't be somebody on the outside affecting you like that. That stuff you just said about 2 minutes ago came from the inside, bro. And everybody see it. Now you can say what you want to. You can say you the best actor in the world and you want a Grammy or an Emmy or whatever. But that came from the inside. And anybody with a decent piece of common sense and knowledge and be able to read, they know that came from the inside. Because ain't nothing was said on this panel that you feel like you had to attack the two OGs on this panel. I'm sorry.
30 seconds.
I'm finished.
You finished?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Sway.
Didn't address anything I said because they triggered. Didn't hear anything I said because they triggered. It's fine.
Well, so if I were to say, in terms of what I heard was, it seemingly related back to what Illa said initially about the reasons why we're already broken trying to be with each other. And the catalyst for what young boys see in their household is either their father dealing with their mother inappropriately or their father not being there at all. So it's seemingly aligned largely with what Illa had put out initially, from what I heard. It comes with a level of vitriol, which is can be can halt what you're saying. But that's what I heard when I heard it, and I was thinking back, like when I just told the story about the OG Pit. Like we like nigga, that ain't no diet, but we ain't say shit to him. Now that's a less of an example.
What was
But
and what
let me
was my
hold on, let me
vitriol
finish
for?
this. Let me
Sorry to
finish.
interrupt you.
You said what now?
What was my vitriol for in my statement, quote unquote?
Oh,
apparently.
Because it's like when the game is being given to young boys, there really isn't an acknowledgement of why you guys are even like that in the first place, and it's all on you guys from what I heard. And there's go ahead.
No, my statement wasn't any. My vitriol on whatever wasn't nothing to do with that. My vitriol is to what Jeff is alluding to, that we have to find a needle in a haystack just to quote unquote get a decent, good woman to want to marry, or to want to appreciate that. That shouldn't be a thing. And it shouldn't be a thing amongst black men and women. It shouldn't be this. I have to find a rare black woman to get someone that I feel is capable or has my back or feel safe to marry in 2024. That's wild. The idea that this is a issue that is persisting and getting worse over generations, and now we're here with my generation in the thick of it, and I'm looking to y'all like, yo, this didn't start with us. We was born into this, and a lot of these thought processes and how we reflect on each other when we deal with each other was pretty much projected onto us, typically by our parents, which is i.e. most people y'all age. If you're around 44 to I would say 59, you're around somewhere in my generation's age.
All right, let me read these real quick and we can jump right back into it. Let me see. Jack with the 2000 says, we need a universal standard. Okay. T.O. with the 2000 says, love on her way to a disco party. VZ with the 2000 says, shout out to Love looking like Foxy Brown. Mr. Payne with the file says, dating is everything outside of a two-way agreement that the intentions of both parties are clear for the purpose of marriage. T.O. said, Dynamite. They like your outfit, love. Hey, for the 20 ball says, Asia, sis, exclamation point. Your hair, your skin tone, the bell pepper nose, the way that yellow look against your skin. Oh my God, sis. You look great. Oh, great observation tonight so far. Rilla and Jeff at great. Salute. Jack with the 10 ounces. What is the purpose of dating? What are the expectations of dating? Who can and can't date? Because we don't want to have a standard. No one wants to define dating. Everyone wants to play in the gray area. HQ is popping with the 20 bosses. Salute to the panel. Just tuned in. Let's go.
Shit like that.
Ty with the $2 says, finding a wife post-COVID is cooked. Jack with the $5 says, love blink twice. Why love look like she being kidnapped? Are you okay, love? Show us the driver. What's his license plate? Did you share your location? Jack with the $5 says, shout out to the women still willing to date with all the scary, psychotic, illegal things happening when women meet up with strange men off the dating apps. Jack with the $2 says, the show is popping. Shout out to him. What's the topic? Sharice with the $2 says, I need whatever Jeff be smoking. Black Dawn with the $5 says, open the panel, please. HQ with the $10 says, what if men only like women that play them? Because apparently that is the problem. Men seem to find the unsuitable ones, having missed the plain Janes who don't do that. They ain't attracted to those though. Like Dawn with the $5 says, I can feel your pain, Sway. The ignorance is appalling. Jack with the $2 says, I agree with Jeff. Cyber stalk the women before dating. Mr. Payne with the $2 says, be nice, man. You have to be trolling. Lauren Mack with the $2 says, Sway hit him with the all my days, quote unquote. As Abe with the $5 says, do you not think those women can be Derek Jackson too? Or what about Aluna? That is foolish to tell them to watch an agenda online. Jack with the $5 says, shout out to the OGs who have taught us tonight with undeniable clarity the distinctions between dating in the past versus dating today. Thank you. Laugh out loud. HQ with the $10 says, he looking for women who is attracted to him. That's crazy. What about seeking what you want? That is wild. The mark is missed by the generation. So worried about being played, they played themselves. Damn. Marcus Evans with the $2. I told y'all Sway has a hatred for old heads. Damn. As Abe with the $2 says, that's well said, Illa. Like to hear more. Thanks. Jack with the $5 says it's called meta conversation. A conversation about the conversation is how we end up spinning our wheels. 10% convo, 60% meta convo, 30% windmilling. As Abe with the $2 says, Sway, these niggas on their third, fourth, and fifth mistakes. AP accountability partner with the $5 says, young brother, it's always been a needle in a haystack. Always. HQ with the $10 says, how you got smoke with other people's experience, Sway? Tell me you don't have no experience to speak with such authority about the bad. Ellipses. You sound wild sometimes. EBD with the $5 says, with these conversations, both older and younger men need to learn to respect each other and be more patient with the other. I hear a communication gap. Okay.
Hey, can I have my 30 seconds?
No, sir. So let's mind that last comment by EBD. Where are we at, Illa? Where are we at? What is the disconnect? We try to give advice. It's not taken. It's saying that the advice we giving don't even pertain because we ain't addressed the issue, which I feel like you are an issue where it started based gentleman, right? You know,
Yes,
like
sir.
you want to know the root of shit. So what do you think about that point that Sway made specifically? I'm interested in your thought about that.
I mean, brother said a lot, you know what I'm saying? But there's definitely a lot of animosity strong, you know what I mean? I think this generation is just, they seen us. I mean, brother, it's like, I don't have that much.
I can't ever just address the point.
I mean, let me
always
get up, and you gotta let
animosity.
people talk.
This has to be the main.
Let him finish his. Listen,
You gotta
he
let
got the
people
floor.
talk. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Go ahead.
I can be wrong. I'm not saying it's the truth. I'm just saying, like, this, that's what I'm. If anybody's acting like they're triggered, young brother, it's you. Like, I'm cool as a fan, my boy. Like, I ain't tripping. I'm just looking at what you're doing. Like, you seem, like I said, things are what they seem. If I came up here yelling, it would seem like I'm mad. It's like I'm screaming and hollering, telling people, "Why do you think I'm mad? I'm not mad. You think I'm mad?" Like, bruh, you come off like you're a little upset, my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe you may. I'm not saying you don't have the right to be.
Aren't logical. They're trigger based. I'm not making trigger based.
I haven't been triggered by nothing you said. I haven't yelled at you.
What you're making aren't addressing anything I actually said.
No, we're addressing what you said because what you said, we heard it before. But what you're not realizing, you're not addressing what we're saying. You're not addressing what I'm saying. I can't speak for nobody else. But your issue is, I get what you're saying, but the way you're delivering it makes it hard to receive your point, and that's what you're missing. So it's not your point that's the issue. It's how you're delivering it. You can just deliver your point by delivering it, but you have to deliver it with y'all. See, because y'all did it. Because I can't stand. Like I never said nothing like that. I never blamed young people for anything. I never said y'all the bane of nobody's existence. I made a broad and I tried to show how we all have fall short. When you spoke, it was very specific. It was very y'all. It was very, and that's how it came off. Me saying that does not mean I'm triggered. It doesn't mean I'm upset. It doesn't mean I'm trying to put you in the category. I'm just calling it like I see it. You know, maybe if you watch the playback, maybe you'll see it, maybe you won't. But to think that I'm triggered because I'm just reacting to the energy that you gave off, that's not that. But as far as your points are concerned, I don't think people are telling you to just stop your life and just look for women. Like, you should always be focused on what you want to do as a man. It's not about like looking for women everywhere and just chasing women. Like I said, my issue I see young brothers is a social awkwardness. You know what I'm saying? They don't really know how to deliver their points in a conversation clearly. It's a lot of triggerness. It's a lot of locked in ideas that's really not, it's really out of touch with our culture to a degree. And that's our fault because this generation is just raised on social media and it made it seem like success is just at the tip of your fingers. So it's a strong impatience with this generation because they just saw a dude on a Lamborghini. They just saw a girl on a yacht. They just seen somebody throw 100,000. Like, we didn't see these images constantly hit our minds every day, which is something that I feel sorry for y'all because that's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure when everybody's comparing you to some millionaire, some dude that just got 40 million followers. That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? But like even like right now, your body language, like you're just so like I'm just talking like crazy. Like, you know, it's a difference between having a disconnect and just having a fixed mindset on anybody that's older than you. And
but Illa,
the reason
the reason why he may be doing that is because specifically in response to him, he didn't mention the difficulties of social media and etc.
No,
That's
I'm
why
just explaining why. I know he didn't. What he mentioned was older people let us down. He said we let it happen. Like he mentioned a lot of things, but I felt like his delivery was just very like it was like it sounded like he had something in his heart against older people for whatever reason, for people from the previous generation. So I never said his reason. I never brought up social media like he said it. I'm saying social media is one of the reasons that adds the added pressure to the generation when it comes to trying to find some type of identity. This generation don't have no identity. Their identity come through their following or come through a talking point. They experience that they speak from, it's just really from TV. It's not a real lived experience. It's like you heard that, you've seen that. Because if you think you got to search for women all day to find a woman, it's not about that. It's about just knowing how to carry yourself. Because in your life, you're going to be around women somewhere, whether it be at the store, whether it be, but do you have a certain, do you know how to just engage in a conversation? You don't know what she could be. She could be somebody that's a waste of your time. She could be somebody that you like. You don't got to be online. It's just that these guys, to me, when I hear them talk, I hear a lot of social awkward angst that I'm like, I can tell why you have such women. You don't know how to talk to anybody, let alone a woman. A lot of these cats don't know how to talk to men.
Yeah, so that we understand that point. OG, I want to get the ladies in, but go ahead, OG.
We can sum this up right quick.
Go ahead.
Since he escaped it, won't he tell us how we go about and do it? He didn't want to say it's not about him. He escaped. He don't have these problems. So he shouldn't have no problem giving us the formula so we can echo what they're going through and how to fix it. Give us the formula, Sway.
Bro, it's the same running remote with these motherfuckers, bro. It's like
you see what I'm saying?
The headache. I've already said the solution and my problems and everything. I've laid everything out multiple times. But as soon as I say old niggas, y'all get triggered and y'all don't listen to shit that I be saying. And I'm tired of repeating myself because I feel gaslit every time I have these conversations.
Sir,
and I'm
having a
tantrum.
Bro, you having a
talk
tantrum.
about communication, but in one breath, I'll hear
having a tantrum, sir.
So now I can't respond without.
No, you're having a tantrum. You calling us having a trigger. You are having a tantrum. I asked you a question. You can't even answer.
I can't respond. So I'm getting cut off again. The same shit that y'all say don't for me not to do, but y'all do the same shit. It's fine. I don't care. But in the same breath,
here's what we want to pinpoint, Sway.
I literally I will get judged for how I'm delivering something when these motherfuckers are long-winded as hell, one, and then two, I know Uncle Jeff as a brother has said multiple times, tone and how you say shouldn't really fucking matter in the conversation. The main thing we do is listen for the point, especially as grown-ass men. I would understand if Love or T might have brought my tone up, but the idea that Ilosophical brought it up and get it,
and the answer is
my
crazy.
Boy, my man. I'm saying, but he's talking hella crazy, and I'm trying to be interested.
You interjecting?
Yeah, so nobody spoke directly to you at all.
You just said my name.
Let's do this.
I'm talking about previously.
Sway, I'm gonna give y'all. Listen, here's what it is. This not really worth it to me, right? Like it's an hour and 52 minutes. I'll see y'all on Friday if we're gonna continue our conversation like this, right? So whatever you could do differently, do it differently. I'm not blaming anybody for how it's going. However, if there's one thing you could change and control, just change and control that one thing is all I'm asking. Sway, OG's question was this. So don't tell us everything. Give us the solution that you have specifically. I understand you may have said it. Say the solution by itself only, if you have one, based on OG's question. Just so we can pinpoint it and pull it out.
Well, first, I've always said it started at home. And obviously, none of you guys specifically have raised your children astray. So I'm not talking to you. But if you have a child under the age of 18 and you still are raising your kid, have a direction and put dating as a purpose that they should prioritize and what they need to strive for and what they need to get out of it, instead of plan in motion before they get out in the world. And then I keep talking to all my little homies or cousins, and every time I talk to them about dating 18 or getting married, they're not trying to think about that. They're not trying to worry about that. They have no purpose for that. They have no directions for that. They don't even know why they should be dating the other person. And I'm always left up to like, why do I have to be the one to give them the game? They parents should have told them this, right? And so in the same breath, even to this day, I'll have in my industry, young men my age coming to me with the same issues, and I'm steady here have to personally correct them on how they should go about the interaction with the women because they're getting these same energy off the rip, and they're younger than me. So I know this didn't just start yesterday, and this didn't just start when they turned 18. This has been happening since they were probably in elementary school, middle school, where this notion of this back and forth that somehow certain characteristic traits of a man are bad, and then women should move like a man, and every certain characteristic traits as a woman are bad. And so now we got in this notion of my generation growing up thinking that they shouldn't be a man and women thinking they shouldn't be a woman. And we're dating each other and we don't like each other because one is acting like a woman and woman's acting like a man. And y'all looking at us crazy, but y'all instilled these notions in us.
Okay, so we understand that.
So we need to strip that back and put it back in order. Men.
So now Sway, the brothers that are like be nice age and your age, they out here now. Yes. Right, so we can't. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to take back their childhood. Yes. Is there any suggestion of how they should go about remedy this issue, not being able to deal with women properly when they're now grown-ups?
More often than not, you're gonna tell us to get out there and get experience and have a certain level of conversation. You're going to say personality, you're going to say get your money up, you're going to say self-improve, which I think is the main reason why I'm okay with certain aspects of the manosphere, because I think those are the things young men have not been told that they should be doing, striving for certain masculine traits that they need to improve on, like self-confidence, leadership qualities, striving to go be the man of your household and getting fit and gain and becoming the best man, to not think as woman as a priority, but just a byproduct. And when you so happen to decide you want to court women, focus on a woman that will be a priority or a good mother to your children and someone that will be supportive to your overall family. But those conversations are not had and are not instilled, and they're not told to prioritize. And there's no real, and even the men that necessarily give the advice, those same men aren't living that advice. So unfortunately, a lot of the young men don't necessarily take it for what it is because they don't have any proof that it works. And a lot of times, like I said, if you do that when only one side is bought in, if it's only us that are bought into the idea of improving in marriage and want to do the work, and the other side isn't, we're going to get taken advantage of. That's why a lot of us are saying, no, we're not going to fully buy in because the other side hasn't either. But then you'll get the other side saying the same thing with us. So it's a back and forth. So that's what I'm saying. Both sides have to completely 180. And unfortunately, it's an extreme thing to happen. And I don't think we can necessarily get it with my generation. And just it has to happen with the next generation of kids, i.e. the ones under 18. So as I said, if y'all have a kid right now like you, Hamp, it would have to start with guys like you, in my opinion.
Okay, so you say there's no potentially no saving the boys that are kind of out there.
Yes, I think most adults are not savable because a lot of that is you leading the horse to water, and they still have to make that choice. You can't necessarily. It's hard. You can do it, but it's a lot harder to quote unquote indoctrinate certain ideals and discipline into an adult that's already so indoctrinated in other things. It might be contradictory to what you're trying to instill in them.
So this generation sacrificed.
Yes.
Damn. I want to hear what Rilla got to say about Asia and T. Kind of just been sitting. Asia, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Is it hooked up to the car?
Hey, you got to mind though, my generation is from 12 to 27.
Okay, so there might be.
I thought you was 40.
I know. I look.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you still. Unhook your headphones altogether. Are they iPods? Are they AirPods? Nah, just you gotta do drop and come back in because I can't hear you regardless. Drop out and hit the link again. All right. T, what you think so far? This on your total commentary based on what you've heard thus far. How we doing overall in the conversation?
It's chaotic. There's a lot of tension. Am I echoing? There's a lot of tension, and I think it's because and I'm not trying to come for anybody, but I have to say this though. I feel like the older generation, and this is no shade to anybody, like the boomers or older Gen Xers, sometimes I feel like they can come off a little preachy, or they want to feel like they have to lecture like the younger generation, right? And so when you come off that way, or sometimes I may come off that way too. I'm a millennial. I'm a considered an older millennial. I'm 40, so anyway, sometimes if I'm talking to like my younger cousins or younger whoever I'm talking to that's younger than me, I can come off a little preachy or um sometimes judgmental, right? Because of my experience versus theirs. And I try not to do that, but sometimes it just comes naturally. So I don't know where or how we can bridge that gap. I'm not sure. I don't know. I wish that there was a way that we could do it, but I think that we're too far gone when it comes to like, especially dating. I don't know if we can do that. Our communication is totally different.
Can't have these conversations, man.
No, we can't have. We can. We can.
Am I going somewhere else?
What's being shown though?
No, you fine. You fine, T.
I'm trying to see. Am I doing something different or am I?
No. You good.
You're just showing the disconnect. I mean, the generation. I mean, that's the thing about conversation. Like, even when it goes awry, the problem is apparent, and it's just this is a generation gap. You know what I'm saying? It's very apparent, and I think the problem, even when they say certain people are long-winded, the question is why do this generation feels like that? There's a disconnect from this generation from a certain thoroughness, in my opinion. It's like everything is, but the world wasn't built on stuff like that. But
Can I say
they've
one
been.
thing?
Go ahead.
So Sway's not crazy. He is being gaslit.
Nobody said he's crazy or nothing.
So the problem is the conversation is in bad faith because you're gaslighting Sway. When you said
bro,
that,
time out. I can't let you do this. First of all, you just interrupted me, and you interrupt me saying something I never even said. Like I never even said the brother's name. I said this generation. Like that's what I'm saying.
I'm not telling you that you said his name. I'm telling you what you did. So what you did is,
yo, bro,
yes.
I'm straight, man.
So let me speak.
I'm good, bro.
Okay, let me speak now. So you gaslit him.
You interrupted me. I'm out, man. Y'all got it. Yo, Ham, I appreciate it, bro. Like these like this cats is socially awkward, bro. They don't know how to talk, man. Like this shit is weird. Like,
how am I socially awkward? Okay, so
get outside, man. Talk to people, bro. Get out the house and talk to people, man. It's more to life than the internet.
I can get out the house, man. I can drive.
I'm out of here, man.
Oh my goodness, man. All right, man. Let me read the rest of these super chats, man. Let me see. I read this one already. Yeah. Aaron with the $5 is telling you, younger generation will make it just like Joshua and Caleb's story of certain generation. A young generation will make it. We can't change it. UT with the $2 says Sway is right. Jack with the $10 says Sway not wrong. Women are taught to run up their body count. That is disgusting and perverted for an 18-year-old woman to get married in college, and it's okay to have multiple baby daddies at 25. What the fuck? Degeneracy 2024. Aaron with the $5 says, I never heard any of the stuff that I hear in the manosphere growing up. All I heard was fuck bitches, get money. Work and you'll find a wife, raise your seed. HQ with the $10 says, when you hit 21, your choices are your failures. This generation has the greatest opportunity to find partners, and they scared to change comfort zones. It's sad. EBD with the $5 says, the older people are trying to help now, Sway. You won't want everyone talking about how young people are dumb. Come with respect and humility instead. Devin with the $2. In short, we just gonna do long-term relationship. Rock Solid was popping with the $2. Salute Hamp, the GOAT. Eli with the $5 says, Sway got a point. I will agree since I heard his solution. HQ with the $10 says, stop looking for the perfect. Did I read this one? Stop looking for the perfect person. When you look for the perfect person and not the best person, that haystack is too big. When you look for the best person, the needle is easier to find. Jack with the $2 says, talk your shit, Sway, because you're not wrong. Go off. Darius with the $5 says, the young generation on the panel Are we doing a disservice to our elders by not taking their advice if its history repeats itself in relationships? Ally with the $5 says, Illa preaching though, and that's coming from a young bro. He's right. Walk the talk with the $2 says, now we got to talk nicer to other men. Darius with the $5 says, do you think the reason for younger generation stop listening to the older generation because of the destroyed kingly black men image by black men themselves? EBD with the $5 says, with these conversations, both older and younger need to. Okay, I read that one, man. Yeah, man. Oh, let me see. TJ with the $5 says, wow, this is the story of us. Heartbreaking. We hell bent on losing. HQ with the $10 says, if I had this generation of 25, nobody would turn me away from finding my mate. I got a cell phone, the most powerful tool ever, and relentless to it would be my motto. Jack with the $5 says, then old heads will justify this bad behavior and say everyone has their own path and not shaming people who do it wrong. They make it seem like we can't see. Lauren Mack with the $2 says, don't give up on the combo.
Mm-hmm.
No, I because you can't. The levels of I don't know. It just
I know, fam. I know it's frustrating, but yeah.
Mr. Payne with no,
Okay,
Q,
sorry.
no, not T. You fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Payne with the $5 says, put me in, coach. Aaron with the $5 says, telling you. Did I read this one? Oh yeah, I did. Yeah.
I can talk now.
I don't know.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Am I clear?
Hey, bro.
Foxy Cleopatra.
Bro.
Wow, that's
Lord,
I didn't even know that was
You that right on, sister. Right on, Black Power.
You
That
look
is
gorgeous.
gorgeous, man.
Wow,
Wow.
beautiful.
Absolutely, sis. You look
Yeah,
radiant. That's
you
dope.
look nice, man. You look nice.
You look beautiful.
Now Ham said it. I'm about to fall all the way out because Ham does not give compliments, child. Thank you.
Is
Y'all
that
make
is
me
that
feel
2 nights? Is that 2 nights out, love?
Tonight. You know what? Not even. You know what? Be nice. You're right.
Word.
I don't go out. I be in the house. I'm a homebody. But yeah, I've been invited places. I'm
Getting it
looking
in. I feel that.
Shit. Nothing wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. So my commentary. I don't even know was there a question you want me to answer, Ham, before I got cut off earlier? You couldn't hear me.
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's what you want to hear. I got words, plenty of them.
No, man. I just think I know I'm kind of new. Like, we haven't been doing YouTube super long.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that Uncle Rick might actually be right, man.
Uncle Rick, lean up here. What do you say?
Shit is over, man.
Because there's no solutions.
We can't get through. It's just 2 hours, but we really started fully getting into it an hour and 30 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And it just
I heard a little bit. I heard the
we don't.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I heard the discourse, and I've been saying this, right? I don't want to have that defeatist attitude, but it's like, what's the point, right? Of talking every day, all day, and trying to get some solutions if we're talking past each other, or if people don't want to hear the other, and it's always, well, you don't know, or not me, or I tried, or there's no point. And the defensiveness. So I get what you're saying. I get it. But I think that's also a generational thing, to be very honest with you. I do. What I was going to say earlier, though, back to the topic about how it's different now than what it was before, is because we're living in a global society. And so now it's a different dynamic when it comes to relationships. People aren't used to dating in person and being social and know one another. They are used to just being behind screens. And you can hide a lot of yourself behind a screen because there's no time put in, right? Or if you go see that person occasionally, you're nothing but a vacation. You're each other's vacation. And so knowing how to talk to one another, that is a lost art. And I think someone said it earlier, it's the social awkwardness of this generation is profound, and it is proliferating because of the internet. And we find our identity in social media, in the likes, in the comments, in the DMs and whatnot, instead of really getting to know one another. So it's totally different than when I was growing up, when I was dating. And then you just how we communicate with one another. It's not getting any better. It's getting worse. And I don't have a solution unless we just literally my only solution is go back to how it used to be. When you really talked, really were social, really got to know one another, get to know yourself too, who you really are, and don't be afraid. Unabashedly get to know who you are, know your boundaries. We just got to get back to that. Get back to the lost art of communication. I think that we'll be in a lot better place.
So, Ham, remember what you said earlier about the advice? They did this and they don't have the outcomes. So, if that's what it was, then why is relationships so bad amongst even y'all's demographic, and y'all are on YouTube, at least in this space for the most part, arguing amongst each other about the dating relations amongst y'all? So, if, like, y'all really preaching to your, you know what I mean, your own generation, or y'all hypocrites and y'all didn't do that, or lie. I don't know. Something's not adding up either way, because either you did that and all things worked out for the most of y'all, or y'all didn't do that and you're just talking about yourself.
Go ahead.
Here's what happens, right? So here's what happens, right? Which bothers the hell out of me, right? So you conduct a conversation, right? People will review it and they'll say, "Oh, I would have did this, I would have did that," right? It's a bunch of finger pointing all the time, right? Too many of us refuse to be wrong. That is the most annoying part to me. Generally speaking, on the panel, I don't get too excited or sensitive because I'm looking to be wrong so I can learn. Quite often, I'm the smartest motherfucker in the rooms I go in. That ain't no fun. Right? But when I get up there, there's so many different people come from different lenses. I figure, why not consume the information? So I don't even know what we're talking about at this point, or for what.
Good point. Good point.
Profound point. I could be watching TV with my wife.
Here's the point. Yeah. No, honestly, here's the point, because somebody's watching. Hamp, in this space, you carry a lot of weight, right? And people look to you to have a balanced conversation. They look at you as Sweden. They look at you as the Netherlands, or wherever that is, where people go to have a neutral space to have substantive dialogue. There's nobody else doing what you're doing, brother. There's nobody else doing what you're doing. So even when the conversations are funky, most times you find a way to push through it till we get to a decent place, and then you reconvene.
Yeah, no, I usually do, but it's just like it's always something. You know what I mean? Like it's always something.
I understand.
And in this particular panel, I just had hope that we had a different outcome. You know, because the majority of the time, like I don't mind like letting people fuss, and then I'll mind it out and help them get to a place. But I thought that this panel in particular could do it without we having to do all that shit.
No, I understand. I agree with you. Can I? And I know you may be getting ready to shut it down. Can I just say this really quick? Most of us know Sway. I learned about a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, to listen to Sway to understand what he's saying. I may not like the way that he says things all the time. I might not even agree with him, but Sway, I was telling you one time, I think you had popped up on my channel, and I was saying, yo, I was talking to my nephew and thought about you, right? Because you helped me understand him a little better, because he pushes back the same way, similar to what Sway does. And in this generation now, everybody got to have their voice, everybody got feelings, I got to understand this, that, and the third, whoop. What I saw was a little bit different. We were speaking past each other. I did see the like, I need to be right. I'm standing on my point and this, that, and the third. And there's valid points on both sides, but we speaking way past each other. In this conversation, my opinion is just way too important to not just take a moment to listen to understand. Right? Because again, I started out saying Generation X, which is my generation. I'm carrying that flag. We failed this generation. So I'm really trying to figure out. First, it took me a minute to understand that what they say they going through, that's real for them. So I can't knock that. I can't say that they not seeing with their own eyes what they seeing. One of the hardest things that I learned when I came back to the crib was them young bloods was saying, we saw everything y'all was doing. Now I wasn't, I've been a square my whole life, but I'm saying, even for them to tell me like, we saw you good, bad, ugly, or indifferent. That's an eye opener because I view myself as one way. These shorties looking at us a completely different way. So they saw the dope boys too. That's another reason why they don't respect the old heads that come back to the block. The same old heads that sold dope when they were younger, went to jail, found Jesus, found Allah, found Buddha, found Yahweh, whoever. Now you coming back trying to tell me how to get my life straight. And that's what the young bloods are saying. When Sway says y'all don't have the outcomes, that's what we judge anybody by. Right. So I don't, I know you may have to reach that, brother, but we talking past each other. We're not listening to understand.
So Rilla, real quick. So I'm just talking, this is just so your talking point, right? Just tell you towards your talking point. I understand that some part of X as well. We made mistakes. Absolutely made mistakes. We also did some good things. And so I always wonder, and the generation before us made mistakes as well, but we still chose to listen. So why now why can't they do the same, right? See that we made mistakes, but also understand that we have things of value to add, and you can learn from our mistakes. Because ain't nothing new under the sun. So what about this generation now can't see that we learned some things, we still have some things of value?
You know why I love? Because we came from the generation that we were told, stay in a child's place. Don't get in grown folks' face. We were socialized and taught how to act around elders. And by default, we learn how to respect our elders.
Yeah.
We don't tell this generation that. We tell them, you have a voice, you have a right, let me hear you. You have a right to say whatever you want to say. Oh, no, I'm not gonna whoop you. Go stand in the corner. You're acting up.
But let me say this though, right? So the generation, we do come from that generation, including millennials, especially older millennials like myself, right? However, they see our results, and we have a lot of negative association with our results, right? Not saying everybody, but Gen X, you get the name for the crack era and the gangster rap and et cetera, et cetera. So now they're assessing how we were raised, but look at our outcomes. So why would we want to perpetuate that? Consider our outcomes are seemingly negative. So why wouldn't they question? Because we didn't question, and what are the results? You see what I'm saying? Not saying it's right or wrong, but they like, well, y'all shut up. But then now look how y'all turned out. No dads, etc. Why would we shut up? It didn't work. We take a lot of pride in it, but when we reassess it, should we have been given more of a voice to have a conversation so we can understand the reasons why we're doing the things, as opposed to just not doing them because we're afraid to get a spanking?
Yo, Hamp, I got a elder. Well, I have an uncle. He'll hit 70 shortly, right? And he's still unpacking conversations that he should have had with his parents years ago. Like he and I talk about it now because we kind of have a similar path, and I've had to work through my issues, right? It's part of healing, introspection, what you were saying, love, self-reflection, and digging deep and all these other things and unpacking, right? So that one thing I've learned that I think Jeff was talking about, like they gotta go through and learn on their own. That part bothers me because again, that element of time we don't have like that. They should have something to build off of. Well, maybe you didn't say it, Jeff. I ain't 60th and Damon. I ain't gonna misquote you. I don't want to misquote you.
I didn't say it.
It may have been somebody else on the panel. It could have been OG. I don't know. It could have been Illa. I don't know. The sentiment was around that though. But the point that I'm making is they should have, because you hear Sway saying this. Why do we have to do this to begin with? Meaning I don't have the tools. Why I wasn't given the tools. So he's looking for answers in that regard. We can't go back and unfix or undo what has already been done. So then how do we move the conversation forward to arrive at a solution to begin to work from there? In regard, irrespective of all that, Hamp, even if it's not working on the panel, somebody else is listening, and you'll see it in the comments where they'll say,
I actually get a lot of emails and things of that nature. So I know it's just that I had an expectation. You feel me? Usually when I drop the link and hit the live, it's gonna pop how it's gonna pop. Feel me? But generally I had an expectation when I got here today. You know what I mean? That's why I was taken aback for a split second. Usually I don't get dejected. I stay decently stoic unless I'm just fooling around like with Asia or some shit like that. But that just, I'm like, damn, feel me? Because it's difficult to get through it. You know what I mean?
So how did you expect the gap to come about, like to be bridged? Like what was the envisionment that one side was going to concede to the other, or both sides going to concede to each other, or like there shouldn't be a conceding? It's just like, what was your expectation?
I would just kind of hope we stayed away from some of the sarcasm, a little bit of the ad hominem and things of that nature, and just talked it through. Because I thought we could have a little bit of fun with it, but it always tends to escalate a little bit more than I wanted it to tonight. You know what I'm saying?
So all I said was old niggas, and I generalized old niggas.
Well,
and I said you knew that, and you already said it'd be weird if I didn't even say that.
What do you mean when we were talking?
Like if I didn't say old niggas
offline.
No, just in general. Like I think you said it as OG at the beginning of the show. You
In
like
the
it'd be
back.
weird.
I think it was.
But it's all good either way, right? So yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, if you saying it's acceptable, right? Because when
I'm not. I'm just.
What I'm saying, the
trying to
reason
be
why, yeah,
disrespectful.
in this, so it's so much body language on this panel. Like Uncle Jeff does it, Sway was doing it, and the body language matters a lot. And I'm looking at all of it, right? So Sway, when you said all you said was old niggas, that preface means that you kind of like dismissing it, right? Because you said all you said was. That's why I said it how I said it back to you.
Okay.
You know, so I mean,
But
it
I
just is.
I said old niggas, and I generalized old people and the experiences. I kind of narrowed down to the ones I was mainly talking about. If I'm correlated to my generation, I said the age demographic I was mainly talking about. Pretty clear, but like I didn't call them anything crazy, and I wasn't being passive aggressive either. I was being very direct on my issues.
Yeah, no,
I just
I don't know. So I think one of the problems we're having also is this communication buzzword that we keep saying. It just doesn't make sense. When people try to have conversations, usually people actually listen. And if you were someone that was taught how to listen, then you wouldn't start the beginning of your statements after someone just spoke with your subjective interpretation of
your mic.
Muffled.
Oh, it's muffled. Okay, can you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, so you can't start the beginning of your statement with your subjective interpretation of someone else's attitude while they were saying something, because then it's just disingenuous, because anyone can see anyone saying anything with any sort of emotion and just say, oh yeah, well, he looks like he has an attitude today. So it automatically discounts whatever that person says. So if someone says in a group of people that, hey bro, why are you talking to me like that? You got an attitude, or why are you acting like a little girl or something like that, everyone in the group will look at that person as if they're acting like a little girl just because they said it, but they won't actually take the time to understand that the situation caused for that reaction.
Yeah, be nice. You're right, but what you're saying is unrealistic, and that's why when we use stoicism, how we think we want to use it, that's why it matters, right? If I'm conversing with Rilla, I'm not gonna play my hand by flailing back in my chair, dropping my head, etc. If I'm having a discourse with him, I'm gonna hold my cards close until it's time for me to talk and fire, right? We telegraph too much when we respond to every single thing that we don't like with our body or with our words. You know, it's a lot of that, and you could say it's subjective. However, if somebody falls back in their chair, we know, everybody on the panel knows that they don't like what's being said.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? So it's just strategic almost if I'm having a discourse.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree to that. But the main problem is if you say that someone has an attitude after they said something, then you're actually just telling them that their reality isn't what it was.
No,
So if
you
there was,
use, be nice, just to interject. You know what that is? What you've been saying all night, gaslight.
yeah, exactly.
And that's why you remain here so that gaslight shit don't work, even though you cussing them out in your head, because that's a tactic in discourse, right? People get you. You ever talk to your woman when y'all get in an argument?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's why your feet stink, nigga. But like she want to get you off your case so you can respond, and now you not even talking about the conversation. You talking about my feet don't stink.
No, I completely get that, and that's a complete waste of time. So
I
if
know.
people do that, it
Yeah.
just wastes everyone's time. And I feel like just in general, a lot of the older generation, they do it, but they don't actually take accountability for doing it. They throw conversations completely out of the loop onto whatever they want to talk about. And they also make things personal. So it's just, you can't really get anywhere when someone's telling you, oh, I didn't listen to what you said, but the face that you made while you were saying it to me, that had me thinking something weird about what you said. But they can't tell you what you said.
Yeah, no disrespect. I think I have conducted myself as decent as I can, and
I think
this
so.
is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, OG, if you notice, I didn't mention you, OG.
I know, but I think this is a bunch of bullshit because everybody making excuses for behavior. It has nothing to do. I don't think anyone said, I know maybe I didn't hear it. I say energy. I didn't say attitude. I say the energy was a little off. And I was saying is maybe it's something I don't know. So tell me the solution that I can echo. See, y'all act as if that I got 1 foot in the grave and the other one on a banana peel. I got a daughter, 28 years old, that she talks to me about relationship. But y'all act as if two things can't be happening at once. And for our generation, y'all want to talk about so bad that we did so bad. Let's ask the Italians of all the drugs they sold, all the people they killed, why they not having this problem? I think we are some of the only people who wants to throw away the older generation, and everybody else grab the generation and pull them in and take the things they need to take, and the things they don't need, they throw them out. We already know ain't nobody going outside right now getting on a Clydesdale ride down the street. So we know that there's some shit that we can't use in 2024. We already know that. I just wanted to have the conversation. But I heard a lot of oversight even when I asked the simple question. Just give me some solution, and then you come back and you ask the same thing. But in all of that, it was so much discussion around, I didn't even hear the solution. Because I wanted something solid that I can go back and tell my daughter, say, you know what, this young man that I've been knowing for years, couple years, he said, maybe you need to look at it this way. But if we start off with our solution by blaming another generation, that's not the solution. That's already don't happen. It's old. That's spoiled milk. Throw the shit in the trash can. The solution supposed to be dealing with the situation you are in now. That's the solution I was looking for. What we in now, but I see a lot of placating, you sunning. I know the fuck when I'm sunning someone. I've been in this shit long enough to know when I'm sunning someone. And when somebody else is sunning someone. I hung around with DJ Cooter for 3 years. And he said the same shit that we say, but I ain't see no young people coming over there talking about he ain't got the game right. If you ain't got the game right, you ain't got the game right. I guarantee you, Hamp, right now, if you go back into football, some of the stuff you used back in the day, you go understand. Hey, I can't use that now. But you go be looking at some other shit too. How you can incorporate it into what you already know. There is a balance. There's a foundation to everything. Sway didn't make it. Hamp didn't make it. Love didn't make it. Uncle Jeff didn't make it. T didn't make it. You know who made it? The creator. The fucking sun ain't changed one bit from the natural order of things. See, the problem is we keep wanting to reset some shit that we ain't in charge in. We're not in charge. But we are in charge of the decisions we make and the choices we make. So yeah, just like I say, I conduct myself very well because I wanted to have this conversation. Really did. I don't waste my time. I got 18 people with real mental problems that I could be dealing with right now. Have called me on the phone, y'all. He listen to it all the time. They need my attention. I didn't come up here for a damn dick swinging contest. I came up here to learn something. I came up to offer something. And in the midst of the conversation, I think people in the chat room could have learned something. Yeah, I'm long-winded. On my feet in my bedroom, when I'm running, and every goddamn thing else. But you know what? I have the right to do it. You know why? You know why I have the right to do it?
Why?
Because I went through the purification.
And
let me finish, my brother.
You've been talking for like
it don't make no difference. It don't make no at this point. It don't make no difference.
I don't remember what to respond to.
Okay. I'm not asking you to respond.
Go ahead,
to anything.
OG. Finish your thought.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, young man, old men, young women, old women, we gonna have to have the conversation. We really do. Maybe we need to have some more older people and have some more younger people who don't have chips on their shoulders or whatever we call to be the problem. Maybe we need to get some Italians. Maybe we need to get some Asian. Maybe we need to get something to get the ball running. Because I like, if you producing greatness, I don't give a damn where it comes from. I don't need to be on the panel. I could be in the chat room right now listening. I could be in the cloud right now listening. But let's have some constructive conversation, but don't start off punching me in the jaw and then you expect me to talk to you the way you wanted to talk to me. That's where the disrespect started, and that's where it's gonna end at.
OG, yeah, I think well, let me first let it land for a second. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. OG, I'm gonna read these super chats and I want to ask you something real quick.
Yes, sir.
I gotta start from the bottom. UT with the $5 says gaslighting is slick talk and disrespectful, and old heads do it a lot. Then when the younger heads respond, they the problem. Mr. Payne with the $2 says bingo. OG. EBD with the $5 says this conversation amongst ourselves is much needed because this is how we heal as a community. If we can get to a respectful decorum, we can all learn. Proverbs 3:13 and 14. Happy is the man who finds wisdom and the man who gains understanding, for his proceeds are better than the profits of silver and her gain than fine gold. T.O. with the $2 says OG, everyone having this problem, including Italians. Jack with the $2 says Granville, thumbs up. Lauren Mack, I'm broke and homeless, marry me. UT with the $5 says debating strategy shouldn't be used in real conversation. Jack with the $2 says Callie Bev knows how to be a woman. Get her up there. Jack with the $2 says Granville, I don't know. I'm gonna need to get a job first. Shaking my fucking head. Jonathan with the $50 says Him, it's a wrap. The need to be right is crazy even with men. It's always a fighting over every single word. We are selfish and inherently wicked. So these conversations are always from a I think I'm right perspective. Jack with the $2 says women often mistake oversharing as communication. Jack with the $2 says I'm trying to find a way to get Lauren Mack to marry me. HQ with the $5 says stop telling them women ain't been no good since the beginning. That is a lie since you dumb mofos are married. Married mofos be lying about relationships. Jack with the $2 says these older men whose daughters won't pay my rent. Hey, marriage, politics, and sports with the funny ball says him. These conversations fail because we don't view them from a wide enough lens. Each generation has been subject to the environment and culture that planted seeds of division. It's not just generational factors. Yeah, I think that was highlighted in the beginning as well, Mr. Payne. Jack with the $2 says these older men who can't stay on topic and windmill. HQ with the $5 says older men lie to these young men about the real. The young see the difference. You talk and are delusioned by what y'all say and don't stop lying about the real. Lauren Mack said, I don't know if we're considering the significance of this day, exclamation point, Juneteenth. We were free from physical slavery. We have a moment in time to grow with that and not apart.
Shit like that.
Let's not continue the mental slavery of staying chained to our present circumstances.
Right there. Thank you, Miss Mac. That's a whole word. And your $50 is appreciated.
Jack with the $2 says these older men who don't know dating isn't courting. Aaron with the $2 says the truth, Generation X parents failed at parenting, y'all. Jack with the $2 says these older men who dead their wives and families. I think he was saying like leave, like dead, like how we used to say it back in the day, like dead that. Jack with the $2 says these older dudes who gave us young women STIs and kids. Just me. It's just me with the $5 says they apologize to the young ones and then begin to pick them apart just apologize, listen, and move the conversation forward. It's judgmental and condescending. Jack with the $2 says these older dudes who flaunt their high body count. Jack with the $2 says these older dudes who are here to swing they pipe. Onikasu with the $2 says Uncle Jeff definitely right about how to find them. TJ was popping with the 50 ball says Hamp, a reason why this seems done is because everyone wants to be right. And black folks spend our time and energy finding ways to be difficult, and we find satisfaction in the Oh, my bad.
Brother.
The checkmate makes us feel superior even if we lose.
That right there, what TJ said, I absolutely agree with 100%.
I was saying that yesterday about the checkmate shit. HQ with the $5 says, you old people messed it up. You lied to the young about relationships. Lauren Mack with the $10. This is not a debate. This is a conversation, sharing ideas and brainstorming. Don't ask for these combos and then come in ready to argue against every opportunity for growth.
Amen.
Just me with the $5 says, they hear the negative all day, every day. Where is their hope? They need to see and hear the good in some relationships. The old ones don't even agree on a day. Jack with the $2 says, shut up, Flora, I don't like your character no more. Be nice is popping. As the 20 ball said, be nice interrupted Illa to start an argument on behalf of another man who is present and can speak for himself. If you can't contribute to an actual conversation, stay off the panel, groupie.
Sorry.
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, Hampshire Rosie Watson, wake that. That's gay, bro. I don't get emotional. I get disheartened at times. But you're right. Aaron with the $5 says, no diss Hamp, but I watched K-Dot concert before watching it live. I knew by the title I got at least an hour they'll be going back and forth with no solutions. You ain't shit, Aaron. You don't even know K-Dot. AP with the $5 says, love, I definitely invite you out, but not sure if my wife would appreciate it. But seriously, you do look nice, man.
Thank you.
Jack with the $2 says, okay, I see you, love. Asia, you need a house husband? Yo says with the $2, Illa Emotional proves the young generation's points. Ezekiel Ben Israel says we got more votes than likes.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
That like thing is a phenomenon, man. Lauren McIntyre says, "Hey, my love."
Hey, Lauren.
Kazi G with the 10 says, young generation thinks communication only consists of talking. Body language plays part of the communication, and it's clear that Sway doesn't know that. HQ with the 10 says, if I had this generation's age of 25, I read this one, right? Oh, if I had this generation's age of 25, nobody would turn me away from hiding my mate. I got a cell phone. Yeah, I did read this one.
You read that.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I'm late. I am late. My bad.
Yeah, now you good. Did I read these? Yeah. Uncle Jeff, you've been chilling. What'd you think?
Yeah.
You say you had a question.
I did.
Yeah, you said you had a question for OG.
I do. But Uncle Jeff been sitting.
Okay.
I want to hear what he had to say. But maybe OG can. Well, I don't think it'll be a quick answer because what OG said kind of is what Sway said in terms of resetting and go back to what started it all. So he did kind of say that OG in his solution where we might have to sacrifice a generation and have the dads now really raise these kids up, both sons and daughters, to be ready to be in real relationships without the deficits that we came up with. And that would in its essence be resetting it back, but you may have to sacrifice a generation and do it. So I just wanted to know if you heard that part specifically. And I want to get Uncle Jeff in.
I heard that part, but then I heard all the rest of the parts, and then I say, well, how did that fit into the puzzle?
So that was the solution part.
Yeah, no, but I didn't hear, because right after he said that, you said, well, that's already dead. So we're going to have to give up that part of the generation. Then where we go from there? Let's deal with the people who's willing to even listen to Sway and who's willing to take information from him and move on. Everybody's not going to be saved. Obviously, we know that.
Yeah. He was saying those people, that's the generation that may have to kind of be let go.
Well, I don't believe as long as you breathing and that's everything in life, and that's true to me with everything, from health to everything else. I don't think you have to let anything go. I think everything is worth salvaging to salvage something when you're talking about human beings. We're not talking about trash, bro. There's been worse of time historically and everything else. It's only been one time God let him go. So what we as people, where's our patience? We can have patience to go to school for 7 years, bro, to become a doctor, and then come out and practice for 4 or 5 more years. But then to find that one in your life, you think it's complicated because it's not readily in your hand where you have to do a little something.
Okay.
To me, that's pity.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Uncle Jeff?
Yeah. Wow. It's been a while. I got a few things here, and I'll say them as fast as I can.
Go ahead.
Number one, I could have swore that I started with, I'm sorry. I could have also swore that I said that a big part of this problem is that unlike us, this generation has saw their elders fail them in real time. I thought I said that. I thought I thought I covered a lot of stuff in what I first said that I just heard repeated here from everyone. Here are the things that I and if somebody could help me out with what it is I missed, because let's just be honest, the person you're talking about with the body language and the old dude that started all this shit is me. Let's just put it where it go. Number one, women have changed and are disrespectful and will play you. I do believe that was an issue. I heard that. I got it. Number two, our methods don't even work for us as a generation. How do you expect them to work for you? That was said here. Yes, I believe that was said as a complaint. Got it. 3, we dismiss everything you say unless we agree. I heard that. Number 4, looking online is a waste of time. I heard that. Men should be about their purpose and then choose a woman. It's something that we never tell you. And here's my problem there. I believe it's me that has said that a woman wants to be in a threesome with a man in his purpose. I can only tell you of the young people that I speak to that I say these things already, and that I said them here tonight. If we go back and watch the video, you will see the things that I said simply repeated. I'm sorry if and I genuinely mean this. I'm sorry if I'm a bit abrasive. I'm a Marine. The way I've seen results come is not by maybe. It's not by speaking gently to other men. And I don't ask. I don't think anybody was asking for us to speak gently, but to speak respectfully. I don't remember calling nobody out their name. I don't remember raising my voice. I simply asked for solutions. What I believe with regard to generations is that you are absolutely right, Aunt. This thing you are doing is not for now. This thing you are doing is for 50 years from now.
You said that before too.
Yes, because here's what's going to happen. It is my true belief that young men behind me are unfortunately using something called dead reckoning. This is back in the day when ships would lose their navigational systems. So kind of like in the movie Castaway, where Tom Hanks kind of figured out kind of where he was and then kind of figured out how to go. Well, this is what you do when you entirely disavow what came before you. Pilots, surgeons, architects, police, nobody who has a job to do, bridge builders, no one disavows everything before them. What's going to happen is this is going to create a wisdom void, because you won't take any wisdom before you, you'll have none to give. And those men who come looking for you, who wouldn't take nothing from us, are going to have to come back here. And that's what you're doing. Don't give up, Ham. Don't. I respect what you're doing. Hey, man, I'm going to go and take it on the chin. I guess it is me. What? But I can't say it's me for everybody, brother, because there's too many people. I actually life coach people. I actually help people. I've gotten people married. I've stopped them from deleting themselves. My methods work. If they don't work for you, then you right. I'm wrong, and I'm sorry. And I don't know what else to say. I don't know how to lay myself any more bare.
Well, let me just acknowledge, right? Remember we talking the boxing shit? You know, immediately you like, Hamp, here's a resource. Get on the phone now. You know what I'm saying? Hamp, do this, change it, and I listen. You know what I'm saying? So it works for me, your method. You know what I mean? It works for me. Now it could be the common denominator of my father's a Marine too. So I don't need it, but I don't give, like, the delivery of information don't bother me too much at all, right? And even if you get on me about something, right, I generally like be like, okay, you know, let me see what I could do with that information. You know, even when I disagree, I find something in it that I'm like, okay, that critique works here, right? It may not work for the macro picture, but it works for a micro piece of what it is I could change in that instance, and then I apply it right there. You know what I'm saying? It may not be holistic, but it could be used somehow.
Sure. Well,
you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just saying, like, even if I don't agree, like, let's say you shoot me a message, even if I don't agree fully, I'll find a place where you was right. That's all.
Thank you. And,
you know
and again, brother, look, I didn't mean to offend nobody.
Yes, you
I
did.
didn't think I did. I didn't.
Uncle Jeff, you don't give a damn about offending. You a nigga. I've been watching your stand up. Stop, Uncle Jeff.
No, I swear to God, dude. I swear. I didn't.
It's
if
not
you-
intentional malice. I understand
Tell
that.
me if you could tell me from these bullet points, because I keep and that's the thing. I'm solution oriented, brother. If you tell me that I missed what you said, well then let me write down what I heard and tell me outside of these 5 bullet points what it is I missed. I'd like to hear that so I can know. But going around and I can't say this anymore. I'm gonna say this, and this might stink. I used to say this about women, and I can't anymore. I used to say that men argue on a race strip, on a drag strip. The one at the end with the most facts wins. Women argue on an oval dirt track. First one run out of gas loses. I can't say that anymore.
Absolutely not.
I can't, because I have a difficulty in finding. No, I can't say that either, because I deal with a bunch of young gang members that ain't like this. I deal with a bunch of young murderers.
Can I jump in real quick?
That will listen. That start at one place and end at another. And if my method is too abrasive, if I'm gaslighting you, believe me, it's unintentional. Because I don't talk to men in no circular fashion. I walk up and knock on your fucking forehead. I'm not gonna. I wasn't raised that way. I was raised in a different time. And if I'm old and I'm archaic and I'm talking in a circle, then you right. It's me, and I'm just not for you. And I am going to stop. Pretty please with sugar on top. Understand? This is it. Okay. Don't ask. You don't ask, I won't tell. I'm not the guy. Apparently my methods don't, I guess they don't work. Okay. But what I won't ignore here is that every older brother, I'll come in, I'll take a distant third, but I can't sit here and say that OG was disrespectful first. I can't even really say he was disrespectful. He was mild in his response. I can't say Philosophical was disrespectful. I can easily say that we were disrespected. And we sat here with comment after comment, interaction after interaction with our hands down, bruh. We did. We really did. If you go back and look at it, we didn't say nothing. I purposely didn't say no funky shit. Because you're right. I got the funkiest mouth up here. And I did not. I came as honestly as I could. And now, since I'm repeating myself and eating up my wife's time with you niggas that don't appreciate what the fuck I got to say, that don't make no sense for me either. So God bless y'all, but understand, your people behind you 50 years from now, they the ones that this is gonna make sense to. Peace and blessings. And man, love, you look great. Man, that's dope. That's dope. It's real sad. I feel like I'm on my way to Shaka Khan.
Uncle Jeff, do you how you think she gonna fit through the door in the morning? You keep blowing gas on her head up.
That's not true.
She gotta go feet first.
She gotta go feet first and then turn.
No. I appreciate the compliment. You typically really dogging me out, so I appreciate all the love tonight. I don't have a big head because Hamp will deflate it real quick. Don't worry about it. Don't call me tomorrow morning and deflate me. Don't even worry about it. But what I wanted to say, what is so key, I think everyone, it's across generations, it's every human being. What Ham said was so valuable, and I'm actually learning this, to be very honest with you. Even if you don't agree, try to find something you can take out of what the other person said, right? And I think that's the way towards reconciliation. That's a way to bridge the conversation. I thought that was so valuable, Ham, and I wanted to let that breathe. I wanted to land again, right? Because I am learning that it is not always about you saying exactly what I said or what I need you to say or what I want you to say. It's about, are you being always right? What can I take out of what you're saying and recognize it and take it as knowledge?
Yeah.
And I think that that's a bridge. That's a key to communication and understanding one another, and a willingness to hear, a willingness to agree. That's all.
Okay, could you tell me what you think we missed?
Can
Because I gave a list.
Okay, can I say one thing?
Missed in terms of what, Uncle Jeff? Before
The 5. I went through a list of what I thought I heard Brother Sway and Brother Be Nice.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Well,
And
Be
I
Nice.
thought
Okay.
There was something I missed from that list.
Nah. Well, Be Nice about that. Okay. Go ahead. Be
Yeah,
nice.
so you didn't miss anything in particular. It's just we said the solution. We've already said it. The solution's so dire that you guys don't actually perceive it as something viable, but it's as bad as we say it is. So we understand that what we're saying, the solution is to genuinely give up on the generation that's right now. It's over. So we have to build something new with the people that are raising kids so that the people that they interact with have a better experience.
Okay.
Because the way that society's been working right now, it's been churning out people that, as Love said, she's learning how to listen to someone and take away something out of it. Now, when I was in middle school, this was called critical thinking. Now, the problem is somewhere in the world, we forgot what critical thinking is. So we're really bad at listening to people for what they say instead of listening to how they say it. So if you critically think about what someone's saying, then you can't really miss anything that they're saying, even if you disagree. You understand what they're saying and where they're coming from. The problem is we're getting lost in, okay, this person's saying it, and I think they may come from a perspective that obviously they may not have experience, or they have too much experience. It's always something subjective about that person's experience that changes the way that all of us perceive the world.
So, with that said, my bad, Uncle Jeff, because I want to just expound on the. Well, go ahead, Uncle Jeff. Go ahead. You might be saying the same thing I might be saying.
I could have swore I
Go ahead.
said we need to sacrifice a generation.
Okay.
I could have swore I don't, and that's what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not.
You're right. No,
I did say that.
right. Yeah,
and I did say that there's going to be a wisdom void, which basically is the same thing as saying sacrifice a generation.
Did you mention older people, especially ones with children, projecting their trauma, especially relationship trauma, onto their children?
No, I did not, but I absolutely agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
Uncle Jeff, what if you don't mind, in terms of the disrespect, can you lay it out plain? Because I also want to see if Rilla felt it, just so I can pinpoint it properly. Maybe OG felt it as well.
Something we old people call low key slick shit. As a matter of fact, I think what'll help, if I'm ever invited up here again, is I actually bought a low key slick shit bell, so that when I hear it, I just ring the bell. There was some low key slick shit that Sway said to OG right out the gate, and then OG was the one called out for responding. Like right out the gate.
OG didn't tell me that. When I said never mind, he didn't say something slick about looking into the light.
He
or something.
absolutely did, but I think you're missing what I said. He
that's
didn't
not
come out of
true.
nowhere with what he said.
Mhm.
You said something slick first, and since we seem to lose track of it from now on, I'll just do that when we hear some low. When I hear some low slick.
I said that after he said whatever, something looking into the light or whatever.
No. Look at okay. I think you took the look into the light thing wrong. I don't think he was being funky with you. He really wasn't. I didn't see it that way.
Yeah, but
And
you
again,
see,
that could be,
but
again,
let me respond to that though, right? Because then you said OG was implicated first, right? But the perception was OG started it, right? And then they had a little back and forth. and I said, y'all chill, right? But you paraphrase it as I only said something to OG, right? But you see the first jab, which wasn't shit to your point, was technically where, but you didn't take it as a jab, so now it's not a jab.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
But you see what I'm saying, Uncle Dev? Like that's not, you know what I mean? Like that.
Okay. Well, then let me backpedal.
No, but we just understanding it. You don't need to backpedal.
Sure. Well, no, and again, Ham. As I'm so incredibly solution oriented. I'm gonna get to it. If OG was first, then he was first. But in all of Sway's responses early,
keep going.
All of them started out at one level of aggression and just elevated to something beyond passion with what OG was saying about energy. The energy was too much for this to have not been personal. And the only people that kept catching it was me, OG, and Philosophical. And I swear to God, I tried not to be funky. I swear to God, I'll go back and look. I really wasn't gaslighting with what I think was an idea of how to work, of something to work. I'm used to if there's a problem, you have to try the solution first and come back to me and tell me that solution failed. You can't just fail. You can't just fail on marching orders. You have marching orders. Take those orders out, fail with them, and come back, and then we will regroup. But what kept happening is before any of what we considered solutions were solution, we would get on this oval dirt track of what fails. And it to me, it looked like an overwhelming view. You just saying, and again, I'll say this landing plane. If all the sisters is bad, you got a point. If there are no sisters in the Alpha Centauri quadrant worth dating, then fuck them all. All right, fine. But if you think that there's a sister worth your time, then you can blame whoever you want to for the fact that she's rare. You can blame whoever, her parents, society, social media, whatever. She's rare. Is she worth finding? She is or she isn't. If she is, let's try to find her. And here's what it's gonna take. And I'm sorry that it's my fault that you got to do that. I'm sorry, but that's what you got to do. And here's how I can help you. And if I don't and I can't and I'm wrong, then I'm gonna have to be all that, bro. I'm gonna have to be all that. It's put it all on me as I'm out. As I leave on that, and I'll stay if somebody got something to say back. This is not me rage quitting. This is 3 hours, and my shit worked. My wife fine. She crossed the hall. Okay, this shit you telling me don't work for me, and I'm fucking with that. I'm pissing on the wheel of progress here.
But why
I don't want to do that.
Why I'm broadcasting nothing?
So
Yes.
I can agree to what you're saying. You're saying that obviously we need to move forward in a way that's productive. And if all the women are bad, then, we should be looking for a solution on how to find those women. The problem is that takes way too much time.
You just went muffled after the problem.
It takes time, and time is limited. So we don't actually have time to be doing that, fixing a community. So we actually have to just completely change what is going on right now and disconnect from it so that we can start something completely anew. Because any influence from what is going on right now is going to taint anything new that we want to be productive. The way that people understand communication in general is backwards. They don't understand that when you bring up people's tone or you just completely stop the conversation and don't respond to the things that they're saying, that actually is gaslighting them, because they may have had a point, but again, you're not listening to the point. You're just stopping at the point that you have an emotional reaction to whatever they're saying. So we're not getting anywhere when people can't recognize that their communication isn't actually communicating. You're just gaslighting people, and then they give up on talking to you.
All right. So since my name was mentioned, let me make this perfectly clear, and I'm gonna let that settle in my head what you just said. But I think even listening to what you just said, I'm gonna take what's positive out of what you said. The biggest thing you said was communication. And addressing someone of my age as an old nigga is disrespect off the tone from the beginning. You wouldn't do that in the courtroom, you wouldn't do that in a board meeting, you wouldn't even do that at your job. But you do it here because we got victorol, this aha moment, I can say this. Yeah, you can say it. I can react to it or not react to it. But look how you start the conversation off. So, now, let me, brother, I didn't interrupt. I didn't interrupt.
Yeah, I just can I say one thing?
I'm just taking back what you said. I'm taking the positive out of what you just said. Let me finish. Let me land this chopper because it ain't got nothing but a little bit of gas.
F-22. Yep.
Okay. All right. So what I'm saying to say that is, I told y'all when I began this, I could accept you calling me an old head, but when you call me an old nigga, that's a different tone of conversation. Totally different. I said it at the beginning, DJ. I don't heard it so much, old head, that I got immune to it. So now we step it up a little bit and say old nigga now. So what I'm saying is when I'm dealing with young people out there on the basketball court, when they're having problems with relationship problems, they coming to me. They usually come to me not so vague. All women, all these women, they usually come to me with a problem saying, I'm having a problem with this problem in a relationship. And then we break it down and we go from there. But as long as you want to keep it vague and you want to say all this and all that and all this, I think DJ Hamp, when you first came into it, you wanted this to be part one, initially getting into let's break down the relationship and find out the steps that's crippling us.
Yeah.
I think that's what you want, and that's what I came to get. But we start all this other wall dressing. First, we got to establish who we are. So we beating our chest now. I can call you old nigga, and I know you gonna have some old ass jokes that pretty much people laughed at 30 years ago, so it ain't gonna be that good. Cause you understand what I'm saying? It's that right there, that level of, even though you don't know me and I ain't never broken your house, took nothing out of your car, took no money out of your bank account. But if you start out calling me an old nigga, how you ever gonna have the decent conversation?
Okay. Can I answer that?
Yes, sir.
The way that the point isn't to have a decent conversation. When someone calls you an old nigga, the reason why that's a thing and people aren't saying old head is because back in the day it would be uncle or something. It would be something you respect about the people that you're talking to, right? And usually we would respect our elders. But the problem is our elders are untrustworthy and they lie to our faces a lot of the time. So we don't respect people that are dishonest. People that
conversation. I don't. That's what I don't understand. I don't. But if we come in already with the level of distrust and not trusting we're talking to, then why even bother having the conversation?
The reason why you have the conversation is so that you can point out to other people why they shouldn't trust what they're saying.
And it's not.
Yeah, but who in the space distrusts OG?
Well,
Me,
let me
definitely. I don't trust OG.
That's a great point. But also, the one thing that OG pointed out that needs to be respected. Everybody around here, even the people that don't even be on YouTube that come on This Might Be Risky, know OG don't like to be called nigga. Right? So at the very least, that's one thing that we can acknowledge, regardless of just decorum in a conversation.
100%.
Go ahead, finish your thought, because your thought is it's a thought.
It's just in the difference that we've been living with these people our entire lives. We've experienced them our entire lives. So acting as if we don't know what we're talking about, or the types of attitudes or the types of conversational manipulation that older people use, and that's just in general. You guys do it without even noticing you're doing it, but it's something you do. The problem is you don't recognize and you don't admit to the fact that people are picking up on it. So that makes you look dishonest and untrustworthy. If you could admit, okay, well, maybe sometimes I'm just trying to look good in front of all the other people, or if there was any sort of self-awareness to the fact that the things you're doing are not always correct. And just because you have an opinion doesn't make it right.
So be nice.
Can I say something to this, Ham?
I see both sides.
I want to hear. OG, I kind of want to hear what Love's gonna say, because she got a little bit of energy for what Be Nice said.
I just got a quick question.
Go ahead.
A couple things. So when you said be nice, when you said, we don't trust what you're saying, I'm like, so why even bother having the conversation? And then part of your discourse was to point out the fact that we don't believe you, and to point out the misinformation. So you're not trying to bridge a conversation or bridge a gap. You're really trying just to one up or to point out flaws, and it's not really to communicate and bridge a gap. So you're not coming.
It is to bridge a gap.
Ideas.
It is a bridge a gap, but it's not the gap in between the things that you want. So the gap is allowing people that have the difference of opinion to have another bridge that they can build onto, that is completely disconnected from whatever is going on wherever that stuff may be happening. So I'm building a bridge to my island of people that believe the things that I believe in. So I'm trying to always pull people to believe what I believe, and that's how you build a community.
So okay, this is different. I'm really trying to slow it down, because that's very different. So you only want to talk to people that are like-minded. How do you exchange ideas?
That's not what I said.
No, I'm saying I want to bring people to my island, right?
Yeah, exactly.
How do you exchange ideas then? I'm asking, how do you exchange ideas if you want people to your island and not come to a mutual place of understanding and in communication?
No, so there's always an objective. If you have a solution that you want to get to, and I'm having a conversation about whatever problem that we have, then at the end of the day, I'm going to want to fight to make the people in the general audience understand why what I'm saying is correct and what you're saying is wrong. Because if without a wrong or right person, things don't really go anywhere all the time. And
that's where we disagree. Okay, that's why it's not connecting to me, because I don't. Yeah. Okay, that's not that. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to get this in before we get started. I don't care if you. I'm not even gonna say that I do care, because I have built a character in this space for the last probably 15 years. I have had multiple channels, not one monetized. If you be consistent with me with my shows, I have took time to send people herbals and all kinds of stuff they didn't have to pay anything for. I have never talked about money. I have never talked about how many houses I got. I haven't even talked about, other than I worked in Hollywood, and somebody might say they see me here, there, whatever. My whole existence in this space is due to having solutions. And not only having solution, I think the first time I came on Mr. Hamp's show, I said that I learned so much in this space that I hadn't learned in the last 10 years in that other space, because I think it's worth saving. If I could give some kind of influence, and if it's only 3 people out of 100, that's 3 people I kept from walking off the bridge. And what comes to me, it comes to me from the ancestors and the young people. And I even went as far as say I learned from a baby. So what I'm trying to say is, if the whole argument is to put me on a platform and to show that I can't be trusted, you're really not trying to have the conversation. What you're trying to do is shame me. And that's the point of it. I'm not trying to shame you. I'm trying to listen to you to give you solution, even though you say they're so they're so old. It's like having a mule with a hay wagon, and I can deal with that. But I can't deal with you. Your whole objective is to put me on a platform to shame me, to say nothing you have to offer, and I can't trust you. But I haven't stole anything for you or try to sell you anything. Make that make sense?
So you have tried to sell something, and that's your ideology, what you think is right, and advice. You've given advice. Just giving advice.
All right, y'all.
Trying to change something.
What I'm selling?
You're selling advice. Any advice that you give is something that someone can get from you. Maybe not monetarily, but if they talk to you on a personal basis, then the advice that you give them is something that they're going to receive.
What's the difference between selling something and volunteering something?
The difference?
Yes.
The objective or the reason why you're doing it.
If I volunteer to you even on a personal level, that if you keep drinking on Friday night and keep driving your car, after you out there drinking, you sure enough go have an accident. What I'm selling?
Wait, one more time? I'm sorry.
If I see you as a young man every Friday, you go out there and get drunk and you jump in your car, and me as the DJ who's DJing in clubs say, you look, man, I know you're a little more intelligent than I talked to you before you took your first drink. Why are you consistently trying to do something that's going to cause you suicide in the end? Is I'm selling something or offering something voluntary?
Man. You're just you're asking him why he's doing something?
No, I'm not asking him. I'm just putting the information out there, what he's about to do. Sooner or later, it's going to catch up to him, what I'm selling.
Okay. Yeah, so he could tell you that I've been drinking for 6 months every time I drive, and I'm completely fine, and he just not listen to you. You're not really selling anything, but you're just giving him advice. He doesn't have to take it or use it. It's just advice.
And your whole thing was to prove that the advice I was giving was wrong, but 10 weeks down the line, he's got a $10,000 court case. He's been locked up. He lost his job, and he killed somebody. So what information I just gave him was wrong?
Okay, I'm not understanding. So if someone killed someone...
Explain it better, Ham?
Yes, I can explain it better. Look, be nice. This is what he's saying. You're drunk. You get drunk at the club. He's a DJ at the club. He see you leave every Saturday night. He gives you the advice that, hey, guy, maybe you shouldn't be drinking this much and driving home like this. The advice that he's giving is beneficial to you because you may look at an insight or look inside yourself that your drinking may cause something to happen. But you don't take the advice, you end up killing someone, you got court date now. The advice was not wrong what he gave. It was beneficial to you. You just chose to ignore it.
Gotcha. Okay.
God damn, bro. I hate being the middle age between you niggas.
Yeah,
Thank you, Granville.
But what the one thing that was alarming is that you come up with an ideology and you are trying to just push your ideology. And I guess people do that, but that wasn't necessarily the point. Because you can't adopt anything else if your only goal is to make sure people understand what your ideology is and to get them to come to your side. That's really not a conversation. That is simply discourse.
Yeah. the way that I look at it,
maybe that's what's happening.
that
Maybe
is what's
it's
happening.
not a
Be nice.
conversation. Maybe it's just
the
discourse.
gap is that young people, if I'm gonna give it 1,000, feel that for most old people that the problem is them. They need to stop doing what they're doing and acknowledge the problems that we're addressing with them and stop thinking we're shaming. Like, no, you need to stop doing these things and fix yourselves, gain relationships, be happy together, and start marriage. And it typically, I don't know, Ham, do you think advice from a married couple versus a single people, you might get different advice from them on terms of like relationships? Like if
Yeah.
I'm having struggles, right, with my girl, and I come to my single dad or my dad that's in a marriage for 10 years, do you think I'm probably going to get two different advices on terms of how I should go about it?
Yes, if they're two separate people, yes.
Well, I'm just saying the idea that the experience on how you're going to view relationships. I think,
Yeah. It's
like I
based
said,
off your experience largely.
yeah, I mean, I just think, like I said, if we're talking about old people and what I feel that they need to fix is mainly just themselves because they're most often than not they're broken and they're still hindering and hurting and they're still leeching off of quote unquote the community. If we're talking about black people,
Respectfully, y'all keep saying it's community. What is a community?
well, it's just the idea that like black people are this big, all-encompassing, community of people. I believe communities exist, but there are multiple different black communities. It's not just one big encompassing. We all have
Mhm.
like the same struggles and issues. Like, no, each black community typically has similar but always different issues, and you need to address those ones in your backyard instead of trying to all encompass us into one big, issue of black people. Because no, different classes, different social economic situations have different issues. We like to group up a lot of issues like into major city issues. Like major city black issues is somehow all black issues. Like, no, it's a lot of us live in the country or the suburbans or whatever. We got other issues going on as blacks that we have to deal with, and somehow, but we're all viewed as Chicago on like 3 blocks of Chicago. That's our issues. But it's even when we just pick young men, us deleting each other and all this. That's not the majority of young black men. Majority of young black men are not each other. It's just usually a subset.
Well, my understanding of the word Chicago, that I was here where the word was created by a city. Community was a jab at saying that we don't have a community.
We not about to go down this rabbit hole. I'm not about to sit here for this. Okay. Fuck the community word. Okay, so let me start off because I'm not here to troll tonight. Good evening, Hamp. Good evening, OG. Good evening, Rilla. Good evening, Be Nice. Good evening, Sway. Good evening, T. Oh, that is T. Hi. Okay.
Hey, Granny.
So the issues that I see on these panels between the older people and the younger people, of course, we all know communication disconnect. I'm gonna tell you how I handle it. Okay? I'm gonna tell you how I handle it. I come on these panels, I listen to all the older guys on the knowledge, information, tactics, blah 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 blah. I listen to them. I may give them pushback here and there. But I actually take the information that they tell me. And through channeling that information, I'll see who I want to take it a step further to actually question maybe some of my thoughts or where it went wrong and everything. I think the issue is on these panels and between the people below me and the people above me. We're trying to have the conversation with everybody on an open panel, and shit normally doesn't go good like that because if you had a qualm or some kind of crazy shit with a person, you would probably avoid them in real life. But we come here every day and we talk shit to each other with the slick side shots and shit. The disconnect.
Granny, the panel was closed.
No, but okay, so what I'm saying is like, okay, when you had the panel open, well, the panel's closed, correct? But in my mind, I'm looking at I was about to say old nigga. I'm sorry. When I'm looking at every older gentleman on this panel, I done got into it with them, including even Rilla. And Rilla don't even do that to people. You know? So people say shit to each other on these panels and shit when we try to have these conversations. The animosity and shit from the months, years, weeks, whatever, they boil over. And that's what it is on these panels. Disconnect through the generations is growing up watching your uncles, your aunts, and you were watching that slick side dumb shit that you really couldn't understand when you were like 8, 9, 11 years old, but you turn into you grow up and you become 18, 19 years old, and then you start learning how these family secrets, well, I shouldn't say secrets, how people really moved in their life because you gain a higher understanding because you're maturing. Y'all really wasn't shit, and y'all really didn't teach us shit. And that, but I'm just saying how the younger cats are looking at it. You see what I'm saying? Because they're able. I truly believe that Sway and Be Nice can decipher between the older generation that they remember that were actually worth some ilk, and then the majority of the motherfuckers who just wasn't shit. There may be a few, maybe between 1 and 2, that they can remember when they were growing up, that when they came to understand as a young man, it started adding up some. They may not have been the creme de la creme, but they were at a level that they could say, yo, this is something that I can probably look into. Or I can go get these questions for them. The problem with they run into these when they run onto these panels is the conflating shit that they have an issue with. Because the older generation come up on these panels and talking about be on your purpose, find yourself, find who you are, be like strive, go up, blow up, find you a good girl, have some kids, right? Well, find you a good girl, because I'm gonna take it in stages. Find you a good girl, marry, have some kids. But if I ask you a couple of questions, that history, like your resume, is fucked up. How do I know and how can I trust that information from you, what you're telling me, when I look at you on paper? And it's a bunch of bullshit with misery, hurt, jadedness, out of wedlock children. You not really like that nigga, like you working at 9 to 5 and it's back breaking and you tired and you come up here and do you try to tell them, nigga, do better? Why are you always complaining? Like, what's your problem?
Oh, you saying so? Is it so? I got 2 parts, Granny. Is it like the young niggas is saying like, young nigga, why you complaining X, Y, and Z? But the truth is, the older gentlemen have had already they opportunity to complain and fuck it up.
You had your cake. It's like you having your cake and eat it too.
And then secondly, if you about to, let's say you got to do a bid, right?
Right.
And I'm like, hey, Granny, make sure you put 5 pairs of socks on, 5 pairs of underwear. Don't, when you wear your sneakers, don't put no color in them because they're gonna take them from you. You're gonna have to wear the Snoop Dogs, right? Because I had that experience. Are you gonna ignore it because I fucked up before?
Oh, that's a good one, bro. Because with that question is if you know divulging, like if I'm going through a bid like this, more than likely you've done a bid, so that's on your track record already. That lines up with your past history already. That knowledge in that situation in that question actually aligns with helpful information. You've been there already. You've gone through this. This is what you had to do. So you actually putting me up on game, and I can reference this from your resume.
Yeah, no. So think about that, right? So if I was just fucking women left and right on my resume, right? And I got all these bad results because of it, right? So now I finally get married and do the right thing, and I'm finding fulfillment. And I'm saying, yo, young buck, don't be like me, my nigga, because that shit ain't really worth it. Why heed that advice when you go into the Bing, but you won't heed the advice when it comes to these women?
Because I'm not out here trying to fuck bitches left and right. I'm just trying to find one decent woman. And
But
you're
you know,
passing.
but just because you got that mindset though. But the vast
Yeah.
majority of the young brothers is trying to get cheeks.
Well, the majority of young
Hold
brothers
on,
feel
hold
like
on.
What, Granny?
Go ahead, Sway. Go ahead. The majority of young brothers, yes, in this world, but when you're
Yeah.
talking to these cats up here, it ain't these youngins. It's not them. They're not out here trying to fuck all the bad bitches. The only nigga that I seen be on that time is Shy Town. That's the only young nigga I see that be on these panels that be on that time.
Well, so Granny, here's where let me ask you a question. I know you're gonna answer it honestly.
Okay.
Shy has access to women, so therefore he fucks
Correct.
them. If these
Right.
niggas had access to that many women, would they try to fuck them all?
If they had that amount of access,
Yeah.
probably so. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 95% of them. But
So the truth is, niggas ain't righteous. They just can't get no pussy.
I don't see him.
Because if you say Shy,
I don't think it's righteous. But
Granny,
him.
let me say this first and foremost. You know I
Okay.
love you, right? You know I love you. Just want to make sure.
All right, I ain't gonna respond. Look, I ain't gonna respond. You say you don't want me. All right.
I need a definition for fucking all these bitches.
But basically, what it is, Granny, is just simply access, right? The reason why they may have a different thought in mind is because they know they don't have access to women. But if you put a bunch of women in front of them, I would bet that they would have sex with as many of those women as they could. That's all. I'm not even throwing shit on them. I'm just saying it largely for boys and men. It largely depends on how many women you can access. That's
So
the
to take the safe bet.
Sure.
I would say yes. Majority would. Now, personally, and I really thought about this, I probably wouldn't do it. Personally, I probably wouldn't. That's personal.
Would?
No, I probably wouldn't.
Okay.
I probably wouldn't. But majority, I would say.
I respect that. I just want to say I respect that. That's dope. I think that's dope. We need more people like you, honestly. To be honest.
You're not gonna find a lot like that.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying I think that's dope. Like that you're doing, to me that's the right thing to do.
Yeah. And I think I grew up different, bro. I grew up different. I grew up with a different mindset. I wanted to get married. I wanted to have one woman and my children, and outside of that,
I believe you. Like Sway been with his girl for 3 years. This nigga's 19 and a half. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
There's men who can dedicate.
Hold up, ring the bell, ding, 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 ding.
Right.
Slick shot, my old nigga.
Yeah, but he's young, right? So that is, you guys were outliers. That's all, right? Because if men had access, they would do it.
Men had access, they would do it, correct.
Yeah,
but you know what the crazy part is? And I'm gonna make this, and I'm gonna correlate this from an old nigga about 50 years old in this space. Podcast. I'm gonna correlate it from podcast. Fuck it, Rilla. I could use Rilla on the panel. I'm gonna correlate from Rilla to you to Sway.
Sure.
Rilla and them generations their fathers may have been out the homes, right?
Yeah.
That would associate with your generation. Your generation went through that hurt. So maybe when your generation rolled around, and you became fathers, y'all associated with the home more. You were there for your kids more than Rilla's generation because y'all went through that hurt, correct? It's a possibility. Y'all was still probably out here like, doing the bunny and shit. Y'all may have had a couple of kids around and shit. I understand that. It is what it is. That's life. But then Sway's in them generation, and the younger part of Sway's generation, they started growing up. And they started seeing, like, they saw what y'all was doing, all the cheating, the fornicating, outside of wedlock and shit. They may have took it to another level because they had you in their lives. You were in their lives. But they still saw a part of the dirt you were doing.
Yeah, they adopted a different ideology because they had their father there, right?
Yeah, they saw the dirt that their fathers was doing.
Yeah, I can see.
So
I can
maybe
see
them.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe them growing up with a different mindset, I think is generally changing, bro. I think the younger people are wanting to couple up and
Okay.
get married because they know that part was missing.
Okay.
Because your generation was in their lives more than Rilla's generation and shit was in y'all's.
Okay, I could see it. I could see it as a tangible example. My dad, one thing he used to do is play cards a lot, so I don't play
Yeah.
cards at all. You know what I'm saying? Like
You
I don't
don't?
play cards. I don't even know how to play. I don't even know how
I
to
don't know
play.
how to play spades either.
Yeah, me
That's
neither.
crazy.
I don't play
But
none
my
of that shit.
parents know. I don't know.
And
Yeah.
I get it, bro. And I resonate with the old dudes around here because my dad was born in 1950. And my oldest brothers are like 54, 48, 47. So I get where they're coming from and I understand their mindset because I had them. Like I'm talking about, like we talking about damn that 20-year age gap.
No, I'm moving around. Granny, that's a good back and forth. I believe I believe that you believe it, but I also know that you know the truth.
Oh, I
Because-
know the truth. Majority of niggas and sways in them generation, they trying to fuck.
Yeah.
But what I think with these young cats that come on these panels, these niggas actually want something. They want something more than just casual sex.
Okay.
And when you throw that shit in there, like it's hard to get bitches, or you just need to man up and go. You know what? You got it. Because I said I'm gonna refrain tonight. So you got it.
Hey,
How
but
can-
Granny, I want to say, hey, that's how. Hey, see, Granny. So that's what essentially I was aiming for. Like, you can have the conversation because we don't agree, but we got to a point where it makes sense. You feel me?
Yeah.
Like it
So-
makes sense. You know what I mean?
And I had to be on good behavior too. I'm just let it be known.
Appreciate you.
Okay.
You know what it is. Also, you're gonna see me in a month and a half, so you on your best behavior.
Man, I ain't on shit, man. You talking that shit, you ain't gonna do me shit. All right, I'm gonna refrain. I'm back down. That was my Tourette's. I'm sorry. I have Tourette's. I have panel Tourette's. Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Sway.
So let me see if you think what I'm about to say has any validity to it. Young men, especially around my age and younger, were pretty much pushed in terms of dealing with relationships with women is to prioritize their feelings, prioritize how their emotions and keep what they want in understanding them, right? Do you agree with that?
Say it one more time.
That young men my age, when in terms of giving advice on how to deal with women, we've been told to prioritize their feelings and how they might, emotionally respond to certain things instead of, moving with a level of principle.
No, I don't think so.
No,
No, because the loudest voice that was giving advice from what I can remember would be like a KS. I don't remember that.
I'm talking about before. I'm talking about when we were growing up.
Okay, men said prioritize women's feelings.
I'm saying society, men and women, they told us to certain traits, boys be boys is a bad term. And even when you're dealing with women, you need to prioritize how they feel and making sure that they feel a certain way. And if you don't make them feel a certain type of way, you're a bad man.
To be fair, maybe you're probably more right than I'm thinking.
Okay, and then two, when women, especially my age, are pushed and prioritized to feel that sexual liberation is something they want and desire, right? Young men obliged into that feeling after already been told to prioritize their feeling. It can get a little bit confusing, even when we understand that men instinctually might want to fuck, but in the same breath, these women are now saying, I want to fuck a lot, almost as much as men, and I shouldn't be shamed for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's like a double.
It's like, how are you shaming us for something you told us to do, even though it also coincides with maybe something we already want to do?
Yeah. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying now that you made the second point. Yeah. No, 100. Yeah. Okay.
That's the gap of trends. What I'm saying when I brought this whole conversation up, the different trends in the generation of women. Like y'all be talking about one generation, and I'm like, that's not ours. They want these things. They think the things how y'all moving like Shake is down with the patriarchy. They think y'all are demonic and y'all should be gone off this earth. Like, and so that's a lot of the situations we have to, let alone white men. I'm gonna leave them alone, but they definitely getting a lot of heat in America right now in terms of patriarchy and control and misogyny and narcissism. Like they borderline can't even speak without getting shamed.
Okay, I see. All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. UT with the $5 says gaslighting is slick talk is disrespectful, and whole heads do it too a lot. Then when the younger heads respond, they the problem. I did right. Double R with the $5 says full clip that OG shit. Many more need to hear that alone in its entirety. Jack with the $5 says the problem with the older generation men is they come up here and swear they is pimps, players, and max, but 7 times divorced with 4 STDs and 79,000 in debt. Bye. Marcus with the $5 says this was disgusting and disappointed to watch. Despite the nonsense, you still one of the best men in the space. Please keep up the good work. Thank you, my G. Jack with the $2 says send there will be no Cali Bev slander ever. Jack with the $2 says Flora don't ever fix your mouth against Cali Bev. Aaron with the $2 says if you not like Josh and Caleb in belief, you can go. Onika Sue with the $2 says we got to do a reaping, no doubt. Some ain't worth it. Jack with the $2 says my bad, Queen Cali Bev. Flora a pest now. Be for life. HQ with the $2 says speak faster, Uncle Jeff. We know you can. Aaron with the $10 says the younger generation are looking for Josh and Caleb to lead us into the promised land, and it's sad, but at 33, I'm a decade or so from being ignored. We want leaders to lead us in the promised land, not to talk about it. Jack with the $2 says I'd lick Brittany Renner vag before. Aaron with the $2 says hamp someone the young generation will listen to. Thank you, my G. Jack with the $2 says Flora, you were the chosen one, the Naker Slayer. Jack with the $2 says now you slum it with King. Jack, why don't you hit the link? Oh, Jack with the $2 says I'm good off the fuckery for now. Marcus Evans with the $2 for once I agree with love. Bread and butter with the $2 says Uncle Jeff look and sound like Fleece Johnson. Bruiser with the $2 says title typo dating then versus dating now. Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate you. Mr. Payne with the $5 says so be nice. Are you prepared to be the teacher of the future? What are you going to tell them? HQ with the $5 says be nice. I'm confused about how changing laws helps you get to a good woman. Can you elaborate? Jack with the $2 says sexy red TV still trying to be male seahorse. What up? HQ with the $5 says let me know when the dynamic of men and women can be regulated. I'll wait. HQ with the $5 says Sway is the ultimate Karen, never satisfied with an answer. Jack with the $2 says Venus shush. I communicate, marry me. You ain't do it. Jack with the $2 says I like Candyman JP in the chat. Flora a snitch too. Congo with the $5 says be nice. Do you know that he doesn't like being called a nigga? You knew that, right? Be nice. AP with the $10 says so your goal coming into the conversation was to derail the conversation to create discontent, just discontent, coming in through a false premise and disingenuous dialogue. Jack with the $2. All right, I'm gonna head out. Great show, Hamp. Asia is bae, no doubt. Jack. AP with the $5 says I'll never trust you nor listen to you again. Be nice. That ish is crazy, young brother. I hope you grow past this mindset. Jack with the $2 says damn, it's T been here the whole time. Lord, she fired. Jack with the $2 says still trying to figure out how this got to do with dating. Joey with the $2 says OG want to be Malcolm X tonight. OG always talk like that. Jack with the $2 says Ezekiel don't excuse old folks losing the plot. Aaron with the $5 says once you show traces of the elders that helped or didn't fix my family, I don't trust you. And you look around, it ain't too many positive black families. Jack with the $5 says I have a dream that one day motherfuckers Is that what he's saying? Yeah. We'll get to a point. I have a dream, motherfuckers will stay on topic. I have a dream black people and white people will date with purpose. Jack with the $5 says, Jay Prince is Florida bad. Jack with the $2 says, where the woman at? Get these dudes off. Bring more. HQ with the $2 says, they not righteous. They just unable to get cheeks. Jack with the $2 says, Cali Bev can't play spades. I take back everything. I think he think T is cat was cat. HQ with the $2 says, too late to be windmilling, JP. Coherency is key. Lauren Mack with the $2. Read super chats and bounties, please. Jack with the $2. HQ want to see who can roast scam likely more. Jack with the $2 says, I'm just joking. Dusto is cool. He always speaking fire. AP with the 50 bosses. Be nice. Have a great night, sir. Come into panel for disingenuous converse.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Be nice. I give you 10 seconds. You got any parting words?
No.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Damn.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Shout out to Be Nice. Maybe he'll assess it. I don't know. AP with the $2 says bounty. Okay. HQ with the $2 says, here come Ali with the bullshit. Jack with the $2 says, calm down, feminist. Your mouth, my 3 testes. What the fuck? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Oh, okay, Callie. I thought he was talking about what's his name. Who was up here? Chicago was a scam. Mr. Payne.
I came at the ground, yo.
Scam was popping.
It was good. I'm taking the day off from trolling. What I was gonna say is I think in these conversations, I'm not taking any shot at anybody on the panel because these are also conversations that happen in real life when it comes to generation. I took a class about 2019, and it actually broke down all the values of the different generations and what was going on through those times. So it helped me to understand why people think the way that they do. My parents still alive, aunts and uncles still alive. They was born, raised in 50s, 60s. And during that time, a lot of it was survival mode. A lot of them were beat half to death. Don't look left, don't look right. Do as I say. And that's how their subconscious mind was trained. So that's their default way of thinking. And this is not all, but if their default way of thinking was that, and they were fighting for safety. There's pros and cons in every generation. I'm not going to beat up on the generations. And they did fight for safety. And today looks the way it does. We're actually got some choice where the people of today have more choices than they did before. A lot of them do want a form of appreciation for some of what they actually did. And they want a level of respect. Though they should be more understanding of people actually wanting to ask the very questions that they weren't able to ask. As Gen X came along, things got a little bit looser. They can start asking a couple questions why. Now, might get smacked first, but then later you can ask the question why. But then millennials can ask the questions why. Where time started to speed up, where everything wasn't safety based. Everything wasn't safety and survival mode based, but just more opportunities or whatever. Now you got the other generation. But if people understood how the world was actually operating during these times and how these people grew up and what they saw and actually understood what their shoes were, the expectation would be for them to act like what they were actually taught to do and what's in their subconscious mind.
Scam.
Yeah.
In terms of the responsibility, where does it lie? Right? Because as you see, I would deem that positive progress where at least why you got in trouble for what you did wrong. So when we're having these conversations, who's more responsible in when they don't, you know what I mean? The lack of listening to understand.
The problem is the further you go up, you're gonna find it. You want to keep going all the way to 1800s and find who's responsible. You're gonna find a slave. Go ask the slave. Hey man, how come you ain't teach me nothing? What in the hell opportunity they had to teach you something?
Yeah,
they were fighting for their life for real. They was bleeding to death.
Yeah,
and it's like, you know what? I tell you what. Walk in my shoes for 7 days, and then ask me that question. You know what? No, I'm good.
Yeah.
So, but I do find a lot of older generation. The worst thing I hear is we need to go back like back in the day. So if the relationship dynamic is jacked up, that's like telling somebody in a hospital, ate too many butter biscuits and drank too much alcohol. Hey man, when you get out of here, we need to go back to the casino and back to the bar. That's what got you here. Why would you go back?
Okay. So with that being said, if you had to, in terms of responsibility, trying to understand what actually happening, would it land on the younger generations then?
Not at all. The younger generation, let's be real. Little Kim was out in 1995. Blaming Sexy Red for everything with the younger. Come on, man. Pimps and Hoes and Ron O'Neal, that was the 70s. Heroin sticking in their arm, that was the 70s. This ain't new. It was out, and I talked to my parents and Grant and all of them. This stuff ain't new. And they was participating. It just ain't on Instagram. They ain't got no videos of it. They didn't invent Hot Girl Summers in 2023. Come on. A lot of the stuff was going on and now it's been brought to light. But all the shame and blaming, just like, what is it? My dad just was telling me this a couple weeks ago when I was at home. The girl get pregnant, you send her down south, and you start lying about who the baby is, who the father is. They just making up anything because they can't walk out. Their image is so more important than the actual child's life. Some of those children are the people in the chat. That's somebody's uncle, and they grew up in it. And some people go and you're asking a young generation, hey man, you just go out and get married, go grab a wife. Like, what is that? What's that look like? It doesn't make any sense. The relationship dynamic, Adam and Eve couldn't even get along. Let's be real. It's been bad since the beginning of time. This country, other countries, I had these conversations in English and Spanish. A lot of it is the same thing, same talking points. Well, the real ones, not the
Okay. So yeah, no, just having a conversation. So you're saying that it's inevitable that it'll be in turmoil.
Some will, some won't.
Come on, Scam. Come on.
Majority, no, it's going to be a problem.
Okay.
It always was. There used to be medieval times with people chopping heads off. It's not new.
Yeah.
Hate, evil, all of it's been around. It just might be, some might have a computer behind it. Some of it might be a sword. But also water, food, advancement, all that's been around. So there's a positive, there's things that do work, and it's going to fall all the way back to the natural order of things. Value system, how to live, how to love, how to communicate with other people, how to listen, understand, how to get better, practice, and improve. That's been all the way since the beginning of time, and it's the same thing now. It just looks different.
No, 100%. Yeah, I like the analogy or the parallel with the computer and the sword.
But new generation, they just got here. I see a lot of talking at them versus to them, but also to them. You're in the information age. There's all kind of information. Yes, there's a whole bunch of dust out here. Information, grifters, scam masters, but you're talking to generations who would bleed to be in your shoes, where they could even get information, even ask a question. Yeah. They couldn't even do that. Y'all can ask as many questions as you want to and look up information on your own. Have more money and more. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's a matter of just picking the best and doing the best, or just beat each other all the way up, blame it on somebody, and it just doesn't work.
Do you think if we remedied the talking at, that would be very helpful? So, as an example, right?
Example too, but go ahead.
My bad. What'd you say?
No, I'll say example.
Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna give an example that actually makes sense. Football, right? So I'm coaching the All-Star game, so it's kids from all different schools, right? But instantly, I'm not telling them I'm such and such. They knew I was a coach at the school I came from, but they don't know all my accolades, right? But I instantly start teaching, and they're like, "Damn, coach, how you know so much?" And then I told them the backstory after they were already understood that I had the knowledge. You know, oftentimes we hear, "Man, we had it way harder than y'all XYZ," and we like, "Nigga, there's no way you walk up the hill to and from school." You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like, do you lead with the right information, and then people want to learn more about you after that? You know what I mean? Like almost doing it backwards.
Leadership. The top level is influence, and people follow who they know, like, and trust. That's not going to change.
Yeah.
So, Hap, if you look just like my dad and he beat me half to death, I don't care if you got a suit on, I ain't listening to you. And if you say 6 words that sound just like him, if that was my scenario, not listening. So if you don't ask the right questions or had that conversation, then the connection's never made. I don't care about your accolades.
Yeah.
Let's be real. There are car salesmen that make a lot of money and drive nice cars, and they'll sell you anything. They're grift masters. Talking about, yeah, my wife, they got their wife reading the script. Yeah, I eat traditional. I cook clean. She beat him up yesterday.
Yeah.
But there's profit. I mean, at the end of the day, I think even Be Nice was saying it. He don't know who to trust in so many words.
Mm-hmm.
There was some extra, which I kind of missed a part of it. But if a person doesn't know who to trust and don't know who to listen to, the accolades or some that might not be it. And hey, he might not listen to a person. They can say no. But without that know, like, and trust, you can't expect somebody to just go and start following stuff. Yeah. And also, ask the person who they are first. Ask them what they want. Know more about them before guide them and saying, go do this. Just like your coach.
God damn it,
the cornerback, you know who's the offensive lineman, or you might have to go and find out. You'll just throw pads on them and say, go get them. Nah.
Yeah, you do preliminary things.
Yo, Hemp. Scam just said it, bro. Ask them first before you tell them what to do, bro. A lot of dudes in this space, because I can't say old nigga, a lot of older gentlemen in this space, they don't do that. Only a few of y'all do that.
But Granville, can you offer them some grace?
No, I can't. No,
I'm just saying. Remember how they might have grown up.
No, okay. And if I take it back to my personal life right now, normally when an old head called me on the phone, he may be telling me some information about something, but I'll give him the grace of listening to him for the next 30 minutes, knowing that I already know what he's talking about. Or it's a bunch of bullshit what he's saying, but I'll give him that grace to hear him out.
Because of the relationship?
No, I've given this grace to people in this space just to hear him out. And at the end, I'll tell them, hey, well, I know about these situations. I know about this. I know about that. Could you maybe expound more on this part? Okay. I'm not giving that to all y'all, though. Fuck, like, I'm just not.
Okay.
If I reach out, I'll reach out to you on the back because I can't have this serious conversation with you on the panel because it's gonna go somewhere. So I'll reach out to you in the back. There have been men in this space that I've reached out to, had the conversation with. They've given me information that I know already, but they were able to answer questions that I needed answered as well. But that happened on the back end.
Just one last thing. Thank you all, older generation. Thank you for all that you did do, and there's grace extended for what you didn't do. I get it. Not all of y'all, because some of y'all, oh my God. But y'all who did and those who are trying to do and are doing, thank you. Those who are younger, keep searching for answers. Just keep trying. Keep working and try to work with us and understand it. Understand us, them, because the rest of this is not going to work. Then I got to troll you. I'm just saying.
Okay. So AP brought Mr. Payne back after he kicked him off. All right. JP, what's popping?
What's going on, y'all? What's going on, everyone? Shout out to y'all.
Goodie. Mr. Payne. Go ahead.
When I'm listening to this, I was told when I was young, you got to always prepare for the future. And when you look at the youth, there is the future. I think the problem with these conversations is that if the older men is willing is admitting to that they have let the younger people down, then it shouldn't be them talking. It should be the young people talking. This is where, what I always say, you got to value family. A lot of these older people, not all, but a lot of older people value their wallet than their family and their communities. And so these are the consequences when you try to demand and command respect from the younger people that you feel like you should just automatically get because you just an older black man and he's a young black man. No, you didn't reach out to those young black men. You don't know nothing about them, those young black men. You don't have their hearts. You haven't done nothing to deserve respect from those young black men. Those young black men don't even know you. A lot of these older black men comes off as a deadbeat father. Come in try to test child somebody after 20, 30, 40 years later. That's what I'm really hearing. So when I think about the youth, um, I think that we should do more listening to them. Because if we are the cause of their failures, it shouldn't be us. It shouldn't be the old people disrespect us first. No, that's not what you're hearing. That's not what I heard. What I heard that they disappointed in you. Yeah, what I heard was a lot of hurt from them. What I heard that you want to come in, it's almost like talking to your granddaddy or your daddy that let you down, and now his first words is say, "Boy, you need to do what I say do. You are disrespectful." At that point, the walls is up. You don't deserve that respect. You didn't put in no weight. A lot of these older people, a lot of these older people feel like they entitled. If you really want to change the trajectory of the future, you have to respect the youth. You already failed it once. Now those young people give you the opportunity to get to know them. So instead of trying to push off and preaching, and another thing with the youth, they're not trying to listen to more preaching. This is why the churches are so empty now. They want to see more action. People been getting talked to forever. Talking is nothing. It's cheap. And for a lot of these older people, that's the only thing they did was talk. Nothing been put in place. So I think the onus is on the older people, on the older generation. And if you really want to connect and bridge that gap, the older people, you got to shut the fuck up. Excuse my French. Because you didn't deserve no right to come out and give demands. You did not. Or if you did, respect, I thought respect was earned. You was too busy trying to earn respect from the white society instead of your community. Like you come into your black community demanding, commanding respect from these young people because they had to share the same skin color as you. But before that process, you chose the other side. So it's a lot of stuff you have to do to earn that respect.
Yeah, man. That sound like it makes sense to me. The JP will be back in 20 minutes, but so he said had this on deck for JP Bounty. He bound to say some dumb shit, bro. Sit back and think about your life decisions. And then AP said he want to hear Rilla opinion on it, uninterrupted.
AP on what exactly?
Well, what you think about what JP was saying though?
I was trying to think like who he would be talking about, like specific. I would have rather him put a name on it, right? That way I can understand, because I know like OG in his space, and he's shown on camera real time what he does, right? So I know he's respected in his immediate community. Maybe on YouTube these conversations get convoluted, and yeah, we don't have the camaraderie or that level of rapport with these shorties. But that's online. In real life, I know for me, when I move through my community, my neighborhood, I'm a stakeholder. I know what it's like in real life. And even as an old head moving on these streets, you can't be out here talking to these shorties willy-nilly and pumping your chest up and all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? You gotta move like you know something, or your head top gonna get blown off.
So brother, let me give you a tangible example. I joined one of TJ's panel one time. There was a pastor up there. He was talking about like free will or something. The pastor was cool. We had a discourse.
Nah, the magical hemp. I saw that.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
But when we had that discourse, he tried to young boy me. You know what I'm saying? Even me, and I was coming straight from the bank. In the conversation, he tried it a couple times, like with me. And my presentation not even like that. Like where you know what I mean? Like, but he tried it. You know what I mean? Like that happens.
Yeah,
like,
hemp. Do you know what's the amazing thing you did? Do you remember how well you handled yourself, comported yourself, walked them down? That's why I said that was surgical.
Yeah.
What you did, the way you responded to him, it was still with a level of respect where had he just conceded the point, he would have left with his dignity intact. But that ego, that pride comes before the fall.
Yeah.
That ego, a mofo, dog.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Can the good pastors ever get any credit? Ever?
You had to see. Did you see it? You had to see that.
No.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good conversation.
How y'all doing tonight, panel? How you guys doing?
What's up, Black Dog?
Mr. Chairman.
I'm not trying to be toxic tonight like I usually am. I'm just gonna be like straightforward and just be completely honest. So first off, let me preface this by saying that I understand the discontent that the older gentleman got from Sway. Like sometimes his tone can come off as abrasive, it can come out as aggressive, and it can come off as disrespectful. I totally understand that. I've talked to Sway plenty of times on plenty of different other panels. That's just the way he expresses himself, right? And I can understand that there are a plethora of younger people my age. Like there's a plethora of issues and failures that we have. For example, we have failure to get active in local communities, complacency, lack of physical fitness. Most of us are fat as shit. Financial issues and lack of commitment. Right? I get that there's a lot of shit that my generation has to work on. I understand that. However, when it comes specifically to communication and how the older gentlemen on these panels act, I feel like it's completely ridiculous. Right? So this is just like a small little list of just this interaction tonight that I've seen from the older gentlemen espouse, but they kind of flip-flop and just say different things all over the place, right? So Uncle Jeff is probably, he's not here no more, but he's probably a good example of this, right? He'll say that tone doesn't matter, how you approach doesn't matter, as long as the message gets through. But then all of a sudden, someone who presents a more aggressive tonality when he talks to him, all of a sudden tonality is important, it's objective, you gotta be nice with the way you talk to me. Like that's like, is tone policing, is this like subjective, or do we have it like, does it not matter, doesn't matter? It's very confusing, the message that we get, right? The second thing that we don't like about the older generation on these panels is not acknowledging your failures. Like I have not seen a single older gentleman on this panel ever acknowledge anything that they ever done ever. Like everyone up here is perfect. They have done everything right. For some reason, they all just have it all figured out, right? And when they talk about generalities, like Ilosophical is the best example of this. What he did, he takes everything personally. It's like when we talk about generalities of what you guys' generation has done, it's like, I don't know about that, but my life, I've done everything that I've done in my life. I think was perfect. I treat everyone as well. It's like, okay, that's good. But we're talking about generalities and sweeping generalizations when we have this conversation. And taking everything personally at every given point, in every given corner, at every single time, it's very frustrating. It's gaslighting. And when I was saying in the chat why this is gaslighting is no one was attacking you personally. No one was saying that. We were just talking about generalities that are within your generation, right? Another thing I don't like about the older gentlemen on these panels is you guys speak and communicate in idioms and euphemisms. Like you guys have no direct sort of like communication. And Uncle Jeff is another great example of this. It's like, well, here's what you gotta do to get to the women. You have to understand the vibes and the moves of the nature. You gotta slow down into the river and understand how you what the fuck are y'all niggas like? No disrespect. What are you guys saying? I don't know what the hell that means. That's what the fuck. And then the another thing I don't like about the older gentlemen is that you guys are completely out of touch, which is understandable. You guys are older, right? You guys are dating in a different generation. But you guys have presented zero realistic solutions. Like Uncle Jeff again said, oh yeah, just stalk a woman on Facebook for a whole year, then decide to. I'm like, bro, like who really uses Facebook like that anymore? Like everyone's on Instagram now, like automatically from the get-go. Like I don't even know like what the heck. And then another thing that I don't like about the older men that come on these panels is like they say you guys do not understand just getting a woman who's average is extremely difficult. Or we're not talking about finding someone who's an 8, who not just in looks but in mentality and. Did someone say something? Oh, I don't know. I thought someone said so. But just getting a woman, not just in looks, but in mentality and, marriage minded, family minded, not just out for self, not just out for my career to make me money, whatever. Finding someone like that is extremely difficult, just the average ones, right? For the following reasons. Number one, you cannot tell them apart from the bad ones. Number two, their ideology is extremely similar to the bad ones. And number three, the standards for men is astronomically higher than it was for men of the previous generation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the last reason why I do not like you older generation people is because I remember another panel that you had that was like people coming up or claiming I'm him. Now we know objectively, let's just keep it 1,000. 90% of those niggas that was on that panel that day was not him. You guys are liars. A lot of you guys are just terrible liars and they're so blatant at it. For example, we had another dude up here the other day saying, "Oh yeah, I was in college. I got all these women. I'm 6 foot something. I was an athlete. And I never fucked a single hoe when I was in college. Every single woman I fucked was wife material." It's like, bro, like we're not dumb. We're not stupid. Don't lie to us. Don't say, "Oh yeah, I was extremely responsible. And I was completely dick disciplined and all this other goofy shit." Just be honest.
He was in your generation, I believe. Just being honest.
Trill? No, he wasn't. Get the fuck out of here. That
He's
dude's like
33.
30 something. Is he? I thought he was like 40 something.
He's got to be older than 33.
He's 34. 34.
Is that right? Okay.
Grandpa, that's your fault. But anyways, but still.
Oh,
I mean,
my generation's cooked, bro. They cooked. They done. I
Black
accept
Dawn,
it.
one thing, do you think that we gotta put to bed? I mean, well, did you finish your points?
No, I'm finished. Go ahead.
I mean, your points are your points, but one thing that I want to just, and I think maybe this is for everybody more so, that we need to stop with that tone don't matter shit then.
Yes.
Altogether.
Like tone matters. Like, I'm not gonna OG is right. Like I'm not gonna walk up to one of you older gentlemen like, "Hey, what up, old nigga?" Like I'm not gonna do that. That's stupid. Like no one's gonna do that in real life. But at the same time, you can't say tone doesn't matter when it's convenient to you. But when someone's actually give you that abrasive tone, it's like, "Oh no, you talking to me disrespectful."
That's what I'm saying. Do we need to just throw that shit out when we
just throw it all out.
Tone don't matter, but women be feminine.
Like it's ridiculous.
Because it's seemingly Black Dawn, right? It's like a few people who it don't matter how you say it, they can catch what you're saying. But generally speaking, like in person, if somebody talk to me in a tone, then somebody gonna get disciplined. You know what I'm saying? Like up here, we can't access each other, so I genuinely stay pretty calm, right? But in person, if somebody was just like, "Nigga, I'm like, this come with upset stomach, diarrhea, nausea, and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like the way you say something. For example, you know how like when someone like being funny, it's like, "Man, that nigga stupid as hell," right? But then when you actually try to disrespect for someone's like, "That nigga stupid as fuck," you understand like these tones are completely different. So, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's almost as if they are trying to make themselves superior to women whenever they're having a conversation with women on the panel. But when another man comes up there and actually puts their ideology to the test, it's just automatically like, "No, we got to revert back into a different system." Like I hate that shit. It's like the blatant hypocrisy is nauseating. Like if you're gonna be a hypocrite, like at least be like a good one. You know what I mean? If you're gonna be like something so blatant, it's just like I can't respect you after that.
You know what's crazy, Hamp? You know what's wild? The old heads in this space tone police us like they try to tone police the women on the panel.
Hey, Black Dawn.
If we say anything they don't like, it's automatically we're being disrespectful. Automatically. And it could be a statement.
Oh my God.
Hey, P with the 10 ounces. Bounty, Black Dawn. Tell us you don't know how to talk to women without saying. You young niggas want a quick fix, but don't want to listen. Instant gratification, young niggas. He timed out Black Dawn for 10 minutes. Black Dawn will be back at 12:40. What the fuck is that? 48?
That's wild.
12:48.
Hey, Johan, can I say something real quick?
Yes, sir.
Before you move to the
How
next
about
person.
let the
Oh,
drummer-
my bad. Go ahead, Dr. Payne, Major
Yeah,
Payne.
give the drummer some. Hello to the
What's
panel,
up,
real
Mr.
quick.
Payne?
How you doing, Hemp, and everybody else up
How
here?
are you? How are
You know
you?
what, man? You know what? I love these panels because I thought my skin was thick, but after hearing all these young people telling me how fucked up I really am, this shit's really thick now. You know, but it's cool. But listen, you know, but we all view the world through our own prisms. You know what I'm saying? So I like the young brother what he was saying about, you know, nothing was perfect. But Dusto, this is the best I ever heard you because I agree with you. It's nothing new under the sun. But my view of my generation was not like yours. Our families were intact. And if it wasn't for, I keep the family tree. And if it wasn't for the marriages we had and the baby boomers and the Gen Xers in my family, we would be destroyed as the Payne family because we took in the illegitimate kids. We took in all of that stuff. We gave them houses. We gave them infrastructure. And the worst that ever happened to any of the women in our family who had kids out of wedlock was arrested development. It cost them an extra 4 or 5 years. They're all now, you know, and they got their degrees. Their kids are doing well, and everybody had an opportunity to succeed. So when I hear people say how fucked up we are, I'm saying, wait a minute, wait a second. You know, so when the other guy, you know, the baby boomers are going to leave the most money to the future generations in the history of mankind. The generational wealth transfer when we die off is going to be the biggest transfer of wealth that man has ever seen. You know, so I'm just trying to sit down here and say, wow, fucked up we are. One of my daughters is a millennial and the other one is a Gen Z. So I talk to them all the time. So I you know what I do though? I do know something, Hemp. I don't give dating advice, but if you want to know how to get married, come talk to me. I've been married. You know, if you want to just date and fuck around, I can't help you. But if you want to learn how to get married, I can tell you how to do that. And it's timeless. You know, so when I hear these young guys say, you know, I ask them, if you saw a good woman, would you be able to recognize her? I mean, this goes for the young guys. Because a lot of you guys look at all these women as pork chops. Can I get laid? You know, Crip Secure said something. I'm not going to be as long as everybody else. She said, you know, she said something about women who have all these standards. When they see the guy they want, they throw all those standards away. Right? They said, you know what? This guy has all the shit I'm looking for. They throw all those standards out the window. And she said to the guys, you know what? There's a thing. It's a corollary for you too. Because when you see the woman with the nice breasts and the big ass and the fake wigs and all that shit, you throw all of your standards out of the way too, because you just want to get laid. And she was absolutely right. You know, so when you stick by the standards you want, even in today's time, there are women, black women, who actually want to get married. You just got to find them.
I'm not gonna let you slide with that. Put a percentage on.
Let me finish.
Put a fucking percentage. I'm sorry. I said I was.
I'll tell you the percentage.
I apologize, Mr. Payne.
No.
If you get a chance, could you please put a percentage on those?
Yes, I'll do that. It's a smaller
Thank you
percentage.
so much. I'm just trying. I'm trying to have a conversation to change.
Let's say 30%. Let's just say 30%. Now, if you really want good numbers, you got to go to Media Man. He got all kinds of good numbers. There's a smaller percentage of women out there, but they're out there. So listen, if you want a job in a field that's crowded, but you're really skilled, you might have to go through a lot of people to get that job. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want the woman? So if you're telling me you're not willing to search for them, what can I do for you, whether I'm old or not? You got to be the one willing to get what you want. I mean, I don't understand that.
So,
when I heard my man,
so once again, the young nigga ain't good enough.
Hold on, Granny.
Well, yeah, say something wrong on that.
Hey, he said, hold up. He said, hold up. Don't do it.
I think Ali had a response.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What's up, Ali?
What's going on, man? How y'all doing, family?
Pretty good.
Cool. Y'all, the old men are the problem. Y'all say most men are not marriageable and leaders. then they are telling men to get married and putting the responsibility of marriage on them, and then putting the responsibility of not having sex on them. And if they're sexless, they're incels. We shame men for not getting sex.
So he just took my turn because I thought he had a question. I mean,
I know he's replying to what you said. No.
No, he ain't saying that to me because I didn't say nothing of the comment.
I let him go. I'm gonna be civil today. I'm gonna be calm. But the older men are the problem. I'm gonna let him talk. He cut me off. I'm gonna let him talk.
No, but I thought you cut me off. I wasn't finished.
I thought y'all were having a back and forth.
But he ain't having no conversation with me because I agree with what he just said, but I never said that. I never said what he just started to say. The premise is wrong.
To you, what do you want me to respond? Like we are older men. We don't walk this down truly. All the older men do is to come up here and pretend they're him and talk about all the success they had, even though they wifed up the women other men already had sex with. You don't want to walk this down really. The women gave their value away in middle school and high school. Y'all knew that. We were having sex because women were giving away their value in sex. Y'all knew they weren't worth nothing when we were in middle school and high school. We know that. Most of us were having sex before we met our wife. But then y'all shame because they don't get sex, or if they get sex, when all of you that's on this panel busting women down until you get your wife. Y'all are liars. And it's disingenuous. Being disingenuous means you know more than what you are saying, but you're pretending to play stupid. So you're not ignorant and you're not dumb. Y'all, let me see.
Man, what you say? Are you talking to me or are you talking to somebody?
He's not
else?
talking to you, Dr. Payne.
See, this is what I'm saying. Like you're taking it personally. He's just making generalizations.
But he's saying what I said though, because he's saying, yo, I mean, I have a real problem with this way that conversation is going.
You're gonna make it about you. OG makes it about him. All the older heads make it about them. Y'all don't care about the youth. And the funny thing is, the older women.
All right, Ali, go ahead, man. Go ahead, go run. I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
The older women speak out for the young women to let them keep perpetuating the things they're doing to men. Y'all shame men instead of shaming women to be what men need as families. Women are doing.
Hey, really, how you gonna say he ain't? He's saying y'all. I'm here, right fucking here.
Yeah, but he's including himself. But when he refers to other men,
let me do this right quick.
Let me do this.
I knew I was gonna trigger somebody. I'm gonna mute up.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
After you can talk. I'm sorry, Ham.
Well, simply, Mr. Payne, he listening to what you said. It's not necessarily a response directly, but what you said is what he's responding to generally, right? Because we say things.
Can you make the connection for me then?
Yes, sir. We say things like "holla at me" if you want to learn how to get married.
Right.
But we've accepted things from our women that we are married to that our alleged sentiment is that they're unacceptable. And then we made whores out of women left and right. But then when we get married, all of a sudden we know everything and we righteous.
No, man, come on. I didn't
No,
say
I'm
nothing.
saying, but that's how.
You're not even listening.
No, I'm listening. What I'm saying is here's the disconnect.
Let me say a statement real fast.
For him to say that, from what I said, even you, man.
Let me say a statement real fast.
The fact that you could lead to that's what I meant.
Let me say a statement.
No, that's what he's.
Let me make a statement.
He's not. Ali, you can go right after this. You can make it because he's just making a statement.
If women were pure, you know who would be the most valuable men? The men who would get married first. But when women were having sex, men started having sex. They didn't become wifeable. Men settle later down before you die because you're getting older. If we were immortal, no men would settle down. It's the part that we're getting older and we do want to have children. We do want to love a woman. It's in our nature. But if women were pure and they weren't hoes, the man who got married first would be valuable. But if she is a whore and if she's having sex and men don't let their nuts hang and tell the truth about it, then we're going to have sex. It doesn't benefit a man to have sex with a woman all men already had sex with.
Well, listen, Ali, man, that has nothing to do with the generation. That's just been, men have been men since the beginning of time. Listen, the guys in the West, men in the West have already acquiesced that most of us are not going to marry virgins.
Not even responding to what I said.
Hold on for a second. Even way back when. So when we talk about calling women whores, are you talking about their whores because they had sex or they had sex with a lot of partners? I mean, because you just jump it. I mean, to me, this is a very disingenuous conversation.
Did you have sex before you met your wife?
Yeah. I had a sex life before I got married. Yes. So that doesn't mean I ruined.
Mr. Payne and Ali will be back in 12:58. I think.
Yeah,
No, 12:40.
TAP not playing
12:59.
tonight.
Yeah,
Shout
I'm
out
not
to
even
my
like
brother.
I don't even know. Like it's just all that shit was just kind of extra to some degree, to be honest. Like I'll give the older generation some leeway. Like I understand you guys did not have it the same as we did, and that's for sure. We live in two different worlds when it comes to dating, right? My main issue is the communication. It's just not even like willing to even listen, like dancing around the point, lying, creating things out of thin air is my problem. Like I don't know what Ollie was saying about the hose, and I kind of
Well, Black Dawn. Here's what he's saying, right? Because let's
yeah,
keep on picking shit apart, right? Tone matters, right? I think we can agree to that. You
right.
know, now one thing he said, right? We'd say women hit the wall, right? You know, but Ali also admitted we getting older, we want to have children, so we are accepting things from women that men back in the day, before probably Mr. Payne generation, wouldn't accept. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
we'll know a woman will have 20 bodies, and generally speaking, a man will accept it. Does he like it all the way? No, but people living their life out here. So if she started having sex when she 18 and she 32, which is the average age of marriage, and she had 2 partners a year, we'll accept the fact that she lived life before us, right?
Oh yeah, yeah,
You see
yeah.
what I'm saying? Not like
Yeah,
she was
yeah, I
born,
get
but she
that.
just living. You know what I'm saying? So which is and so does it almost acknowledge our mortality? Like we'll just
Yeah.
accept shit. You know what I mean? 'Cause we know
Is
we
he
coming up
also
on it too. Go ahead.
is he also saying that we're gonna have to do? I guess this goes into my part a little bit, that we're gonna have to try harder and perform harder for women who are less deserving as well too. I guess that makes sense.
I think it would
To
all go into that pot, right? And it also
yeah,
comes from when we are getting older and we want kids and then all that, you know.
yeah.
So yeah,
I
it's
get
just
it.
interesting. It's interesting, man. You
It's
know.
crazy that Swig point got proved though with our pain.
Yeah, like he just proved the point perfectly. It's just like he's
Way
not
ain't
even
crazy.
Hey,
Yeah,
Scam,
but
don't drop
this
out. I'm gonna just rotate you, Scam. All right.
instead of
Doesn't
like
matter
he
if you
just
got your
took
No,
time
you can
on.
pull me down. Pull me down, Ham.
You good?
like
Okay.
he took it personally. Like I just don't understand.
No,
Like what's what?
no, I'm back. I didn't take it personally. You was tying that to me, the way he came off. Listen,
You're taking it personally. You just said it tied to you.
well, he did tie it to me though. All right. So just like I wanted to answer your question before you got kicked down, because you guys want something from us that doesn't really make sense, because you're looking for place to place blame. Listen, if the future belongs to the young people, then what are you going to do about it? I haven't heard one of you guys say, listen, what are we going to do to make sure that you don't do things that we did, that you say we did to you, right? What are
I'm
you going to do
not.
for the, what are you guys going to do for the A's and the
No one.
B's? No, I'm asking you, what are you guys
No.
going to do?
No one's
You're not
trying
going to tell
to.
your kids when you have them, are you going to say to them, listen, the baby boomers fucked our lives up, but what are you going to tell them? What are you going to teach them differently? Are you going to tell them to get married young? Are you going to tell the women to be virtuous? Are you going to do all of these things?
No, you know what I'm gonna
Well,
do? You know
wait.
what I'm gonna do?
Answer
Hold
the
on, stop,
question.
Black Dom. Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna get on a fucking panel and act like my life was silky fucking smooth and I ain't got no fucking blemishes. I'm gonna let them know the fucking real from a young age. And I'm gonna raise them and I'm gonna let them know how the world really fucking works. And don't put roses, butterflies, and all that shit in their fucking head. And they get out here in the world a fucked up place. They're gonna know what it really is, and I'm gonna raise them fucking right. And I'm gonna show them the best way I can by being a husband and a fucking father.
All right. So wait a
You
minute. Are you
motherfuckers lied. You motherfuckers lied. Y'all was some dog ass, cheating ass niggas. Y'all did y'all fucking dirt. And you bitch ass niggas get up on this panel every fucking day.
Hold on.
No, I had enough. I tried to be civil. I tried to be.
We get up on these
Your
panels.
old ass niggas get up on these panels every day and act like y'all got him fucking so.
No. Well, hold on for a second. I haven't lied to anybody on this panel about my life.
Yeah, but Major Payne, Major Payne, he's not talking directly to you. You're a representative.
But wait a minute. If I'm a representative, right?
Right.
It can't just be a representative for the bad. Why don't y'all let me tell you If you want to know something from my generation, because I'm up here, everybody else ain't up here.
But we have to dialogue, Mr. Payne. We
Major
have
Payne.
to. We have to dialogue though.
Yeah,
That
okay.
we're not having a sound back and forth. Here's a very small example, right? You remember that day you were saying like you and your wife never argued,
Yes,
and
yeah,
you won them all. But then as soon
yeah,
as she got up here, she instantly said opposite of what you said. It was
yeah.
fun. It was great. It was a beautiful moment. But nonetheless, you was capping, and that's all Granny is pointing out.
No, it's capping, or that's how I looked at it.
Oh
Right?
my fucking god, bro, man! Like,
And
you see what I'm talking
that's
about?
what I
Like,
mean.
it's just like,
No,
Let me just
just be
finish.
even.
The whole
Dylan.
context of it is not there, though. You know that.
No, but what I'm saying is cap because you know you lost at least one argument,
Oh
right?
yeah, yeah, I hear that.
But and I brought it up because it was a good, like, we was all like when we saw it, we appreciated it, right? But
Yeah.
that's just a very small example of the fact that we don't be letting everything go. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you there.
Like
I
Trigger
agree with
Mike one day, we talking about all our wives wear Lululemon to the gym, right? All women wear that shit to the gym. Trigger Mike, yeah, but my wife wear a big shirt. No, she don't. You know what I'm saying? And it's fine. Like, we know
I
she
remember
don't.
that.
Like, my wife will tie a jacket around her waist. Man, that one time I found a jacket in the driveway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
All we're asking,
Well, okay,
asking is just like,
you know.
just don't,
So
just
Well,
don't
you asked the
bullshit
question,
us.
Black Dawn, right? You asked the question, right? You guys never tell the truth, right? Or that kind of stuff. Before you got kicked off, I was gonna answer that question. Like, do we ever do anything wrong? The thing I thought I did wrong for my daughters is that I didn't have
my
guys
bad, Rilla.
that I didn't have guys waiting
My
for
bad. You was
her
trying
to have like arranged marriages. I didn't know that I was going to throw them out into the cesspool that's out here now in dating, that they had to fend for themselves. With all the fellas I know with kids my daughter's age, I should have been networking them with a whole bunch of different families that I had vetted. I didn't do that. That's the one regret I have.
But you know what, Major Payne?
That's one regret I have.
Scam said something that I don't. So this is where I try and meet in the middle of the road.
Rilla, can I say something real quick? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to real quick. I'll let you have it. I think Scam is right. I think putting blame on the previous generation for our fault is pointless. You can always point back to the previous generation. Well, they fucked us up, and the previous generation will point back to the previous generation and be like, oh, well, they fucked me up, and so on and so on. I get that. That makes sense. But all we're asking, he's gone. Shit. Well, all we're asking is just don't bullshit us, bro. Like, you can't say look for us for guidance, and then when we look for y'all to guidance, you guys bullshit us all the time when we ask y'all. That's all we're asking.
So this is what I'm saying, right? Scam said something that was important that just kind of got glossed over. He talked about having grace, extending grace. Like, I'm quick to say I'm Generation X. When Ali was talking, Ali included himself in the old head talk. Unless I heard you wrong, Ali.
No, he did.
I heard you say, right. So we're quick to admit when we're at fault. It's a couple things y'all don't understand about them. The old heads are big on respect. Big on respect. Respect is the basic minimum coming through the door. Like, if you know OG don't like to be called nigga, don't joke with him like that. But the way some of y'all joke with older people, that's wild to me. Y'all sitting on a panel with somebody that's like 70-something years old talking about you bitch ass nigga. That's crazy.
I agree with you. I will never.
Hold on.
That goes both ways.
I understand that, but listen.
Let him address what he addressing. Go ahead, Rilla.
Hold on 1 second, Scam, because I understand what you saying, bro. I was raised way different than that. Way different. I just showed you that example where Hamp was having that conversation with that pastor. That could have went way left. That wasn't a both way. Hamp decided to extend him grace. That man didn't necessarily deserve it in that moment the way he was trying to handle him, right? But but his training and his upbringing said different, right? So that's why I'm saying the both ways that it goes is that there needs to be understanding from old heads to that younger generation, but
Both
that
ways.
younger generation also gotta understand too. That's just how they like when I hear Sway say his old head mom, it don't even bother. It skips right past me. When I listen to Major Payne, I went on BMU joint and apologized for when we was over here the last time, Hamp, and I felt like I threw the boomers under the bus and ran over him and backed it up and then ran over him again. I went over there, apologized. He said, "Shit, I ain't even remember that, young blood. You straight." That's just how my grandma raised me, fam.
No, Chicago really. Hear me out.
No, don't give me the butt.
Hear me out.
Don't shout me down when I'm preaching good, bro.
You
What's
grew
right
up.
is
You
right. What's
grew up
wrong is
one
wrong.
way. Somebody 3 doors down grew up totally different.
We can't do that, Scam.
It's the truth.
We can't do that, Scam.
Rilla's more right than he is anecdotally. You can
Everything ain't
kind of
always
push
about
back.
being right.
May I say something?
Sometimes it's about being realistic.
Feels pretty right to me.
And then this is also one of the part of the issues with our conversations.
I
The
can
fact
explain
that
it.
we can have an anecdotal example to prove his point wrong, his point actually helps the conversation and helps people mature and grow and have these conversations more productively. So why knock it down if he's saying we show deference to the old heads out of respect, though we deserve respect as well, but we still comport ourselves in a certain way so the conversation can continue. I don't see a point of Scam breaking that down. Then it does what for who?
I'm not pushing back against respect. That's not what I'm doing.
Okay.
What I'm saying is understanding. You grew up, your family taught you respect. 3 doors down from you is somebody whose family didn't. Expect them to act like somebody whose family didn't teach them respect.
Oh, you saying obvious shit? Okay, yeah, all right, that makes sense.
That's all I'm saying. But you to try to hold them to that standard.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
I understand, Scam. I just want to make sure Rilla's point. I want to make sure brothers like our age, you just a tad bit older.
I'm for respect across the
accept
board,
that.
grace and forgiveness across the board.
Yeah. Okay, my bad.
My only
May I say something real quick? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, what I really see, and this might be a small portions of it, but what I see, the dynamics between old black men and young black men. Now I got uncles that's older and stuff too. When they see young black men, particularly, they be like, those niggas that was raised by their mammy. And then they got they kind of know what type of dynamics that they from. And then the younger, my younger cousins and them or the young niggas, they got a disdain for the older black men because they did grow up without a dad or whatever. So all they heard was disparaging things about black men. So they out the gate don't have no respect for them. They was raised not to have no respect for black men in general.
Who's the
Now
they?
realizing who's going to become a black man.
JP, my bad. Who's the they that you're talking about?
Well, like I said, when I say they, meaning like I brought up 2 different dynamics. The older generation of older black men will look at the younger black men and be like, that's mama's. He a fucking mama's boy. He like, especially like if you talk to him a certain way, he be like, you tell he's raised by his mammy. He got a little sugar in him. Now, and then from the younger black man perspective, how they view the older black man, they did like we came up on that too. Like we didn't have value. We didn't value black men, especially like older men, because that wasn't in the picture. Mama and them would have more value. Well, mama say we value mama, we value grandmama, we value auntie. We too much in value older black men. All we heard that y'all wasn't shit. Y'all was deadbeats. So it's kind of like, I think that's part of the conversation that's not been added.
Oh yeah, well, I think Sway mentioned it a little bit. Go ahead, Ali.
So it is important to add what he's saying and what Scam said, because in order to reach the youth, you got to start off caring about them. When they got mistreated by their mother and father and they had broken families, they didn't look at adults as respect. So when you already saying, hey, this is how we treated the old heads, this is how we treated our aunts and grandmothers, you have to approach the youth different than how our ancestors approached us, because they didn't get respect from the adults. I had to change my delivery with a lot of people, the youth, when I started working with kids, because a lot of them couldn't stand their mother, a lot of them couldn't stand their father, they couldn't stand their family. So if I came in and like, this is what we used to do, what is that? It don't mean nothing to them. So the way that we reached the youth was talking about how much we care about them, how much we value them, reaching out to them, giving them food, showing them an experience. Actually, hey, How your life, man? How you doing? What's going on? I didn't start out with me. Then once you connect with them, then you can talk about what we used to do and how we used to live and how it's valuable to carry yourself a certain way. So what Scam and Jay Prince is saying connects to the way most of the old heads come up here and just talk about themselves. Even if I'm connected with the old heads, when we have to connect to the kids first, we have to see what's going on with them, what they value, what they care about, what's going on with their life.
Ali, question: do you think that football makes it a difference in how you need to do that delivery?
Nigga with
You
his
mean by-
football, bro.
What you mean by that?
Well, 'cause
Football helps football helps a lot.
I'm saying when like with the kids, I was so heavy-handed. It was I'm like an
Yeah.
old school for punching them in the helmet,
Yeah.
all types of shit.
You know what you did when they walk, like you grabbed them already, like you already had them. Kids love that. Like when you already connecting with them, they already love. They love that. Versus you trying to talk to them and you disconnected. You have no grace for them. You have no care about them. You have no value about them. You don't care about the environment. You don't care where they came from, and you just keep talking about yourself. And a lot of the older heads keep talking about themselves. How it was when they were growing up. We can
Okay.
have that conversation later.
Yeah. So you're saying it's not even about
Like,
being
it's about them.
yeah, because it's not even about being nice or mean. It's just about caring about them.
About
However, it
caring
comes
about
out.
what they're going through,
relationship.
and they'll connect to what you're going through and listen to what you. And I had to learn that, when I first started.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
I think the older heads need to take.
I just
I
want
just
to
think
clarify real quick, JP. Yeah, I assume Scam's gonna say something a little different, and I want to make sure Rilla's point marinated. So I apologize, Scam. What you said actually, it wasn't against the point. We're just saying, hey, you never know. Therefore, get to learn the person before you start coaching. Go ahead,
Right.
JP.
That very thing that Ali and Jay Prince were saying.
Yeah, let it marinate. Nigga, I said sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I think when it comes to the older head, they still want to hold on to something that's been a lot of these old heads. That's all they had to hold on to. Some of them could have been getting a lot of women. Some of them could have been like I got uncles in their 60s. They still selling dope. Like they still want to hold on to this macho-ness, whatever macho-ness that they have. And I think when they talking to the younger generation, like I said earlier, if you already admitted that you let the younger generation down, it's not about you no more. It's not about the old head no more. We almost finna check up out of there. If the future is the youth, that's supposed to be the most important. It's not about what you had 40, 50, 60, 70 years to get it done. But you didn't. So now when we having this conversation, you can't focus. It's not about what you got. What you is all about you. Because let's be clear, we don't live in your days no more. Your days is gone. It's a new way. It's the youth way now. So I think that we should be, as older people, we should be quiet and listen to the youth because they actually could educate us. They actually could educate us on how life is going to be moving forward. To be honest, because this day youth, this day life, we done did ours already. So I think, especially if you the one that let them down, it's not the onus on them to come and make sure that you listen to them and respect them. You already neglected them. So now, if you want to have the conversation and bridge the gap, if you truly want to bridge the gap between younger men and older men, I think the older men should be more mature enough to set their feelings to the side, set their pride to the side, and understand the dynamics. The reason why he disrespecting you is not because he just flat out disrespecting you. He disrespecting you for one, y'all don't have a relationship, y'all not cool like that. So y'all don't have no bond with each other. So if you the older person, so you gotta be mature. What I see older people doing is arguing with little kids. Anytime you competing with somebody younger than you already lost. So I would take if it was me, I would sit back, fall back, and say, okay, I neglected my son. I neglected my community. This brother was a part of my community, and I neglected him. Let me shut the fuck up. Let me get to know him. Let me listen to him. Let me see what's really in his heart and connect with him emotionally first. But you coming in trying to be demanding and stuff, that ain't gonna do nothing but get you disrespected.
Okay, let me read these real quick. Jack with the $5 says, I'm gonna stop derailing Ham's show out of respect. Everyone I came at in the super chat, I forgive you and we not beefing. Have your opinion. Don't cry when I clap back. AP with the 10 ounces credit for Mr. Payne. Got to bring him back for he fall asleep for real. HQ with the $5 says, ask Ali if he live in the bullshit he preach. He preaching marriage, but living like a groupie. Stop listening to scammers. He appears to be one. You want to respond, Ali?
What's a groupie?
HQ is one of the most dangerous disingenuous elders in the space, man. She keep telling women doing the worst things. She's preaching the wrong thing to the brothers. I preach what the elders say. I preach for marriage if it works for the men, the women, and the children. But if it's not benefiting brothers and it's compromising brothers, I'm not going to push marriage. We talk about this all the time. She's deliberately disingenuous, but this is what the women do in the space. So it's what comes with the territory. But brothers don't call it out enough. Brothers don't call each other out enough, and then we stay on this. Right now, we're gonna be right back at the surface of what the problem is again.
What the hell is a groupie?
Oh no.
Somebody
you too young to know, Black Don. You too young.
Oh, you don't know what a groupie is for real?
I don't know what. No, I'm dead ass. I don't know.
It's the girls that was paying Chris Brown $1,000 to take pictures with him.
Yeah.
Jack with the $2 says, and they call it puppy love. Lauren Mack, marry me. She in the back right now. I'll ask her. Jack. AP, okay, it's finna time now. JP, HQ with the $5 says, JP, you know your ass need to stop talking. All your advice is suspect. Jack with the $5 says, scam. I'm just some dude who been on YouTube since 2009. JP, I guess you want to respond to this? Don't really say much.
Well, I just think that some people, they got bias against whoever, whatever the case. It don't matter what you think. I ain't nothing suspect about me, so I don't got too much to respond to that.
Word. Aaron with the 10 ounces to JP point. Old heads, time to wrap it up and go in the house on the hill, sit in the chair and wait for us to ask. The problem is y'all won't get off the council seat. That's a white man's mindset. Look at your president. AP with the 10 ounces. I really liked. Okay, we got that one. HQ with the $5 the messenger is all wrong tonight. Sheep's clothing and all that. Congo with the $5 scam. Stay you. Keep talking your jargon. Jack with the $2 no matter how much shit I talk, I support him 100%. No doubt, my brother. I appreciate you, man. Rebel Rose with the 20 ball. What's up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. Hope all is well, man. He said, extreme measure is required for extreme situation. And I'm seeing the old folks are not willing to make extreme sacrifices to change the trajectory of what is happening between men and women. Aaron with the $2 should be an age limit on who's sitting on the council. And then Scam got credit from AP for what he said. Jack with the $5 says, bro, I'm on a lot of channels. Very few I spend more than $2. When I support a platform, I drop 1 to 10K in super chats. Stay in the chat. You not ready, yo.
Hey, yeah.
Jack always supporting. Huh?
Hey, you just spoke something about a council meeting. I was just at a council meeting and I won. They got me all on the news in the newspaper.
You won what? You on the city council?
Yeah, I was at the city council. Me and Flora, Secretary of State. We was at the council. It was about getting ordinances for my food cart and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I was the only one that spoke up because they were trying to put us out of the city. And I was the only one who was there and spoke up. And they had me all on the news. And they wrote about me and they passed the ordinance because of me.
Okay.
That
like that. That's what's up, man. Congrats on that, man. A lot of times you don't know unless you ask and go ask for it. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. HQ with the $5 says, you say average is 8. Look at the delusion. No wonder y'all group is doomed. The audacity to think you qualify for an 8 is wild.
Real quick, because I said that. I didn't say that the average is 8. I think your listening comprehension needs to be checked. What I said was men are not looking for women who are 8, right? We're looking for people who are average, and finding the women who are 5, who are an average is very difficult.
Yeah,
average is the best that most people are getting. I don't know what she's talking about.
She happily heard it. Yeah. Jack with the $5 says, also Lauren Mack is life. I'll have her babies. What the fuck?
Right.
AP with the $10 says black. Oh,
you read
me trying to kick. Yeah. Jack with the $2 says, question, Hamp, did y'all ever talk about the topic? For the first 45 minutes, I would say. Remember, Rose with the $10 says, this is modern day Babylon. Women are the modern day man, and we don't want anything to do with anything extreme to make change. Many jag off meetings with no babies made. I say let it all fall down. So then Black Dawn and AP was fighting. Jack would tell us, our pain, you respect it. Long-winded, but I'm glad you are here. HQ with the $5 says, tell him about it, Pain. We had intact families, money, amazing. One pill with the $5 says, old heads need to understand it's okay and need to have your viewpoints challenged. Iron sharpens iron. Jack with the $2 says, my heart smiles. Beef, shout out to AP and Black Dawn. Fifi with the $5 says, where would we be today without all the stepdaddies of the past? We would be a lot more of us in jail, I guess. Jack with the $2 says, Black Dawn, you got this or you need some backup?
It's all good.
AP with the $10 says, Black Dawn, I'm not beefing. He actually made a good point. Keep 20 on deck. I'll interrupt you in the middle of your point. Keisha with the $5 says, how is it the same men that call black women black hoes, black bitches, but then complain about finding a good woman? Make it make sense.
Makes perfect sense.
HQ with the $2 says, Ali, you ain't the messenger for this. You a hypocrite.
Tell me how.
Ali Bev with the $2 says, you ain't you like 40? AKA old nigga too, Ali? He said that.
I said I'm old. You know what's funny that they won't admit though? That I can smash most of them, and I have a lot of experience with women. That's y'all don't tell the truth. This the
Oh yeah, motherfucker. Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Ali.
He crashing out. God
Yali
damn.
Bev, the truth, her and Lauren Mack. HQ with the $5 says, cause she got 4 bodies, she don't deserve to find a good man. Y'all goofy. Take a hardwood dirt nap, the lot of y'all.
Damn.
Can y'all answer? Hold on, real quick. The old heads. Since y'all want to be on the young men. Back then, if a woman had 4 bodies, was she deemed a good woman and marriageable?
Back then, no.
So why are we telling men to still be traditional men, but y'all don't stay on women to be traditional women?
I got another question for the older gentleman. Do you think like all those women were telling it?
Let me finish these, though. Jack with the $5 says, dang, I'm surprised I'm still here. I'm usually in and out of these shows or watching 2 to 3 lives at a time. This was a good show. Floor and Cammy owe me rent. What the fuck, Jack? We talking about? UT with the $10 says, they big on getting respect but not giving it.
Y'all are wild for that.
One pill with the $5 says, has also need to understand is that there's more to life than your perceived perception of respect. Fuck your feelings.
That's why
I don't know all that.
One pill with the $5 says, I missed the last super chat up. I meant to say old heads. He meant to say old heads. Okay. AP with the $10 says, credit for JP. Use a 4-syllable word in proper context. The fuck going on? Is this the Twilight Zone? Disparaging. Damn. Aaron with the $2 says, it's not football hand, but it's Coach Carp. Get the fuck out of here. That's basketball, nigga. Any sport where they sell Swish, you can't trust them, man. Just me with the $2 says, Mom, nobody even get hit at practice. Mama stay talking about her.
Fantastic.
And they walk around with their hands on their hips. Mama stay talking about, and it's only 12 people on the team. You don't even need that many people to be successful. One person can take over a basketball game. You shitting me? And they flop.
They also
Mama stay talking about her hip. What about my hip?
Yeah, and we don't shit ourselves in the game though. Don't leave that out or piss.
They'll get injured every 5 seconds.
People get come on, Mr. I just seen you blow the dust off one of them trophies before you brought it up. Aaron with the $5 says, if you watch Coach Carter, how he started off with the team is how old heads act when youngins, but once he understood their struggles, it worked out. Yeah, no, that was a good example. Billy Go with the $5 says, I'm Gen X. I wish one of y'all niggas would speak to my elders like that. Fire slapped out of you. Facts. Grand any one of y'all. Thank you, Black Lexicon, with the 10 ounces for that
Was that
coffee. And
Yeah, that was
he's talking to me,
That
Granny.
was,
He was
yeah.
talking to me, Granny. He was talking to me.
that's third ward, Billy? Fuck you, Billy.
CJ with the $5 says, thanks for letting me up. Had to go. The streets are calling. CJ, stay out them streets, nigga. You about to turn pro in a month. Billy go with the $2. If there was an age limit, the council would be. The Bell 5000 was popping with the $5. JP, you just told on your uncle like the first 48.
No, I didn't.
You said allegedly, right, JP?
Right, and they don't know my uncles or nothing.
John Henry with the $5 says Gen X 1965 to 1980, Gen Y 1980 to 1995, Generation Z 1995 to 2010. Cali with the 2000. Ali is a pimp in his own rhymes. All right, Black, don't you say you had a question? Go ahead, OG.
Oh, I was gonna say like
let OG get in there, bro.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
OG.
No, Black Don, go ahead.
No, I was gonna just ask the Rilla because you said that having a body count, women having a body count of 4 was unacceptable.
In that day.
Yeah, so I'm just honestly asking, do you think that women were all just like virgins walking around back in the day? Was that actual truth?
No, so no.
That...
So
Okay.
the marketing, propaganda, socialization, all of it was promoted as Disney-esque. You went looking for that virtuous woman, right? So that's what you were expecting. Now, you get older, eventually you learn like, yeah, not everybody, was like that.
So my question is, do you think they were like lying about it then, or people are just more honest now about how they really
Listen,
want?
man, I popped my cherry at 14. You was just happy to get coochie then, man. I don't think nobody was looking into it that deep.
Hey, so
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. It's like
so based on what my mom said, she said they was all fucking. She had
that's
she had
another thing
my
I
brother
like.
at 15. I told my mom, you and my brother, y'all in the same generation. It's literally 15-year gaps, right? Like they literally the same age.
Like that's another thing I don't like about older gentlemen that come on these stages. Like the romanticization of like the past. Like y'all niggas wasn't all that.
Yeah, but you know what? My grandma said, keep living. You'll be 50 at some point. It'll be a young blood run around telling you the exact same thing, Governor. That's why I defer again to what Scam said. I'm probably gonna take that with me for a good minute. That grace that should be extended. And again, I understand respect goes both with all those things, but for the young bloods that look at the old heads and have, because it seems like there is a lot of angst or animosity towards the old heads, right? Just keep living.
Yeah.
Please, yeah, go
ahead, OG.
This whole show reminds me of two things that I hear a lot of the people in this space talks about. That if you make A's and B's, and you make A's, then you live around a community that wants you to dumb yourself down to be accepted. I refuse to dumb myself down to be accepted. I refuse to let you walk over me before I feel like I accept it. I'm not gonna come up here and apologize for shit. And I'm tell you why I'm not. There's a reason why. Because my fight and your fight is two different fights. The fight I was what my parents and what I fight, it was two different fights. Our community was vast much better than the community that I'm looking at now. And that's only due to the fact that we had an arch enemy and we was just scared to step on the outside of that circle. And so when you start thinking that you can have somebody step down or dumb themselves down just to be your friend, that's one friendship I don't want. That's one instructing job I don't want. You got kids that come into the boxing ring or come into the gym. They ain't looking for no young man to teach them how to box. They getting their ass whooped by young men outside that door. They looking for the oldest man they can find, the oldest trainer, to give them some instruction because they already getting their ass kicked by the youngest people out in the street. They looking for some instruction. So, okay, I'm going to give you what you want. I've been working on it for about 2 weeks. And then that's what y'all want. The greatest influence of any generation is their peers. Y'all been listening to the rap and hip hop for the last 15, 20 years. What instruction have you took from that? It got you in this situation because you was listening to the people who didn't have the experience of the understanding what they was going through. They were just telling you what their life was, and most of them was lying to you because they had college education, but they dumbed themselves down to trick your ass. So I tell you what, when I take off my glasses and I go in the white people neighborhood, they question me, my old ass. How you looking so good at 65 years old, 5 years from 70? How you run so fast? So that's what y'all want? Ali, you said it's about me? Let me tell you something, my brother. Anytime you give an opinion, it is about you. I don't know where you didn't find that out. Anytime you give opinion on this square, it's about you. So that's what opinion is. It's how you think, how you process things. And one thing I didn't hear tonight, and it was part of that education system, is emotion intelligence. It's about this. How what you say affects someone else. So I tell you what, y'all can have this space. You really can. I don't had enough. And I've been working on it about 3 weeks. There's some white boys on the other side of the street waiting for me. And so when y'all say I sold out, nah, you pushed me out. Y'all can have it. So you keep on complaining about me, JP, all the times I took on you and talked to you on the telephone the other side. I ain't that one. But you can't say no, stop. You couldn't say one positive thing about your negative side of the help you have got from older people. So you know what? Well, now, I know you weren't talking about me specifically, but what I'm trying to say is there's always two sides to a story. And we just go come up here and hammer away on old people so it can make you feel better about your young problems, you can have it. I don't had enough. I've been here 15 years. I got some people waiting on me.
Finally. Oh my God, it took y'all forever. I've been up here for like an hour and nobody wanted to talk to me. Hi, everyone. Hi, Callie Bev. Hi, everyone in the chat. Orderly. Let's talk about what's been going on because y'all arguing over each other for no reason. Why? So y'all don't want to talk to each other? So y'all want to just skip a generation of people? Because y'all know that Gen Z gotta have kids at some point. Y'all gotta talk to them. Help us out. I'm confused. We can't just give up on the future? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, what was the point of getting out of slavery? Might as well just stayed in it. At least we'll be breeding. Wait, what? I didn't speak Spanish. Oh, I did. Never mind. Wow. But I feel like the fact that y'all are not acknowledging that all the things that y'all have brought up this evening, guess who also heard the same things? Millennial women.
Women's.
And Gen Z women heard the same exact things y'all heard, which was nothing. We didn't get any advice either. So guess what? We're winging it too. And y'all are sitting here like, oh, well, we didn't learn anything from Gen X and baby boomers. What you think we learned? We watched, observed, and tried to make out what they were doing. We got lied to too. We got honesty too. We didn't know which one was real or not. So I'm confused. But y'all want to hold us to these standards of traditional women when we didn't see traditional women. Where? Our grandparents? Our great grandparents? I never met my great grandparents. So when was this tradition? I'm just confused. That's all I want to know is when was this
No
tradition
encounter
that's supposed to
Willa
apply?
Tradition is a
grown women. How
Wait,
long does
Accountability for what?
wait.
Then Hamper had a comment whenever.
Response?
Go ahead.
Wait, but do we understand what she's saying?
No,
Yeah.
yes we do.
No,
I actually understand it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Essentially, they had the same exact upbringing we had, but somehow we expect them to comport themselves in a different way than we do.
We're
well,
expected
hold
to
on.
men. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, shout out to everybody. Well, no, I can't agree with that, especially you're talking about us millennials. We're the last group of individuals to have parents like that, Lauren, to have parents that actually had the values, marriages, and grandparents and all those things.
Where?
So yeah, what do you mean where?
No,
Where
my
you
question
talking?
is what did your parents tell you?
We don't have parents.
We don't. Hold up. You're 38, Hamp. What the fuck you talking about? You had a mother and father. You were there that were married.
No, yeah, I'm saying as a whole, a lot of us are missing parents.
No, you're not, Hamp. No, that didn't start until the 90s, Hamp.
Huh?
That didn't start until the late 90s. The divorce boom for black people didn't happen until I say the late 80s, bro.
It's fantastic. If there was a divorce boom in the 90s and 2000s or 70s or whatever, what does that tell you about the marriages of the 50s and 60s?
Hold on, fam. Listen to what she said. She's
What
a
does that tell
millennial.
you?
Hold on. Scam, stop. All that's irrelevant. She said
Start
millennial.
there. Talking point time.
Brother,
Fire it up.
Damn, don't do this, bro. Don't do the corny shit. Listen to what I'm going by what she said.
Fire it up.
Bro, can you shut the fuck up while I'm talking? I didn't interrupt nobody.
Fire up the bullshit.
You just
Here
shut
we
the
go.
fuck up.
All right, let's do this. Lauren, say it again. Maybe I missed it. Say the
She said
part
fucking
that
millennial.
Yeah, say the part that we about to try to
I
line
never
out.
said that parents weren't there. I have both my parents married. So what I'm saying is those parents were
saying
there
that doesn't prove the point, though, right?
at all.
How not?
JP,
Okay,
you had a dad.
Mr. Fantastic. Let me ask you one question. Did you watch the
That's
episode?
what I'm saying. So, Mr. Fantastic, so I celebrate because JP don't have a dad, right? The point is, it's one. You can go 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. That's all I'm saying.
And what I'm telling you is this again, even if you didn't, the majority of people that didn't have dads, it was not that did not happen in mass until late 90s.
But we're not talking about not having them.
Yeah, I'm still confused though how that's relevant.
So
Yeah,
Lauren,
go ahead.
Lauren, this is the problem with what I'm saying, especially coming from you, right? You said you came from a 2-parent household, which means you came with a mother that was a wife. That I imagine was your mom a good mom?
Sure.
Okay, so your mom was a good mom. She was married to your dad. Are they still married to this day?
Mm-hmm.
They're still married to this day, and you're promoting a falsehood for millennials. Had you said, hold on, just let me finish. Had you said after millennials, I could agree with you. Because by that time, all of the single mother shit was big, was huge. The numbers spiked greatly. But us, we have the last connections to the previous generation, to the not the Gen Xers, but like the boomers. So, like I said, bro, I was raised up with my grandma. Okay. And they gave us and they passed down those. They told my sister, they told women in the family, don't you take that baby outside before they X months old.
Grandparents? Are you saying, Ms. Fantastic? You saying grandparents? You saying grandparents?
Yeah, I'm saying from the older people in general, Hamp. I'm saying the older people, we had an actual connection to wisdom when old folks had wisdom, when old folks actually taught you some shit.
Are you saying that the old people actually told us why?
Yeah. What do you mean? I mean, hold up. What do you mean? What they told us why?
What do you mean? What did you say again, Lauren?
Yeah, because I lost the point.
Y'all niggas mad at me and y'all didn't even listen.
We're not mad. We're not mad. We're trying to like tie these things together. We're trying to see how it.
What was the point?
You know what I mean?
What I was saying is as confused as the younger generation sound about what to do in dating and relationships and what marriage looks like, conversations weren't had on the women's side either. like as far I remember when we had a show and we had boomers, we had millennials, we had Gen Z on, Gen X on, and when we listened to our parents' generation, they didn't explain things to us, and they were in the house. Majority of us were latchkey kids. It wasn't like our moms were in the home; they were not there, so we had to figure it out too. And then it was really we had to figure it out after we already did it. Then they want to have a conversation with us. And then they still spoke to us in parables. They still spoke to us about what not to do, what this looks like, but not what it is.
Y'all see what just happened, right? Like we right back at the top of, like, even if she's right, let's say she's right. What we're doing now is making excuses again for it instead of going saying, hey, we're trying to make solutions. Hold on, Lauren. Instead of saying, hey, this is what happened, this is where we are now, and this is what we're going to do moving forward and what we're going to tell the youth. But what we're doing now is we're going to do excuses again. First, we're going to talk about women being hoes because their mother was hoes. But then now we're not going to talk about black men being leaders because their father wasn't a leader and they had a bad mother. We're going to use this excuse for women. We're not going to use it for men. Nobody cares about what happened to men.
No,
we're going to use it.
What I hope would happen, what I hope would happen is what you said, right? But I think she's introducing the fact that you understand where them kids come from before you go at them in a particular way. So she's saying, do we have that consideration for the women who potentially got raised up how we got raised up? That's all.
Yes. This is why men get married to today's women. This is why men keep giving grace to these women. Men are actually giving grace to women. Okay. Women aren't giving grace to men. Their standards and expectations are so high that men can't meet it. Men will date the hoe, will marry the hoe, will marry the woman with 10 bodies, the baby mamas and all these strippers and the OnlyFans, entertain them all. We're telling men not to entertain these women. We double talk. So if they got to get married, we got to entertain the hoes. So either we're going to entertain the hoe that follows us, or we can't get married to the hoe that doesn't follow us. But we're moving the conversation away again from the it becomes pointless again instead of going back to where we need to go. That's all I'm saying.
No, and just real
quick.
Hey,
Ham, can I ask you a question though, Ham?
Yeah, after Miss Fantastic goes.
Well, I'm just gonna say this, and Lauren, I get what you're saying. Even if you're saying you were told but not told directly the rhyme and the reason. Again, that's what I feel you, but then at the same time, like I said, if you're making poor decisions and you came up and your parents gave you the proper guidance, which again, I mean, you're younger than us, Lauren, so I think you'll be a younger millennial. You'll be like on the back end, right? But still, that's what I'm saying.
This is fantastic. This nigga's 38.
Oh, she 38? Oh, shit.
She's a dinosaur.
Not add years, okay?
Okay, so either way, however it is, that's all I'm saying is this. Like I said, we're not in the same boat as Gen Z is. We're not in the same boat as the generation after us is. This is why
what are Gen Zs and boomers? I don't know what that is.
Well, the difference between Gen Z and millennials is actually Gen Z are asking more questions and not just responding.
Well, no, it's not about
let Mr. Fantastic finish his point.
They're actually suffering from what you're talking about, Lauren. Gen Z has the biggest population of single mothers and no fathers and all that shit, and all of this rainbow shit and whatever else. So that's a whole nother thing for another day. But I'm saying is to the point of where you can't start with us as to saying we didn't have the connection. Because like I said, I think most of us experience our grandfathers and we hold them near and dear, grandfathers and grandmothers, we hold them near and dear for a reason, because they were, you know what I'm saying, points of reference and reason. And
you're right. I was arguing the father point, but you're right about that point.
That's what's critical about what Fantastic is saying too, because if people didn't have their mother and father, they still had their grandparents that were involved as well too. A lot of our friends were raised by their grandparents too. We want to keep it real. They still had certain ideals that was being presented to them. We keep equating the project community to all black community. And we pretend like all of us was raised in the projects and all of us was raised with a certain mindset when people had mothers and fathers. And if they didn't have mothers and fathers to stay together, I think from 1980 to the 90s, it was 46% two-parent household in the black community. But people were still being raised by their grandparents as well too. And the ideals were still being taught.
Yeah, Ali, you're right. But with that construct, there's a lack of discipline there with grandparents just because they can't keep up in the same way.
Well, but
I see that a lot with the grandparents. Not dismissing them, but you know what I mean. There's a nuance there with
but
grandparents.
a lot of those families, the kids still they live with their grandparents, so there was parents in the house with grandparents as well. It wasn't like it was just the grandparents taking care of the kids. I mean, one of the things is
but that was a good point, Mr. Payne. You don't gotta. What was your question? Good point though. Good point.
Yeah, okay. I'm not gonna. My question was, can more than one thing be true at the same time? Because on this panel, we were talking about, baby boomers, where we had a lot of marriages, right? The marriages didn't start falling apart since then. Everybody didn't get married out of desperation, like people say on these panels. All my aunts and my generation, they had jobs, they had pensions. They weren't with their husbands because they were desperate. They were educated and everything. And so the infrastructure that was built in some Black families is still strong today. And the generations that got looser, people did train. Maybe they didn't sit down with their daughters and gave them the birds and bees, but some parents did. Right? My whole thing with my kids, and it's my anecdotal. I'm gonna just go anecdotal for a second.
Well, you said some twice, so I just want to.
Okay. I won't say some. Okay.
Well, but I want to understand it. Do you think that your parent, your family would be the minority?
I'm thinking about it because I don't want to say we were unique. It probably back in the day was like the average family. Well, it wasn't. It was not. It was a minority because a lot of people clung to our family because how close we were. There was other families like that.
But minority though.
Yeah, it probably was.
Yeah, we're not denying the existence that it didn't happen.
No, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, we're not saying you deny the existence, except in the conversation, because we always point to the negative.
You have to bring a time and place where sexual liberation and feminism was
I did the 60s. The pill came out in 1960. The sexual revolution from 60 to 80.
We still taught men to be responsible. We still taught men to be leaders. We still taught men to be about the community. We told women they didn't have to get married. They can have sex with who they want to. They can have premarital sex. They can be porn stars. They can be strippers. They can be prostitutes. And by the time they get 30 and 40, and you know what? These dudes will marry you. Y'all delay marriage, but men will still marry you.
Can I say what you just said in a different way, Ali? I mean, okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I thought you was. I heard the point. The point about the sex. I was still moving. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Tell you this. I was raised with the era of respecting my elders. I cherish my elders. I want the information from my elders. But a lot of the elders still are making the conversation about what they want to talk about instead of what the root issue is. Our women are the foundation of families. It's not the men. It's women. Okay. They set the market up for what makes a man want someone to marry to or who they want to have sex with. You can't take that responsibility of them. And if we had daughters, and the point is, we're either doing this for sex and validation from women, or we tell the truth. When we're raising young men and boys, his job is to be able to produce and take care of a family one day, and her job is to sustain her chastity and be valuable until she gets a husband. She's failing. She's having when a man is getting sex from a woman before he ever even makes $1, and then when we produce ourselves and get a career, she's already been ran through.
Ali, can I ask you a question?
Let me just throw this out. Let me just say this real, Jay. Listen, what you just said about the sex thing. Well, men created the pill, right? When the pill came out, let me just give you just a little bit of how I look at when the pill came out. It freed women to have sex indiscriminately. It wasn't just like people told them to go fuck. What happened was it changed their dynamic. And all the women the baby boom was like 16 to 14 to 16 when the pill was out there. A lot of mothers put their daughters on the pill. Let me just finish, Ollie. Whether they were having sex or not. When they did that, it changed the dynamics for those young girls, because now they said, shit, man, I'm on this pill. So now I can start having sex. And they were starting to have sex earlier because they had the pill. And so everybody keeps overglossing the dynamics of that birth control pill. Change sexual mores in our country forever. It certainly did.
Why do you keep talking about men being leaders to women who don't? No. Our pain. You keep going to this. We make excuses for women constantly.
I'm not making an excuse for them.
Listen. We're not being men. We're just not being men.
I'm not making an excuse. What you just said, I agree with. I think women control the sexual marketplace.
What's the problem?
Okay, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
What's the problem? And then the solution. The men have to do this, and the women have to do this.
And women have to protect their virtue.
It ain't the men have to do this, and women can do whatever they want to do for their self-preservation, self-love, and happiness. It's not so. We have to talk to women. We can't keep telling the men to be about community.
Women should be talking to themselves too, right, Ali?
Our pain. Let me finish, and I'm almost done. We can't tell men to go chase women to pay their bills, and we're gonna get married, and then they push for divorce too.
So let me ask you a question, Ali. If you had a daughter, right? Let me ask you this quick, Payne. I think you speaking from a perspective like, which I get your perspective, right? You come from a man, and I'm not necessarily saying that what you're saying is absolutely wrong. You said, but when you make a statement saying that the woman's supposed to be sitting down waiting for a man to come and marry her, take care of her, and stuff like that. In today's time, let us say you had a daughter, multiple daughters, whatever the case. In today's time, with the set of men that we have, would you have your daughter to sit around and wait on these type of men to take care of them, knowing the way how men is today?
Most men are great men. Most 70%, 57% of black men is the middle class.
You would want your daughter to just not focus on her own careers, her own self-sufficient, just in case, let's say you die, her mama died, and the only thing she got is to depend on that one man for the rest of her life until she died. You got that much trust in these men of 2024?
I definitely do. Yes.
I don't know about that.
Because y'all so used to saying what women say. Most men are principled. Most men want to move the right way. They move the right way. Majority of y'all don't get sex. You can't say most of y'all don't get sex and do everything you can to get a woman in sex. And they say most men aren't good when the data shows that most of us, the average man, is moving it a good way. Over 50% of men are childless and are childless and single. They're not having babies out of wedlock.
I don't know
Where are you getting your information from, Ali? Like, no, you wrong. You wrong. No, you wrong.
Just walk it down.
I'll be wrong. You wrong. Like, for real. Like, you wrong.
What? So tell me what makes most men
be wrong.
I'm gonna tell you, for one, if you look at it, there's a lot of men that live off of women or live off a family member.
No, there's not.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Well, yes, it is. So wait a minute, hold up. So you mean to tell me a man that has a baby with a woman that doesn't put his name on the birth certificate, who gets the credit for that child? The woman, right?
Yeah, what you mean?
So if men keep on having babies and nobody knows about the baby because his name's not on the birth certificate, he's the only one that's getting credit. Well, I'm saying in my state, and I live in the state of Kentucky, in my state, there is a high rate of men having babies, not taking care of them, living off of women, living off of them, whether they're in Section 8 or in the projects here, because we still have projects here. See, you can do that in your state. I'm telling you about my state.
Yeah, but that's your assumption, though. I promise you, if we did the numbers, it wouldn't.
And the math is still not going to go right because you have plenty of men that are not taking care of their kids. And to be honest, hold up. And to be honest, like I said, there is a high ratio of men who do not have their own places heard. I can say that because majority of the men in my family live off of the women or live with some of us in my family.
That's anecdotal. That's your family.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to keep it real because, I mean, to me, that was part of the problem. And when Lauren was really speaking about everything, that was what she was saying. Nobody could come to a solution because nobody was being respectful at all. Y'all didn't pay attention to what she was saying. And what her whole main thing was, how can the women get it right if the men can't even get it right? And the men are supposed to be the leaders. That was the whole thing. No, but y'all brought it down because you had your agenda just like we was talking to the young guy. No, your agenda was as soon as you came up, you bashed the black woman. We can't even get it together as a whole right now. But it's the black woman's fault. No, it's our fault, man. And I can say it because I'm 48. Didn't you just say that it was our problem? Our problem, right? It's our problem, right? So if we're not gonna show each other the same respect, and then we can't respect each other, then bash the only black woman that's on the panel, does that make sense? Is that grown?
Me and Lauren have a great relationship.
I'm not saying the see. You ain't heard what I said. I ain't talking about the relationship. I'm saying about what she said. Everybody just listen to respond.
We have a great
Then you
relationship.
tell me what she said when everybody got wiped off the panel. Break down exactly what she said and not have Hamp do it.
You're rambling for women right now.
I'm not rambling. I'm rambling for I want all of us to respect each other.
Hold on. All the men on the panel. All the men on the panel. If you raise a daughter, and we say
I'm raising a daughter.
If she gives access to sex and allows herself to get pregnant, would you blame her or the man?
Well, she's 12, so I ain't even thinking about it.
If she gets pregnant,
Ali, I would blame her. You asked a question. I'm answering.
But I would
blame my daughter.
So I would blame her. You know why? Because I disagree with you talking about these niggas is good men and work. Nah, I do not trust them niggas. That's why I'm gonna give my daughters all the skills they need, and so therefore she will be implicated because she should be responsible enough. I don't trust. Wait a minute, because I don't trust the men out here to make good decisions or to be able to take care of her or to change a fucking tire. To be 100% honest,
and most of them can't even tie a tie.
Because when JP asked the real question, and I'm really outside, I'm seeing a lot of shit that I don't condone or support. Niggas is pussy. Niggas cry too much for me. I can't deal with this shit. So if I have daughters, I'm gonna make sure they well prepared. Therefore, if she open her legs, she gonna be implicated because she gonna be educated enough and supported enough by her father to know what's right and wrong.
So let's walk it down like you say. What makes most men pussy?
They can't change a tire, they can't fight, they can't shoot, they can't do shit that men used to be able to do.
So a man
niggas is out of work, niggas is out of work, niggas is on the streets, niggas ain't going to trade school, niggas ain't going to college.
You talking about a minority of black men, Hamp? Why are you doing?
Wait. Nope. So here's the thing. Minority, whatever, but we are the majority in everything that's negative, right? So then here, because here's the thing: we claim black gay men for the 64% in the middle class, right? But then we also cut them from us and everything else. So if you exclude them from the 64%, I guarantee it'll drop below half.
But
right?
like but hold on, fantastic. Hold on. But then you say
no.
It's really impossible. Fantastic. Please hold on. You said she's still wrong because she's rewarding sorry men. So if we're gonna concede to your point, it's still her fault, right?
I said it's her fault. I said it's her fault because she understands those men are at a deficit.
If the men are sorry and they can get sex without nothing, why buy the cow if you can milk it for free? Does that make men sorry if they can get sex for not having to do anything? If they can't change tire? Because the women hold on, and you got it right.
You said they're good men. You said they're good men.
No. Listen, they say men are not leaders. They say men are not marriageable. They say men are weak. Man can't do nothing. They are having sex with those guys. They're rewarding those guys. So if we're gonna say that, then it's still their fault for giving sex to those men.
I'm saying them niggas is pussy. Give a fuck what the women saying. I think that's the overarching issue if we really want to talk about it. But here's the thing. That's why it's her fault because he don't deserve it. Now, let me ask you. You call the men good. What makes them good if they having sex with women with no goal for them?
If they having sex with women with no goal for them?
Yeah.
That's what me and the man. Hold on. So let's walk this down very slowly.
Very slowly because you said good. So what makes a man good?
It's that she demonstrated his value by giving him sex. That's what makes him good.
I didn't say valuable. I didn't say valuable.
Hold on.
You ain't getting out of that one. Nah, you ain't getting out of that one, man. Come on, be real. Quit with the bullshit, man, for your own nerve.
Hold on. Go ahead, Ali. My bad.
If he is getting sex from that woman, it shows that he's valuable. Good. If you're saying good and moral, that's questionable. I can give you that about being good and moral, right? But she's demonstrating his value. I can't do it.
Ali, you said good, Ali.
Well, I said even if I say good men, most men that
Go ahead, my bad.
That I come across, most black men are handling their responsibility. They respect their mother. They respect their grandfather. They respect their fathers. Like y'all say, most fathers, the men, and I ain't gonna do the anecdotal. Most men that I come across respect people. Most men have charisma. Most men that I come across have personality. They have a sense of humor. They have to have all this to even interact with women. They're demonstrating qualities to get women, but they're good men that I come across
all the time.
Stop.
No. So most men are intentional. It makes them good. I don't see most men aren't killing, most men aren't raping, most men aren't hurting people. Most men have integrity about themselves. And most men that will say they're even decent people. Good, it can be a stretch if I'm saying someone consistently doing right, 100% right. But for the most part, most men are good men.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. Now, you saying he having access to as many women as he can, right? That adds to his value. Does that make him a whoremonger?
No.
So if he has sex with as many men, I said whoremonger, not whore.
No, it makes him a reality based, because if we know most of these women are not marriageable, this is what we tell men on the panel.
But Ali, but by definition, he's a whoremonger. Like, you remember Killmonger? Because he was racking up bodies, so he was a killmongerer, right? So if
I can see to you say he's a whoremonger, right? Is he valued by men and women?
Yes.
That's
now.
From the beginning of time, the men who got the most women are the most valuable to men and women from the beginning of time, and it's still that way. If we had all the women on the panel had sex with me, and y'all married her, I'm the most valuable man.
Yeah. Are you good?
We already talked about the basis of what good is.
So, but that's the point that we're having the conversation about. You said most men are good.
Yeah,
right?
Yes, most. I'll still say most men are good.
I would have to agree with that though, Hamp. Well, hold on. That's what I'm saying. So first off, Hamp, I can't believe we can't do that, bro. We can't do the gay nigga shit.
We claim. No, all I'm saying is we claim him for that 64% stat. You know.
Yeah,
that,
but Hamp, if they make up, that's what y'all kill me when y'all start talking about.
I exaggerated when I said it would drop to less than 50.
All right, that's all. Come on, because they only make up 2% of the fucking population. So if you take out 2%, that's not going to affect the fucking numbers at all.
Well, it'll affect the number. It'll affect the number because the disparity. The reason why, because here's the thing: the disparity in income, right? So if you take me out, like how many billionaires do we have?
A few of them. None of them are gay. None of them are gay. We're not going to lose any. Not going to lose any of those.
No.
Robert Smith's not gay.
You're right.
Kanye's not gay. So you're hurting your argument.
No, I'm not. I'm saying because they looking at the money, but if you remove.
If you move 2% from the 98%, Hamp, that's not going to have enough significant of a change. Especially like you say, when the people are at the top. Gay men are not at the fucking precipice or the tip top of earners, bro. It's not true.
Gay men are? Oh, gay couples are.
No.
Gay couples are.
Couples are. No, gay couples are.
I guess my
together.
Okay. Yeah.
I guess my only.
Let's get that straight first.
I guess my only question for Ali would be, because I don't necessarily disagree with him, but more as like the average man makes like $50,000, right? Is that even possible to raise like a family of two on $50,000?
Obviously, it is. Most people are doing it, Black Dawn.
Well, I'm saying that most people have dual incomes. Most people aren't just like relying on one.
The black woman is the biggest breadwinner in the black community now. 83% of black women are the black breadwinner because of being single mothers.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They're still dual income.
Actually, so
no, it's not dual.
Is it not?
Black women are taking care of their children by themselves. Well, excuse me, in their home by themselves. Black men are still involved with their kids, but they're raising kids as single mothers. So men can take care of a family. Most black men can still take care of a family.
Yeah, we have again, Black Dawn.
It's the lifestyle of what black women are expecting that becomes a problem. My mother her focus was raising the family. She didn't care about luxury. She didn't care about getting all the shoes, all the clothes, the biggest house, the biggest cars. She cared about the well-being of her family and raising her family, just like the man did. He went to work to bring everything from my mom to cook, my mom to clean, my mom to maintain the house. She wasn't the modern woman, and a lot of women back then weren't the modern women. Most of y'all know y'all had mothers that was focused on you and your well-being. You didn't focus on luxury and in the lifestyle. 85% of the consumers of the producers are women. They're making most of the purchase.
Yeah, I was just asking because I'm because everyone knows like my income is shit. Like, I'm far removed from that shit. I'm asking because I hear from a lot of like my friends who's not making as much as I am. Like it's a struggle just surviving on their own, and they're living like in the same house.
The mother of my child,
Yeah.
Amazon boxes all outside. Hamp's wife, Amazon boxes all outside. All y'all women, Amazon boxes everywhere. Everybody's trying to take care of the lifestyle of what a black woman is demanding today. That's what's happening. We're trying to take care of her what she wants. We don't go, hey, what do you bring?
That all men is just good. Like
we didn't say all men.
I think once you got a daughter, you will change your mind instantly. Like if you had that same mindset, and I ask you, would you have set your daughter out here when you let us say you pass on, and you just believing that all of these men is good? That's dangerous.
No, he said the
Let me ask
majority.
you a question. You never had a sister or a female cousin ever come to you, and you ever had to tell her you cousin, daughter, whatever the case? Have you ever told them like you need to leave that nigga alone? You never had a female family member when you had to tell them, dog, you need to leave that man alone.
That's her fault, though. That's her fault for choosing an unworthy or unsuitable man.
According to Ali, most men are good. So
let me explain it to you. So yeah, most men can still be good, bro. And I don't know why y'all act like this is crazy. Most men aren't criminals. Most men aren't homeless. Most men aren't unemployed. Most men aren't abusers. Okay, so that would consider you. Hold on, that would consider you a good man. You make an honest living. You don't abuse anyone. You make legal money. Okay, and so what are you talking about?
And
that's majority of people in the world. I mean, majority of people in the world are good.
That's the point we're making. Most people are good people.
Men complain
we were talking about the whole topic was supposed to be about why the hell are the old heads and the young folk are not getting along. And this is a prime example because everybody gotta be right, man. Like damn.
Most women got less crimes. Most women, so according to fantastic logic, it contradicts Ali's point. If he said, well, make a person good is an honest living, no criminal history, all this other type of stuff. Well, he just said 83% of women is making way more money. Don't have
I didn't say money.
I didn't say
more
that.
money.
They don't have much as crime as the man.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you have any friends or family that are males that ask you for money?
No.
Not one. Not one person that you know.
No.
That's a man.
I've had friends that ask me for money before, but none in a consistent basis. They'll pay me back Monday, I get it back. I didn't have most male friends. I don't have men asking me for money.
Most men are good. Most women are not. So what's the
No, by what? By
I didn't say most women are
based,
not
based
good.
on the qualification, everybody's good.
Everybody's good. By that, so I was like, that's basic as hell.
What? So what are we doing? Are we
It's such a low standard,
are we
man.
going to break it down? So if you're not good, so we're doing good, bad, mediocre. What are we
Hold
doing?
on. No, keep going. No, keep going. No, keep going. Men ask for women. Men actually love women and like women. Women are asking for providers. They're asking for certain attributes.
But do you like women though? Do you really love our black women? Man?
I'm a mute.
Seriously.
I don't want to trigger you.
Seriously, I want to know.
Well, let's not do that. Ali clearly loves black women. I mean, we don't have to do that shit.
I haven't heard him say. I've heard him say everything else, but I love black women.
Most of the men that do love women tell them the truth. Most of the men that don't and use and manipulate women lie to them like you doing and pandering. You pander to them.
What are you talking about? I'm not pandering to anybody.
Men who love women, want them to be with men, we tell them the truth.
Man, I don't have to pander to no woman, bro. Trust me on that one, bro. I don't pander to nobody. I just tell the truth. I keep it real, bro. That's all I do, man. You can't hit me with this YouTube talking point shit. I got you shit.
Most men ain't living home
That
with
ain't
their
gonna
mama.
work with me, man.
Let me be
That ain't gonna
honest.
work with me, man.
Did we? So when I was fucking the women and not even knowing their names and all that, right? I ain't treat them bad, but it wasn't shit about them that I cared about, except for their vagina. Did I love women?
Yes,
Yeah.
you treated women accordingly.
But was you being a good man? Was you being a good man at that time, knowing that you was whoremongering? No.
Hold on. So
Okay.
just hold on. So this is why. This is
No,
what
you
gets.
wasn't.
Why? Hold on. Wait.
No, that's false.
Let's
You
use
talking
it
to
though.
a
Listen,
you talking to a
listen. Hold
motherfucker whose
it
name
down.
is
Hold it down for
Playboy,
1
bro.
second. Hold on, Mr. Williams. Let's walk it down. Let's walk it down from there. All right.
Just walk it down from you saying like Hemp now is a married father, correct?
Yeah.
All right. So Hemp as
Why
a
you
man,
had to bring up the kids though?
I mean, I think that's
No,
important.
but bro, it's mad kids now. I'm annoyed. They're gonna be up in 3 hours.
Oh damn, my bad. You'll be all right. You good with PTSD? What? Play some Madden. But, okay. So again, progression as a human being, right? That's a thing, right? We all understand growth, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So are you a bad person just because you're not grow to the maturity level that you are now versus 19?
It depends. Yes, it depends.
Yeah, so Mr. Fantastic, if my conduct is poor when I'm young because I'm immature, it doesn't make me not good. It makes me bad.
So hold on, so just walk it down. So is your conduct poor simply because you're engaging in sex at a young age? Is that poor conduct?
Can we not walk down this road?
Hold on.
It depends. Hold on. You asking me a question and an absolute because you want it to be absolute. You can't do that. So if you're doing bad behavior, guess what? You're bad.
So
brother, you
hold on, Miss Williams.
It's not that simple. Listen, I'm gonna ask the question again. If you are having consensual sex with a woman, consensual sex with a woman that's not resulting in any children, and you not out here passing out them 3-letter words and getting motherfuckers up out of here, is that a bad thing?
This is not a good argument.
No, that would be consensual.
Natural thing.
That would be good.
What is it? Yes or no?
I said yes. That would be
so
good.
how? Okay, so wait. So I said what I said for a reason. So you're on the same level. Wait. So you're telling me a man that's out here having consensual sex that does not result in children is the same as a man that's taking sex and making a whole bunch of illegitimate kids. That's what you're saying?
No, because you didn't break that question down. You didn't ask that question that way.
No, stop. See, that's why I told y'all I hate when y'all do this. I hate when y'all do this,
Go
right?
ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
So so which is it? So what is it then? So if you're saying okay, it's all bad, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's the same?
I didn't say it was all bad.
No, you're saying hold on, Ms. Williams. I'm saying that's bad and that's bad. Are you asking me what's worse?
No, I'm telling that. Listen, Hamp.
Yeah.
You as a man, okay? Again, I'm gonna say this again. You guys act like y'all don't know how science works, and history works, and everything. The majority, can we agree that the majority of sex that is had is casual? Can we agree to that premise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is everyone bad?
Yeah.
So by your logic, are you guys saying everyone is bad?
Yes.
Well, I give up.
Majority would be bad.
The thing is, you have categories, right? But if you check off enough boxes, you got right?
But Hamp, that's what I'm saying. So Hamp, you guys are equating having sex, consensual sex, with simply being bad. When again, it is one of the 2 biological imperatives you have as a fucking human being, men and women alike. So you're bad by simply fucking, you know what I mean?
But then Ali's qualification for bad women are women that have a lot of consensual sex.
No. Again, Black Dawn.
Those are not good women.
I'm not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's a biological imperative, that means both have it. That means
both would be what? But majority of both would be bad.
That's not a good argument because then you have to say that.
Man, wait. Hold on, Bali. I got it. Black Dawn. What's the difference between men and women?
What do you mean?
Hormonally, what's the difference between men and women?
Oh, hornier than woman. Yeah.
Okay, so testosterone and estrogen, right? So who has the urge to have more sex, the man or the woman?
The man.
Okay, and that's what? Biological, correct? So thank you, sir. Thank you.
My term is fantastic. My term is fantastic.
But I thought
are most women hoes?
Yes.
God damn it.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
so what is that? What is most women are hoes? What does that say?
It means that they have the same sex drive. Like these two things cannot exist in the same vacuum. You understand how these things like contradict each
No, y'all
other?
thinking like you're thinking
But
like a woman wants you to think instead of thinking like a
no,
man.
Ali, what we don't
Ali.
hold on. We don't need to do that. We having a conversation. Everybody up here is cool. We ain't think about no fucking women. Here's what we saying: most women are hoes. So what is and then when they got the sexual liberation to do so, they did exactly what we trying to do. And then we see them on the internet and OnlyFans and having their ass on the sink on Instagram. They are sexual, right?
Yeah,
We say this shit all the time. They have more kids than us. They literally fucking.
Yeah, but the same with the same men. That's the thing. So women have a whole lot more sexual success than men do. Women, hold
Why
on,
do y'all
well,
keep saying that, man? Like they are not having sex by the same men, y'all. I hate that. That's just a fucking YouTube talking point. They not having.
Hold on. But see, it doesn't. But Mr. Fantastic,
irrelevant.
the reason why that's irrelevant is because they're still having sex.
Yeah, they're still fucking.
Yes,
But we're
but they're
talking
having
about
sex. They're having.
Right.
Hold on. The problem, again, we all say this is not a 1-to-1 comparison. Again, they're having more sex than the men.
I
Clearly.
know.
Hold on.
That's what we're saying though.
So if you're saying
Well, that's
that,
what I'm saying. I'm not speaking for nobody else.
if you're saying that, and we know that obviously because they have more kids, right? Well, obviously because a man can have
They
kids.
have more kids, sure.
Whatever. But we know women. It's easier for women to get sex than men. We'll say that. It's way easier for women to get sex than men. Okay, and then the women have more kids. The men have less kids, so that's telling you that the women are having more sex, but with the same men. As we always tell you, that's not a YouTube talking point. That's not fucking shit made up. Hold on,
Mr. Fantastic. Do you know what we arguing?
Fantastic. You're not. I don't think you understand what we're saying. We're saying that women are having sex.
Yes,
like
I'm
they have
agreeing
the same
with that,
right.
but the women are having more sex than the men. Clearly,
leave it right there.
Because
They're supposed to get, because they're supposed to get something for they're supposed to get something before
No,
we
you're
get
adding
something.
something because we're talking about biologically.
No.
We're not talking about
Oh,
more
go ahead,
than-
Lauren. Oh, let her say it. Go say what you're saying, Lauren. I want to make sure I hear it. Go ahead.
So, like, you are breaking down why women have more of this, more of that, more children than men have, and they're all with the same men, but it's still sex.
No.
So biologically, we both want to have
Want to
sex.
have sex.
Yeah.
So when we say women are bad if they want sex, we saying women are bad if they want sex, right? And men wanting sex doesn't determine his good or badness, right? Just for sake of the conversation. It's not true. When women had the opportunity, and we think most women are hoes, the truth is they want to have sex just as much as us.
That's not what we didn't say that though. Y'all said that. We hoes are bad. We didn't say a woman.
No. I told Mr. Fantastic. I told Mr. Fantastic it was my turn because I let him go and I answered his question. Now his ass is on the hot seat, right? Because we're looking at.
No. You said you said a man wasn't good.
That's the thing. I answer.
You said a man.
Boom.
Ali, you should be a bail bondsman, man. Ali, you should be a bail bondsman.
Hold on. Go ahead. Let me walk this back down. So the last thing I heard you ask, the question I heard you ask was, are most women hoes? That's the last thing I heard you ask.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And I agree. We all agreed. Even Lauren agreed. Even the woman on the panel agreed that most
because we're saying the reason why, because it's a biological imperative, right? So men can't be considered bad because they want sex, right? But now we see that as soon as women got the opportunity to not be judged and do it, we call them hoes. They have more kids than us, and they use their bodies to make money more than us because they want sex just as much as men. It's proven with the numbers.
No, they don't want sex as much as us.
That's an assertion.
Okay,
right?
but then they can't be. Most of them can't be hoes.
All right, yo. Come on now. Well, hold on, Mr. Fantastic, because it gets derailed every single time. Ali made an assertion, right? But when you use the numbers and you use our sentiment, most women are hoes. That immediately checks off the fact that they don't want sex, and then they have more babies than us, and then they go to that clinic where the babies get deleted, so they actually are having sex and they lead in STDs. So quite literally, all the numbers prove that they do want sex.
Why?
Okay. No. Hold on. It don't. No.
No,
I
that
agree.
wouldn't.
Look,
No,
Ham,
just
hold on.
by
Hold on. Let me. Hold on. Ali, just
Right.
wait. Hold on. So Ham,
Yeah,
you're
but
right.
we all
Ham,
lost in a whole bunch
breaking
of.
it. Hold on. Yeah. So Ham. Okay,
Go
you're
ahead, go
right.
ahead.
So,
Go
what's the
ahead.
next? What's the next step?
What we're saying is if you say you can't. So what we're saying is because they want it, we're saying women are bad if they have sex with a bunch of niggas. You see what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
can't be a disqualifier because look based on everything we see, they want sex just as much as us.
Yeah, and Ham, the difference is, and that's
Go
where
ahead.
we get into the sad part of reality, and like double standards do exist. We didn't make the rules. That's what society said. Society says if a woman has fucking sex with too many men, she's a whore. I didn't make that rule. It's just
Yeah.
how it is. Now, if you guys want to challenge and say that society had it wrong the whole time, even going back to the Bible, we can have that argument. But I didn't set those rules. Okay. Especially
Okay.
again, and then we break down into who holds the most risk, Ham. Like you said, a woman
Her.
can get STDs, can contract STDs easier.
Yeah.
A woman can get pregnant and a man can't.
Yeah.
So again, if you walk it down and keep it there with none of the other, context, you're exactly right. We're all the same. But we know we're not all the same because a man doesn't hold half the risk that a woman holds.
Biblically speaking,
But
you can't hold on, Blake. Don't. Biblically speaking, you can't make whores out of your women either. So let's throw that out. Let's get that shit out the fuck out the way. You can't make whores of your women per the Bible, right? Sex is marriage per the Bible, right? So we're all confined in terms of that. You know what I'm saying? Just to be fair in terms of when we speak
That's what I'm
biblically.
saying. I understand that. But hold on. I understand that. But like you said, even in the Bible, there were whores, correct?
Yeah.
All right then.
Prostitutes,
Okay, so it's not. So what I said stands.
No, they.
Whores,
Oh yeah, you're right. They've been fucking since the
yeah,
Bible.
whores have existed since the beginning of time. So
They
that's
get
what I'm
stoned.
saying.
They get stoned to death.
But
They
but
want.
she's only a whore if she's getting paid for it, right?
All I'm simply
Ain't
saying
she only a whore if she's getting paid for it?
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic. The reason why I made that point is because the Bible doesn't support us just fucking a million women either. That's all.
No,
I'm
I got
saying.
you. I feel you. Yeah, you're right. That's why you brought the whoremonger earlier. But what I'm saying is, Ham, again, that then you step out of the biblical into the scientific, and it's just natural. I mean, again, we know for a fact the majority of sex has not been had within marriages and has not resulted in pregnancies.
Fact.
Okay. Women are willing, you know what I'm saying? Women are willing participants. Women have the choice and the right to have sex with who they want to have sex with. Women are taking advantage of that. Okay. It's just turning out more negatively than them because they think they can be niggas and they, I guess they don't care.
They got heavy repercussions.
I'm confused with that though.
So hold on. So
Mr. Fantastic, let me regurgitate the last point. So simply saying because societal norms still exist and they're frowned upon, them having promiscuous sex by proxy of that makes them bad.
Yes, and like you said, the result of it. So not just the societal norm, but then like you say, the result of it. If a woman is having children, especially multiple children, she's never been married, she can't provide for them. She puts not only a strain on herself, she puts a strain on society. Now your tax dollars has to pay to help her eat. Now your tax dollars have to pay to have her for a place to stay. So again, it's not. That's why it's never going to be the same. That's why it's hard when you start trying to make these men to women comparisons, but you only want to hold the men accountable.
So I'm kind of confused. Are you saying that because you saying that the society norms is different from men and women? So basically saying that men can have sex and it be more accepted,
and not be
when
bad.
women do it, it's not accepted. So technically, men can't commit adultery.
No one said that. No, adultery is adultery.
No,
That's literally
but
illegal.
I'm holding everybody accounted. I'm holding everybody
Well, we are.
accountable.
Okay, wait.
Go ahead, Black Dog. Go ahead.
So you said that if a guy has sex, casual sex, right? He's not bringing any child to term. There's no bastard children. There's none of that, and he's just having sex with these women. That doesn't make him bad, right? But if a woman, I thought he said he didn't. I thought Ali said he didn't.
Ali said it didn't. Yes, Ali said it didn't.
Okay, well that's what I'm confused about, right? You say he didn't, but if the woman is on the pill, right? She's having all this casual sex. She's not bringing any children to term, and like no one knows about all this stuff, and she's just minding her own business and being her own woman. Does that make her a bad woman too? Like I'm still confused about that. Like I don't understand. Like why does she get the condemnation
Society made it that way, bro. And like you said, for the most part, Black Dawn, if you don't have any bodies behind it, you don't have no kids behind it, you'll never know. That's why we say that's why I don't ever use the body count argument. A woman's never gonna tell you the truth about how many dicks she rolled. That's never going. So it's not even really a point of asking it. So it's all speculation. That's why we say most dudes operate. Hey, they all hoes.
No, 100%.
Okay, so it's no longer biological imperative. This is just societal norms and how we view it in modern times. Okay, I can.
I think if we took the good and bad out of it and use marriageable, I think it'll solve the problem. If she's
None of us are marriageable. That's the case.
So now here's the thing. Now you see, right, what we argued. It was actually good. What we got through, and the conclusion is we need to change the word.
Which one?
From good,
biological,
good and biological imperative to marriageable. I think that's a better conversation.
Bad, it could be subjective, but even though it could be objective too. But that's a whole nother. But to make it more of a better point and to stick is the marriageable.
Yeah, okay. I
If we could define that, that would be great. That would be great.
What, marriageable?
So if a man cheat on if a man cheat on his wife, does that make him a bad man?
I guess it depends.
Legally and societally,
Societally,
if he cheats,
So
yes.
Ali, when you say most men are good, are you saying that most men do not cheat on their wives or their girlfriends?
Forget about girlfriends. Just use wives.
Most men are good men, and Fantastic gave you all of the qualifiers of what's a good man. And so I just asked you, if a man cheat on his wife, does that make him a bad man? Now y'all saying that makes him a bad man. And so now I'm asking, how many men done cheated on their girlfriends or their wives?
A minority.
Yeah, girlfriends don't count.
A minority?
Yeah, minority.
So in terms of marriageable, that's a long ass conversation. I think.
It's a whole other show.
And well, you know what? This guy on the video, he had 11 reasons why his girl is marriageable, and he went through his checklist, right? And I thought it was a pretty good breakdown. He found this woman, and we're talking about modern times, so it wasn't fucking back in the dinosaur days. It was 2024, and he had a list of things that she met for him, and that he called her. So we had a video called "The Quest for a Marriageable Black Woman." And he went down his list of what he thought was a marriageable black woman. And it was things on like 2-parent household. She had, some education, some of her own money, and she was dedicated to him, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And, but a couple of guys thought that wasn't no good because they were sleeping together. And so I told all the men on the panel, how the hell, so you're all married. You trying to tell me you didn't have sex with your woman before you married her? Because they said he was disingenuous because they were sleeping together, right? I said, no, it's bullshit. Every man had some sex with their woman before they got married. But it was a good video. It was a good, we had a panel discussion on that.
Real quick, Arpain, because I've heard this talking point a lot in these spaces, a fucking lot. I've heard all men cheat, and now I'm hearing. I'm not saying you said it. I'm just saying I hear this talking point a lot in these spaces. And now I say, I hear a lot of time, all men cheat. Just make sure you get the good one. At least if he cheats on you, then, he's actually worth it, right?
Okay.
Do y'all agree with that sentiment? Am I off?
Yeah, man.
So the sentiment is really men are loyal.
Well, okay, so what's the point?
Men are as loyal as his options.
Options.
Yeah, that's what Kevin Samuels
All men
was
can't cheat. If they wanted to, they can't.
Cheating.
Well, listen, everybody can cheat if they want to. Women cheat just as much as men.
Niggas can't cheat. Niggas don't have access to women to cheat.
Most of the men ain't getting sex.
No, hold on for a second. We're talking about let's kind of bound the conversation. Wait a minute. Why don't we bound the conversation? If I'm married, right, by de facto, I was at least the one kind of guy who could get sex, right? So the connotation of a man cheating is that he has a woman that he's fucking already. That's got to be the basis of it. So we can't talk about all men don't have sex. If a man ain't cheating if he don't have no girlfriend. So,
yeah.
well, okay. So how am I wrong?
Mr. Payne. We just saying that men don't even have the option to cheat because they don't have no side girlfriend. The majority of cats.
If a man could get a girl, if he could get one girl, he could get another girlfriend, man. Come on. What we trying to say?
You'd be surprised.
We got to give a guy. Wait a minute. If a guy is,
I don't necessarily believe that because most men can pay. Nowadays, you could just.
You could pay. You could pay.
Thank you. JP to the rescue.
That's right, JP. Now I agree with that, JP. You got access. You can pay to have sex. For sure, I guess.
I mean, can they go pay for it?
But hold on. Let me just point something out, right? And this is not, it's kind of off subject, but it's kind of what we've been talking about the entire night. So Mr. Fantastic and I was going back and forth, right? I think it was a draw, but and I'm being nice. I think I edged them. Pause.
Stop the cap.
I
hit the button for you. Stop the cap.
Hold on.
Stop the cap.
But because we have so much respect between us, we was able to get through it. Right? You notice that? Like I'll stop when he talking or vice versa, even though he tried to overtalk me. You know?
Because he old, that's why.
Yeah, he old. That's what it was.
OG.
39 and a half. Lauren, don't get me started.
Are you actually 38? Are you actually 38?
37. I don't know why I keep adding this year.
Dinosaur,
Hasn't happened.
Man. But I just wanted to point that out. Like that's like the dynamic, unfortunately. Like if you don't fuck with the person, it'd be hard for people to get through it, boy. You know?
Nah, I disagree with that. Like,
what you think?
If you bullshit me, fuck you.
Wow.
If you bullshit me, I'm gonna be upset. Like I'm just not gonna fuck with you at that point. Only if you start bullshitting and if you start lying to me.
Drop right, like don't at that point
drops dramatically.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Like, I'm just like, no, but I don't have to like fuck. Like when I hear like I have to fuck with you, like I have to have some like rapport with you. Not really. I don't have to. I don't even know you to respect
to
you.
not be butting in and shit like
that.
Okay.
So Ham, when you look at Black Nine and like I don't know if you know Jonathan Bearville, like guys like that, Jedi Mike. Would you say like the younger generation of black men?
I don't know them.
Are one more braver than we were and went to college more than we did? Like, because when we was coming up, that's kind of like if you was
brave,
going to school and all that type of stuff, you wasn't the it type of guy.
No, they not brave. Them niggas don't fight.
No, what I mean by brave, like, okay, like even though we fought in our days, but like nowadays, these niggas, dog, they killing each other. They will stay in the same neighborhood that all their friends that got murdered at, and then they get murdered.
Yeah, but if you ever watch the shootouts, you gotta watch JP, watch CCTV. If you ever watch CCTV, niggas be running away and shooting. They don't know who getting shot. That's why you see mad people be getting kids be getting hit and shit.
Old lady just got shot. An 84-year-old woman just got shot like 2 days ago. What are you talking about?
These niggas is not brave.
Hold on. It was intentionally though.
Not Graves, no, it wasn't no Graves. She took the whole bullet.
No. I said they be running like she called a stray. I'm saying. Stray.
Oh yeah. But no, the majority of people that get shot, bro, are innocent bystanders, and that's a fact. That's why you have so many mass shootings. What are you talking about? These kids aren't brave and they can't shoot.
Right, we have them down here all the time. We have them down here all the time. Us in Chicago, neck and neck.
Also, our age demographic, we started going to college and shit. We actually do a lot of that shit, like the millennials.
Literally.
Yeah, we go to school.
2000 was the first time it changed where there was more black men in college than jail. So you got to know the history, bro.
Well, let me ask him this question though. Like, does that really make us?
We won't go on to finish high school. Most of my people that I knew, family,
you're an outlier.
Yeah, we were outlier. JP, that's it. We was going. Go ahead.
But does that really make does that really make my generation pussy though? Like, if we get to like some disagreement and there's a high risk of me losing my life. Like, does that really make us pussy though?
Yeah, you'd be surprised what having a gun in your hand to do to your psyche.
Yeah,
motherfuckers think they're on top of the world.
Like, I don't think that makes us pussy. Like, I get into, oh yeah, you stepped in my shoes, and now I'm about to take a bullet to the head. Like,
well, we was doing that too. We started that trend, but we would go fisticuffs though. Ain't nothing like getting punched in your face and then it hurt and you can't cry and you got to fight back. I mean,
I'll take a fight.
You been beat up before, Black Dog? You been beat up before?
No.
No. I've been beat up mad times.
You never been in a physical fight?
The last time I've been in a fight was like high school, bro. Like I don't do too much of that shit.
See, when I listen to Black Down, like he sound more like educated and stuff like that. I just didn't see that growing. I just didn't
Wait,
hear Black
hold on,
man
JP. He
sound
sounds
like
more
this.
educated than me.
Of course I do. Look at
Yeah,
my
you can
voice.
tell. You can tell that he's still fresh in some type of school. Like
That
All right,
nigga is
what about
that
this?
nigga is a scammer by blood. That's all that is. That's a
Yeah,
nigga
that's all
scammer
that
voice.
is.
Don't start.
I also sound smarter too.
No, nigga, you just not smarter my ass.
He
Right.
does. Black Dawn's cadence does
He's
it
still
has
a
that
baby,
sound
man.
to it, but no, Black
He's
Dawn
still
just
a
has.
baby, man. Give me the bill.
he sound like his name should be Professor White Don or something.
Professor White Dawn.
I had to get you that Black Don.
No, you got it, bro. After that
But I
last
see
shit,
a lot of younger black men educated. If they not, they in the streets where they die, and it seems like they don't give a fuck now.
That's a
JP,
minority. That's still a major minority, bro. It's
well,
very,
also,
a very small percentage.
Who's scared to steal cars like them Kia boys doing and shit now?
hell no. Oh, they got names now. You know you know what it is, JP? They got Instagram and shit, so they could make a thing out of it. But niggas was out.
And they dumbass
They be
and they
online.
dumbass record their crimes, Ham. These dumb
Yeah.
motherfuckers.
Yeah, they recorded. See, JP, we caught the tail end of crack too. So it was lit when we was like, you know what I mean? Like it was a different ball game. The damn, Jay, I was gonna say something. Oh fuck, was
I think he was gonna bring up New Jersey Drive.
New Jersey Drive? Nah,
It's one of my favorite movies.
maybe
Yeah.
it was. I was about to say. I forgot. I can't remember. Damn, it was something that pertained to. I can't remember though. Damn, that's annoying. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I would say, I don't know. There is a little bit more braver. I think.
I don't think so, bro.
Well, we have more brave with the fisticuffs and stuff like that, but like, you know, I don't know, man. Them drill niggas, I mean, we have shootings and stuff coming up and stuff like that, but
You switch cities.
You're
Switch cities.
conflating, and you're conflating recklessness with bravery. That isn't the same thing, bro. Recklessness does not equal bravery.
Yeah, and you just switch cities, JP. So it's always Chicago this, Chicago that. But you remember, The Wire is based on actual events, and that was the 90s, early 2000s, and in DC when Rayful and all them was out there, man. Shit.
Yeah.
Your boy, Wayne Perry taught Fleece Johnson everything he know.
Yeah. And he was young.
A lot of y'all didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. So also, JP, the young boys actually mine out if college is worth it. Our age group, we was like, go to college, go to college, go to college. Now the young boys like, well, does it even make sense? So they not saying that they assess it more. Our thing was like, go to college. Like that was kind of the people, if they were aspiring to, they went,
And they actually have a lot of businesses now too at a young age as well.
A lot more shit to do, man. Mr. Williams, I was watching niggas play Mortal Kombat for like an hour straight. I wasn't even playing this shit. It just came on my YouTube. I watched that shit for a straight hour, and they get paid. They
get paid for it. Exactly.
Yeah, they get paid for it.
The tournament was worth $300,000.
Yeah, and they making bank, man.
Yeah.
I never seen a lot of black men like going to college, fittings in high school. I didn't never seen us like most of the people, the families that I knew, like. Trying to tell you, shaking your head, but this true though. It's a lot of people, families, like it'd be like one or two people through generations out their whole family finish high school, let alone going to college.
Yeah, brother, I'm gonna say it again, man. Respectfully.
That was like for nerds.
But no, again, brother, you're speaking from just about all the numbers, period, across the board, JP. High school dropouts are a very, very low percentage, fam. Regardless of what you want to say. So now your family may have a trend of that. That may be y'all's family crest, your family trend. But the majority of all people, that's a very, very small percentage, bro. Most people's whole families do not graduate high school. Most people's families aren't dropouts, dog. You making it anecdotal. So you setting your premise that's extremely abnormal as the standard is just unrealistic.
Yeah.
Well, you got it.
All right, man. Damn. Aaron, you want to say something?
The conversation moved away. Can you hear me?
You good?
Oh, first of all, greetings to everyone. I hope everyone is
How you
well.
doing?
Doing well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know at this point the conversation has made many turns.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, as far as like the old head conversation, talking to young men, I think at some point young men are going to come to the conclusion that in life we don't stop learning. Not like how would I be considered an old head at 43? Oh, see, there's no more young guys on the panel. But would I be considered an old head at 43?
Yeah.
Okay.
Young kids consider anything over 35 old.
Man, you old, man.
You unk. We all
That's
unk.
professional.
Even Hamp ass unk right now. He ain't gonna admit to be unk.
So
You know
the
what?
thing is, I don't like. I still seek counsel with my elders, as if like I was 15. And I think that that kind of sticks until you go on the ground, man.
Yeah.
If there's somebody older than you, there's somebody to seek counsel from.
Aaron, you
At
know
some
what?
point, these guys are. What's that?
Aaron, you know what? You respect them, man, and you know what it is too. I see it on Mr. Fantastic channel as an example. You know, even though he led Devin astray, you know, Devin was following Mr. Fantastic at a point. You know what I'm saying? He then came under my tutelage because he saw it made more sense. But you know, so you actually see they actually do it, but they are selective. You know, it's not all the elders. You know, is that an issue?
No. As long as my thing is if all advice is free, and yours to do with what you will. So I'm willing to listen to it all. Will I adhere to it or apply it is the question. But it's like I'll never turn down an opportunity to catch advice because you don't know where the gems are heading. You don't know where they are. If an opportunity is there to learn, take it and then sort out what's usable and what's not. Use your own.
Yeah, 100%. Man, let me see what I got. Let me see. JP. Oh, this one. Wait, did I read it? Oh, Mr. Payne sent this one. He said the pill came out in 1960. The sexual revolution was 1960 to 1980. HQ with the $5 says keep living and stop asking people their body count. It means nothing. AP, okay, time. Mr. Williams out. The bell with the $2. $2 says OG was that a Juneteenth speech? Man, AP with the $10 says, oh, that dropped everybody. Okay. Aaron with the $2 says trauma bond only make wedlock babies. CJ with the $2 says never mind. She 42. Fake me. Rebel Rose with the $2 says wow. She said something that made sense. Aaron with the $2 says if you're born in 89 and 95, we caught in the middle. John Henry with the $10 says Gen X watched Leave It to Beaver, My Three Sons, Brady Bunch. Gen Y watched Married with Children, Simpsons, Unhappily Married. Gen Z watched Big Brother, Real Housewives, Love and Hip Hop. See the pattern? Rebel Rose at the $10 says put our pain in the bathroom. He low key simp.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Damn. John Henry with the $10 says Playboy. You sound like a statistic spoken of being those small amount of men continually responsible for the amount of children born out of marriage. Unpopular truth with the $2. So all men on the panel are pussy? No. John Henry with the $10 says the current crop of men Hamp spoke of, Gen Y, Gen Z, are officially on the hot seat. Do we talk blame or accountability for what they don't know at 20 years? At what point does the adulting start? I think we actually had that conversation a little bit. I think Mr. Fantastic was up here. I don't know if we did. Like, do we get our kids out too early? I think I don't know if we was talking about that.
I wasn't here for that one. I think y'all had it, but I wasn't here for that one.
You know what? I don't think I was here either. I don't think we had the convo at all. I was trying to think. I'm like, you know what? You know what? It came up when Trill was up here, and they were like something about getting kids out. Do 30-year-olds to live with their parents? That's what it was, Mr. Fantastic. You remember?
Okay, yeah.
That part, that's what it was. So we didn't have the full blown convo, but
that's a good conversation.
Yeah, I think so. Just me with the 2000s. Black women stop sex. What that do to black men value? Y'all go to men?
Oh, geez.
No.
Well, we don't have to worry about y'all stopping sex.
Darius with the $5 says, can we just admit it's the lifestyle we quote unquote want is the problem? Yeah, that's a good question. Omega Dress with the 10 ounces. Evil is undefeated. Hence, you training daughters for what to come will be attacked by forces of heaven and hell till civilization is ripped apart. God damn. What kind of video games he playing? DJ with the $2 says, my guy Ali need a better mic. Ali don't got his headset on.
My son broke my mic come in either tomorrow or the day after that. But my son broke.
Man, we can't. Kids, boy.
Who got died and he just, you know.
Yo, I woke because I fell asleep last night because I was streaming, so I just stayed in my office, right? I woke up, there's a goddamn rabbit running around the office.
For real?
Because we have a rabbit, but this motherfucker ain't supposed to be in here.
Man, come on. You gotta tell that story different. I thought rabbit was in the house, yo. That'd be crazy.
It is, but he don't never come over here. I look up, this ugly motherfucker looking at me. You know,
y'all let the rabbit in the house, like the rabbit just can roam free.
No, Ali, that's what I'm saying. That nigga shouldn't have been in here.
Yo, how you get out?
I think he was left out, but even when he left out, he'll stay like in the playroom. But this $5 nigga came in here, man.
I when I was younger, man, I did my rabbit dirty, dog. I didn't realize, I didn't know about animals like that and food driving. I pray to God every day to forgive me.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Don't tell nobody else, yo.
We ain't telling nobody else. It's only 400 feet. We ain't telling nobody else.
I was like 5.
That's what CJ texted me all day.
If I told you what I did to frogs, man, you won't forgive me.
He was about to call you motherfucking Ali Dexter.
I didn't realize, I wouldn't understand it, man. The frogs, baseball, just bling.
Jeez Louise, man. God bless the dead to them frogs, boy. John Henry with the 10 ounces. Putting religion aside, women can enjoy as much or more than men because they enjoy orgasms as well. Cripes. As Hamp demonstrated, the proof is in the output. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think I edged Mr. Fantastic 2-1.
They don't though. They don't.
Well, you know, now John's smart.
The percentage of women in hookup culture that get orgasms, they're not getting orgasms, man. Most of the time women have orgasms when they're in relationships.
And before I get dropped, that's why they keep coming to me. I'm out. Good night, niggas.
We done now, CJ. Just me with the 2000.
That means I love Ali. They go, man, go.
That's what that means.
They love throwing the shots, man. That's how they throw shots. Man.
Omega Dress with the 2000. I have a confession. It's me, evil. I make good ends. Just me with the 2000. Ali made the very woman he talks about. He an expert. Don't back down. JP pops women and look. What you mean?
Yeah, your boy Fatty just slandered my name, talking about them beat up my daughter.
Lauren Mack with the $5 says, "Have fun with the fellas. Just consider coming into these panels as a convo and not a debate. Later, alligators." I agree. John Henry with the says, "Call." Nah,
y'all know I was joking.
That was alleged. It was alleged. Damn, man. I think this was a good conversation overall. Like I said, I had an expectation initially when it first started that unfortunately kind of crumbled pretty quickly. So I think the curation of the personalities matters more. So I got to take a level of onus on that. But I think this series What, Ali? Me? You pointing
Nah,
at
nah.
me? Oh. But
So what
it
do you
was
got in
cool.
mind? How do you focus on a topic though? On this series, how do you focus on one little thread that you can control? You know, when you get
Yeah, so
people up there.
I could be much more heavy handed. What it was though is I had an expectation for that group. You know what I'm saying? But it worked better actually the week previous. It stayed very like low keel. What was the topic? I forget. But I had like Lady Di, Love C. I think Aaron was up here. So those people have high intelligence, but they genuinely like wait for people to just stop talking before it's they turn, uh, you know. So it just was that, you know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of energy behind these topics, Mr. Payne, when it comes to the generations.
Yeah, I mean, the misinformation that has spread down through the generations is staggering.
Yeah. It's a lot of misinformation. Like, you know what it is? We don't know. And that's what the goal was, to kind of say, what we did, what y'all did, because we actually think we know and we have no idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have no
I
idea.
truly believe. I just truly believe. A lot of those older black men, they chose to have the wallet in their community into the children. I mean, they try to gloss all over it, but I truly believe that's the reason. One of the main reasons why the dynamic is like that between older men and young men. That stuff just didn't magically appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I think
And
you're
it's
right.
huh?
But like like for instance, like, so very rare, like, it was fun going back and forth with Ali and Mr. Fantastic, but we have like the level of respect, you know what I'm saying? But generally speaking, like, I don't like, if I hear something I don't like, I don't say nothing until it's over with, and then I'll take my turn. So like, how can we adopt that more? Like, is that you think it's like respect, or like, how, you know what I mean? Like,
It's tradition that's gone, right? I mean, listen, like, so the young guys up here, they don't know me from Adam, and I don't know them from Adam. So they just treat me like any old nigga. And what I'm saying is that's something unique to black community. Other people don't do that out of rip. You gotta do something for the young people to just out of just a clear blue disrespect you.
But Mr. Payne,
No, you gotta just give people.
I think that's part of it.
Respect.
No. I just think that if we come up here on a panel to have a discussion, part of it is in good faith, right? Or else Hemp wouldn't let you up. But he has a group of people. When you get into these conversations and people get accused of one generation of something, and then you try to talk to that person, and then all of a sudden it gets crazy, right? I mean, somebody used the word grace. Grace is just not given, right? Up and down. I asked one of the young guys, okay, let's just put where we are today. What do you want the world to look like? Because it's going to be mostly on you. It's not going to be on a guy like me. If you're a Gen Zer now, the way the future looks is going to weigh more heavily on you than a baby boom. I'm going to just leave you an inheritance. What you going to do with it? So that's what I'm trying to say. So, but we don't get to that point because so many young people just spend the whole fucking time blaming everything in the world on the old people. What are you going to do to fix it? You don't want my help because I'm stupid and I'm old.
No.
What are you, as a young person, what are you going to do to fix it?
Now, why, Arpan, you don't be having the conversation. You be talking about the conversation. You talk about something.
No. Okay, so
I'm just telling you.
I directly asked the guy that. I directly asked him that.
I'm giving you, because even with me, you have a conversation. You're not having a conversation with me. You're not having dialogue. You start talking about something else you want to talk about. When I have, even everybody on this panel for the most part, except for you and some of the older heads, they're not having dialogue. Aaron has dialogue. John Henry has dialogue. Jay Prince. We have dialogue going back and forth. You do it. OG does it. Y'all start talking about something else that you want to talk. We don't have the dialogue, and when you hear something you don't like, you don't want to converse about it anymore. Instead of just having the conversation, whether we disagree or not.
Ali, I don't know if I can agree with all of what you just. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Gents, what's going on, guys? Pardon me for that. Ali, I don't know if I can agree with everything that you just said as far as Mr. Payne not having a conversation.
I will say that he does have a conversation that stems at, we'll say, where a standard used to be, which is all he's trying to address. But before he can get that out, somebody 10, 15 years younger than him forms a narrative based off of how they see what he's saying, and they presume to think that he's trying to sun them or speaking down, when all he's doing is highlighting there used to be a standard, such as men were respected, women were virtuous, children spoke when addressed, that type of thing. That's for example, we talk about how we used to have conversation back in the day. But then when you equate that to now, when he starts speaking, people think that he's going off on a tangent. He's just taking a moment to try and lay the baseline of how conversation used to be before we have the conversation of where we are right now. Again, that's what I generally see. I yield for a moment, man. Go ahead.
That's what I said. He's talking about how things used to be instead of how things are now, John Henry.
But again, Ali, you missed my point again, man.
Yeah, let me just say this.
My favorite people are the elders. I love the elders because I had elders. I connected with the old school. I can understand them. I can get the gems from what they're saying. And there were a certain type of men that I love talking to the elders. But if I ask, hey man, y'all told me how to catch footballs, and we can't catch footballs now. And the only response is, well, son, this is how we scored touchdowns when we were younger. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help anybody. That's
can I say something? You made your point here, but I asked a young boy up here exactly a direct question, not about what I wanted, because he brought it up. He said that old people can't tell him anything. And I said, well, the future belongs to you. What are you going to do to teach the people that's coming after you? And before he said anything, everybody just started exploding, saying stuff. So I didn't say anything. I said, okay, the future's not, you own the future. I don't. So what are you going to do? And somebody kicked him off too. I forgot the young guy's name.
So let me say
what you're saying. He said, old people can't teach me anything. And your response was, what are you going to teach people? That's what
I said, what are you going to teach the people from the future then? It's going to be up to him. It's going to be, he said there's nothing else.
You're not responding to what, if I said you teach anything.
See, now you want to hear what you want to hear. I asked him a direct question.
That's why I don't over pursue no more with these conversations with certain people. I'm just telling you, I respect you.
Yeah,
I respect you. You're not having a conversation, and you get
because you don't want to understand what I just said. You're not having a conversation. You're projecting.
If I say, "Hep, you're not teaching me anything," and then he goes back to say, "Ali, you're not teaching anybody anything," Hep could go, "Hey, Ali, what am I not teaching you?"
I didn't say he wasn't teaching that. He said he can't learn anything from somebody who's older. I said, well, somebody got to teach the people of the future. So if it's not up to us, it's got to be up to you. Yeah. What are you going to do?
So what it is you can't learn from anything older. Well, why is that? Tell me more. What could be done differently so you can hear us, right? And I think that's how you have the engagement and conversation. And that's when people actually learn, like, all right, you can't listen. Well, you're responsible for the future. So what you gonna do? Right? Those are two different responses that don't make the dialogue actually grow. Because now he's gonna talk about some shit that you and I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna tell you
what you're saying. I can hear what you're saying, but yeah, I don't think it's an illegitimate response though. Still,
no, it's a response. Is it illegitimate? No, technically, but there's a better response to be had. I think is the key.
I can hear that. I can take that, but I mean, we can't be perfect in the moment though.
No, I mean, well, that's what we asked for. Just accountability, right?
Okay, but that's a good point. Good point. Go ahead.
I think the one thing is this, right? The reason why I hear Ali's point is resonating a bit with me more is because if you're able to talk that long, you have to be talking about what you want to talk about. Because if we're having a discourse and a dialogue, there's no way you talk for 5 minutes and strictly talk about what it is that you're responding to me about. Right? You have to add other stuff in talking for that long. And when the young boys are saying, yo, the OGs are long-winded, I would hope that we take heed to it, because you simply can't retain all that stuff people be saying in one breath.
Ali himself is long.
You know what? We got to put a clock up here because I swear to God, I think some of these guys are talking for a long time, man. You know, and they ain't all old. They ain't all old, man. But
no, you're right. You're right. JP long-winded, Ali long-winded, Mr. Fantastic long-winded. But they old though. They old though now. Remember, we already qualified as old. So
here we go with this old nonsense again. Have you act like you're 20 years
Ali older
old?
than me though. Ali older than me. Let's make that clear. And JP older than me. I just want to make sure we understand that.
Well, I hear you guys, man. I hear it. I hear it.
Aaron got his hand up.
Personal evaluation.
Aaron's hand is up.
Would you consider me long-winded?
No, you just pregnant.
Yes,
pause.
sometimes, but you make good points, Aaron. There's nothing wrong with that.
Most intellectual people are long-winded because they want. If you just say something, someone's going to ask for context. Someone's going to ask for backup. Someone's going to ask for data. So most of the times, long-winded isn't bad for me. It's when it's not addressing what the person is saying, it becomes a problem. When you're not addressing exactly what they're saying. Aaron, typically you will address what's being said. I don't have that.
Already trying to over convince people. They could be manipulators too. A lot of people that talk a lot of times be fake.
That's intelligence. Manipulation.
They try to manipulate the situation.
Absolutely, about to answer. That's the point of a conversation, is to convince somebody. It's being convincing. That's what you're trying to do, is to be convincing.
But in terms of Aaron, I don't think you're particularly long-winded. It's your cadence that makes what you're saying take a long time. Like you pause, you add dramatic effect to it.
Yeah, retrospect is what you sometimes need in conversation.
About what I'm going to say, so I can be very precise with my words.
Yeah, no,
I gotta get some of that.
I saw No Country for Old Men. That's how you talk. You talk like the character that was hunting them down for the money.
That was a good movie.
Did you see No Country for Old Men, Aaron?
I have. I've not committed it to memory.
Oh my goodness, man, it's great. You know, there's no score. There's no score in No Country for Old Men. No music at all.
For real?
Mm-hmm. Watch it again. You'll see.
I never realized that.
Mm-hmm. There's no score.
Was No Country for, is that kind of a western a little bit?
Yeah, it had what's not Gene Hackman? Gene Hackman, right? They're like in the desert.
Dude that played on Men in Black.
Yes, yeah. Who's that?
I forgot.
Tommy Lee Jones.
Yep, you got the right movie. And then the Benicio, is it Benicio?
Javier Bardem.
RJ Prince, be safe, bro.
Benicio del Toro.
Watch it again. Yeah, watch it again, Ali. No music at all. That shit gonna blow your mind.
I really never got to watch it all. I love movies. I can't watch today's movies. I can't relate to them like that. But y'all ever seen, like, when you talk about Western, you ever watch Once Upon a Time in the West?
Which one?
Once Upon a Time in the
Javier
West.
Bardem.
Yeah.
Amazing. The score is crazy, but it's mostly like shots instead of a lot of talking. Shots. And,
yeah, I like westerns a lot. 310 to Yuma, it was like my new
Good,
favorite.
the Bad, and the Ugly, like those movies.
Oh yeah, those are old. Those is John Henry old.
They were there, but I didn't watch a majority of them. But westerns, like Silverado and things like that back in the mid '80s, those were good movies. But yeah, some of the things nowadays, it's a toss up.
It's all you seen Dune 2?
Yeah, I finally got through it.
So what you think about it?
I think it was pretty good. I do want to see the third one.
It was great. I don't like the main actor.
There's a third one?
Yeah.
It's
gotta keep, it's more families and stuff, like, but it's like I like the main actors is just but the supporting cast is what makes the movie.
Yeah. I liked it. I liked it for it to be that level of sci-fi, because I don't get into that. But like for it to be that level, it was entertaining for sure.
You ain't like Lord of the Rings?
Hell no, I never seen Lord of the Rings. I never seen Star Wars.
Yo, Lord of the Rings is great. Lord of the Rings is
great. And never seen Star Wars.
Nah, when that little green nigga was talking backwards, I turned that shit off.
The Revenge of the Sith. Star Wars, I ain't a big fan, but Revenge of the Sith though, when Darth Vader, when the man turned to Darth Vader, like That movie's good.
Yeah, I like. Yeah, I don't know. I just like stereotypical movies. Like the best movie
Man,
ever.
I remember when Star Wars came out. I was actually at the premiere. Gee.
Is that right?
Dang.
Yeah, man,
That's what-
1977. I told you, I'm Generation X, man. I was born in 1970.
Dang. What was it? What's the man name? Something Lee. What's his name? The black dude that was in the movie. Who was the black guy that said Star Wars at that time?
Oh, I think it was Samuel. You talking about the one that Samuel L. Jackson played, Mace Windu?
Billy D. Williams.
Billy D. Williams. Yeah.
William
Lando
Williams.
Calrissian.
Yo, you know what movie was fired ahead of its time still when you watch it? The first Predator.
Oh yeah.
Yo, first Predator is
Yes.
Predator was crazy, bro.
First ever
Yeah,
watch-
1987.
Whoever the direct, yo, Predator right now and watching them dudes, yo, and like that's when dudes was dudes, because dudes ain't really dudes. But watching that and watching them take it the way they took it, and you just still didn't know what the Predator was. I mean, that movie was fire.
That
And the
was
second
crazy.
one with
Danny Glover.
Danny Glover. Yeah,
Nigga, you know what?
The first one was great, man. The first
In
one
terms
was
of sci-fi, yeah, the Predator was crazy. The
Predator was great. Wasn't it
Terminator
crazy?
2.
Oh my, yo, Terminator. I
Yo.
watch Terminator 2 almost every 2 weeks, yo.
So you know, for a kid, for a year straight, I ran with my hands straight like this.
Yeah.
Yo, like,
Hey, man,
Yo,
that-
Terminator 2, yo, is so fire, yo. I can watch that movie all the time, yo.
No, that was great. Yeah, yeah. That's one of the first sequels that was better than
better than it. Yeah, I agree.
Watch, yo,
It's
first
like
one-
Aliens was better than I thought. Alien, the first one was great, but because of the surprise, Aliens was fantastic, man.
Mr. Payne, Lauren Mack just showed disrespect to aliens.
Oh, just she?
You go back and watch Aliens. Like the second one, I think is good. The first, or is the first one is good. I think it's the first one, like you said. I think it's the first one that might be good, but all the rest of them, it just
I don't
goes
like
down.
Alien. That's what that little. That's what the lady, right? The white lady.
Yeah.
Sigourney Weaver.
Sigourney Weaver.
And you have the other ones. What's the other ones?
Aliens was all right. That's it.
The weird name had a weird name, like the one
Species.
before.
You talking about Species?
Nah, the dude, the bald head, like it was bald headed dude.
Hellraiser. Hellraiser.
That's Pinhead, yo. Nah, you know they ain't got nothing to do with those. Yo,
Oh.
Hellraiser, crazy though.
The first one, yeah.
Yeah.
You ain't talking about Nightmare on Elm Street, are you?
It was Prometheus.
That's newer.
It was the
Oh yeah, that was a prequel. That was supposed to be a prequel to Aliens.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're coming out another one soon, man. I forgot something coming out. I forgot the name of it. They're gonna have another Aliens movie.
Yeah, new one's coming out. New one's coming out.
I'm Did y'all see? Somebody need to check on Martin. I know that. Did
What
y'all watch
happened?
Bad
Yo,
Boys?
Yo, my boy was like you talk. Yo,
He got the stroke face.
Yo,
Like his face
come
don't
on.
move.
What do you
Nah,
think, yo?
man, they need to check on Martin, man.
Come on, man.
That nigga
I heard
got,
it's good,
Martin got gout, bro. I'm telling you. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Martin is
Yo, my boy was telling me, he was like, yo, man, that really hit him hard, yo.
I'm trying to tell you.
Can I take it a moment to say that the conversation we're having right now is going through 3 different generations, but yet we've all found some type of common ground that we can meet on. Is everyone noticing this right now?
Oh, yes.
Now, this is the type of conversation I think hampers what you're saying that you strive for when you pick your panels and your topics.
Yeah, well, today specifically, I'm really playing into it. I'm nodding and laughing. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. I'm just trying to make y'all feel better.
But it's not what's gonna bring solutions, man. We can find common ground, but it's gonna be talking about what we disagree on, man. That's the only
Well,
way.
yeah, that's what I'm saying, Ali. If we could do the same thing to what we find the common ground that links it all together, because that is the issue, that there's no link in certain areas that we can have some type of discourse or conversation that we can match here to where we can have this type of dialogue. Notice there's no strain, there's no stress, there's no hopping up, there's that you're not trying to sum me, there's no beating of the chest. This is that level where we have some type of connection that we can each speak to and at least give respect and title. Because earlier what I was hearing were people talking about giving grace who did not show grace. It was like listening to people talking about trying to have the best outcomes and giving examples who were not themselves an example of what you would do or how you would live. Those are the things that I found to be disingenuous earlier. But as Aaron had said, the conversation has shifted so far back and forth. There are a lot of points that you can't draw from it other than the fact that this, in some ways, we're called, get my language hand, but called old niggas by some people. And then in some people in my generation talking about these young fools or whatever, there's that common ground you can't yield. But in this moment right now, all I'm saying is that if we could find the way to have a conversation by having first the link, something that ties us together, we could probably make better progress.
Well, let me ask you on that point though. I think we some points where we get lost is that some people talk based on what they want things to be as opposed to the way things really are. And I think when we can have a conversation, but we're not talking to each other because some people say it should be this way, and somebody's talking about the same subject, but this is how it is right now, and that bridge doesn't cross. So that's why I think we talk past each other, because a lot of us, talk about how things should be to how things should be as opposed to the way things actually are. And when you deal with that first, then you could probably build the bridge to what it should be. And we don't get there. So we don't agree on how things are. And so we definitely ain't going to agree on how things should be if we ain't starting from the same baseline.
So on what you said. That's why I say if we shouldn't talk about what things should be, right? What you said, and talk about how things are, then we shouldn't talk about how things used to be as well too until we talk about how things are.
I don't disagree with that.
The thing is,
the thing about it.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. We about to get out of here. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
No, the whole thing I've been trying to tell everybody, especially now, even where I'm at in my city, we forgetting about what black used to mean. We forgetting about the respect that we used to have. When I was growing up, everybody gave that respect to each other. Black men, black women, we gave that respect to our elders. There was no option in it. That's what it was presented as. And I think we forget about that. We talk about being black on these panels constantly, but we don't give each other that same respect as being black.
I can see that. I think the humble nature of the conversation, John, I think is definitely key, right? Like talking to women, right? And I wasn't afraid, but that shit ain't easy. And if everybody just start there, right, when we just talking about the dynamics, then I think we can build, right? And we say, well, what works for you? What worked for you? Not necessarily you should do this, and this, because you just like, nigga, that shit don't work. That shit work 20% of the time, and that's a good number. 30%, you an all-star salesperson selling anything. I got a salesperson. She closed at 60%. Shit, I throw her a pizza party every month. You know what I'm saying? Like,
but what else did we say on top of that when we was growing up? The women didn't want those. They didn't want the nice guys. They didn't want the good guys. They overlooked those guys. They delayed the relationship with those guys and chose the bad boys. They chose the guys who was popular. They didn't choose the good guys.
Well,
gotta get a roughneck.
But and that's the thing, right? We can build on the fact of the.
That's what I mean. We'll double talk and we'll contradict how things got the way they were when men were being. Like, we didn't have anything at that time. You just had the middle school love, the high school love. There wasn't no money involved with it. It was the women chose. They had the leverage because of what they had. So they either gave it away for nothing or they made a man value it. That's how things progressed. And then they delayed marriage up until 29. Now most of our women want to get married at 29, but they already had all this access. They gave all this access to other men.
No, you're right, but that's what the thing is. We jump, right? So I'm just leaning on that corny ass sci-fi conversation, and then looking at it compared to the conversation that we're supposed to have today, based on what John said. I'm like, yo, let's build on the fact that approaching women sucks.
Yeah.
Together, and then you're like, okay, so what helped you? What worked for you? Damn, what made it so much more difficult for y'all? And then we can get all the way to where you got to. You know what I'm saying? Just like starting
but that's what I'm saying. If we truly
building the baseline.
If we truly walk it down, we'll see where men at certain times, okay, dudes may work with a they wanted a good woman. But when the women who were having sex became more prevalent, dudes started just having sex. They didn't value marriage anymore. That's where we got to walk it all the way down until the market of women change. What men are desiring is going to change. They're not going to compromise commitment and giving their resources and protection for women who already have sex and for women who don't value it.
So how we pull that thread down? How are we going to put women back in the bottom? How women put themselves back in the bottom? Men can't do that. They got to do that, right?
That's what I keep saying.
But how do you? No, just hypothetically speaking, how do we get the women to tell other women they got to bring their virtue back, right? Because we need the good women, whatever's left of them, to talk to the women of today, right?
You got to say
they're
that.
not going to listen to us, right? They got to find a way to get back there. How are they going to do it?
Pain, I agree. That's the problem. That's none of us know how to do it. HQ is the elder. My mother and grandma told women don't be fast, close your legs, get married. Today's women say, hey, do whatever you want to do. Do what makes you happy. Don't worry about them. These men ain't nothing. And the fathers tell them that as well too. So we set up our sons up for failure from the very beginning because the men are telling it's an over mother generation that are telling the men and women what mothers are saying, not what the fathers were saying. It's the problem.
Yo, what did Lauren say? Lauren with 10 out says, I want people to admit we don't talk to people for understanding. Generationally, it's even worse. Having a 2-parent household is not enough, and the communication comprehension is not considered. Billy Goat with the 5 says, it's called women getting heat like a cat. My cat wants to F, but I know I don't want to be Catman. This is why men put charity belts on charity belts?
Chastity belts. It's supposed to be chastity.
On women, they will F. All right, man. Mr. Payne, any final thoughts? I'm tired.
No, man, good panel, man. I appreciate letting me up. I think we all talked enough, man. I don't know which way it's about, but it's the future's for the young folks to figure this shit out. They got to figure it out because I might, like I said, from where I'm sitting, I might not be able to help them the way they live today. And only can help my daughters. I try to get them through a little bit. So they tell me how it is out there. But I can't really help them. They're going to have to go ahead and find a way to survive. In the meantime, I just gave them the tools to be self-sufficient.
Yeah.
I had to do that, right? People say, well, teach them how to be wives and all that. But if they don't get picked, they're going to still have to survive out there. So at the very least, I did tell them when they go to college, that's going to be the greatest pool of potential men that you're ever going to meet in one place. You make with you do with that what you will, Okay. Good night.
I apologize.
I spent the whole damn show without getting the plane, so that's cool.
You did good. You did good.
I take a fucking guy.
John.
You're wrong for that, Hemp. But yeah.
I'm tired as hell.
Final thoughts.
Yes, sir. Now no.
Real fast, I'll say that improve yourself for the opportunities to come, not for the acceptance of people in your past. That's pretty much all I can say for a final thought, because I know you're ready to go to bed.
Yeah, man. Because yesterday,
but you're young, getting old ass.
It was 2:30 when we got off yesterday, man. Then I'll be up at 7. That shit is not healthy,
Man, yeah, we ran till 6 in the morning. We ran a 12-hour panel one time almost.
Oh, yeah,
but yeah, I get you got to get on.
That was crazy, man. Mr. Williams, any final thoughts?
Thanks for having me up, man. I appreciate it, and I'm just grateful to meet all you guys, man. I think a lot of y'all are really great, man. Y'all really dope. So
definitely, man. Salute. Ali, any final thoughts?
It's bigger than us. The social engineering created the disconnect between us. I think the older generation still is vital for us, extremely vital. I think we got to do a better job connecting to the youth and acknowledging it's not essentially the individual fault, but what happened with the system and what happened with our disconnect. We have to reestablish that connection. If a father left, if a mother left and dropped the ball, we have to reestablish that connection with the youth. It's our job. We can't leave them alone.
Yeah. No, 100%. Aaron?
I'll keep it brief. If you don't go when you want to go, when you do go, you'll find you've gone. So go to bed, Ham.
Shit like that.
This is cool, man. I'm gonna definitely re-curate this because we didn't get enough of it for it to be done as a subject. In terms of dating now versus then. Lamar was popping, so I think I'm gonna re-curate this and see if we can get it done properly.
Can I ask Aaron a question? You can't steal my idea, Hemp.
What idea?
I ain't said it yet. Could I ask Aaron a question?
Go ahead.
Hey, Aaron, could you do a voiceover for my show and say like last time on the Ilkhan Ali?
Last time on the Ilkhan Ali.
Well, that's fine. Yo, can you do that? Can I get your email? Would you do that?
Say, hold on. Don't email him nothing. Can you wait?
Because Ham, you about to do that last time on DJ. You know you about to look. You about to do look. Look, sounds good, don't it?
Let's do one of those previously on This Might Be Risky.
Oh, I'm definitely stealing that.
You need to get it. I don't know if you already do it as a career, but you need to get into voiceovers, man. Documentaries and stuff like that. You got a great voice for it.
Thank you, Ali.
To you talk.
Me?
No.
Much appreciated.
Jesus Christ, man. That ain't
Can I
right.
give you my email, man? Would you do a voiceover for me, please? I'll pay you too if you want to pay. You know, I know black folk don't like doing that.
I'll put it in the back.
Nah, man. I better not hear that shit.
That'd be fine, man. He got that voice, man. He got that Morgan Freeman.
I know, dear YouTube. Ali stole my idea after he gave it to me.
No. Hamp about to steal my idea. That sound fire if it goes last time. DJ. I mean, last time.
Goals, people. Goals.
Yeah, man. That's what's up, man. Yeah, man. On Friday, I think I'm gonna leave this one alone so we can retry to do it, man. Okay. Yeah, man. Good shit, everybody. I think we got a lot of great content out of it. I think I could definitely replay this tape and figure out what to do differently, and how to curate it and help it go forward properly. But other than that, I think we had some great dialogue regardless, you know. So we keep living and we keep learning, man. We keep working. Ali, when the next time you go live,
either tomorrow or after tomorrow, when that might get hit. Or Lauren was picking on me about the hit. Do I need to change the trucker hat set and get the actual mic?
Yeah.
It look like I'm about to take flight.
But it also, that's kind of like your look. Like when you have it on, I'm like, okay, that like it's familiar.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I need to switch it up, don't I?
Yeah. You like a poop up with that shit on. You know? Mr. Payne, when your next show?
Look at Aaron though. Is that okay?
For Aaron, it is.
Yeah, I'm doing a show on Black Man Unfiltered Network on Monday, 7:00.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I forgot what we're going to talk about. The title of that one is that Black women are intimidated by purpose-driven Black men, and that's the balloon show. So we're going to do a reaction to the balloon show where there's a couple of dudes that come out. They're on their purpose, and the chicks all were like really just fumbling the ball. So it'd be nice to have a reaction of how they reacted to these dudes, because one guy's like 6'5", you know, a doctor, and all the women rejected him, all of them, because they thought he was too assertive, too arrogant, too this, too that. So all that bullshit that they talk about, here's a guy right in front of them, and they were all rejected him. And so it's a lot of dialogue you can come out. And then there's another guy who I think they said they got him fired because he was really telling those girls off. So that's kind of going on.
There's a plumber. I saw an episode of that.
Yeah, you'd be.
So we're gonna do a reaction to that on Monday. So
okay, that's what's up, man. Yeah, the alpha male that they say they want is tough to deal with for sure.
And they don't want that. They want somebody they can just like beat around, man.
You hear this, right? Ali didn't say that.
It's true.
I did it right. Ali didn't say that. William did. Will you interject now? You listening? Yeah.
That's funny, man.
Let
Hey,
him
good
talk
gentlemen,
long.
man.
Let him talk long enough.
I agree with most of what you
Let him
said,
talk long
man.
enough. I love y'all. You know I love you.
Oh man! All right, gentlemen. Listen. Hey, good night, man. Nice seeing you all, guys, man. I haven't argued with Ali since the Trigger Mike days.
Hey,
So
Arpain, I have a great amount of respect for you. I have a great amount of respect for the elders.
That's cool, man.
I treasure y'all, man. It's gonna be a sad time for the generations before us. Just even hearing when I go to my father's house and I listen to the westerns, and like I'm a valued listening to that. Hearing the TV be on and certain things, like y'all the last essence of what humanity to me looked like. So I don't try to take away from what the elders are doing. It's just the way we're communicating and how we can connect the kids. And if I can help with that, and I take the criticism as well too, what I can do better,
I got you. I appreciate the words, man. Hey, good night, gentlemen. I'm out of here, man. They've been trying to put me to bed for like 5 hours already, man. They kicking me off the panel. Go to sleep. I'm gonna go to sleep later.
Easy. All right, y'all. Be safe. I'll see y'all on Friday. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do, man. You heard? Be safe. Do the right thing, man. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all, man. Everybody in the chat, my brothers on the panel, everybody who was here earlier. Love and respect is real. The growth is awesome, and we're gonna keep going up together, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. And we out.